I'm going to start a TED talk. One of the mums says it's supposed to. Memories from Rowan?
Yeah. It's good fun.
Harrison, is there a really stressful, Harrison?
Right.
Guys, we're on time.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. We've had a couple of fantastic days worth of rowing in the last over Friday and Saturday, and again today. The weather is looking an absolute treat. There is a little bit of wind about. It is just causing not quite the glassy water that we saw yesterday morning, but it is still absolutely brilliant at the minute here at the West Lakes Regatta course. So expecting today we'll have a top somewhere in the low 30 degrees, so about 32.6 degrees. The wind coming up from the south, so that'll make some nice tail breezes for the rowers as they go through. Our first race of the day is the first heat of the Schoolgirls Coxed Fours. So this event is sponsored by West Beach Parks, and they are now underway. So for those watching on the live stream, you will be able to see the 5 crews on the course. So from right to left, it's Seymour College in lane number 3, St Peter's Girls in lane 4, Pulteney Grammar lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6, and the Wilderness School in lane 7. The crew from Seymour are Julia Flynn, Alice Howard, Olivia Hassel, Lainey Finlayson, and Gigi Loveday is their coxswain. In lane 4 from St Peter's Girls, we have Maria Elivaris, Zara Peroni, Cleo Connor, Beverly He, Lexi Fishlock is their coxswain. Lane 5 from Pulteney Grammar, Lewis Darker, Nectaria Mavrogelos, Christina Staniszewski, Eloise Clark, and Imogen Blatchley is their cox. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Ava McCulloch, Maisie Honor, Olivia Tilley, Liran Ma, Annie Redwood is their coxswain, and they're coached by Stefano Belosso. And in lane 7, we have the second crew from the Wilderness School, Caitlin Monu, Isabel Fisher Flowers, Margot Temple, Layla Ballastrin, and Charlotte Coco Ong. So they are our crews at the moment. It is that crew from the Wilderness School over on the far left-hand side of the screen. Do have a nice boat length lead through the early stages, and then over on the right-hand side we have Seymour College 1 and St Peter's Girls 1 having a nice little battle for second and third place. It's top 4 to go through to the final, with the final crew to drop out, so we'll be keeping an eye out on the crews from Pulteney Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville. So it does look like through the early stages we have Loretto Marriotteville just keeping themselves ahead of Pulteney Grammar. So it'll be the race at the back that we'll keep an eye out on there, but the Wilderness School certainly off to a fantastic start here in the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours. As mentioned, the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours sponsored by West Beach Parks, and they are a world-class tourism, sport and recreation precinct providing exceptional leisure experiences. Have an ambitious goal for West Beach Parks to become Australia's favourite tourism, sport and leisure destination for all. Still the Wilderness School holding on to that lead. They're just extending it out a little bit further. And again, Seymour College and St Peter's Girls, bow ball to bow ball the entire way down the course so far. Loretto Marriotteville have started to pull away from Pulteney Grammar, so it's now about a boat length between 4th and 5th. So again, we'll keep an eye out on that. It is the top 4 to go through to the final. And we've got another 5 crews that will be racing in the second heat, which will be coming up shortly. Tail breeze conditions today, that'll certainly make some of the racing very, very quick. In this morning's session, we've got the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours, then we've got the Under-17 Women's Single Sculls, and we'll go back over 1,000 metres. We've got 4 heats for both the Under-16 Men's Single Sculls and also the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads as well, before moving on to the Mixed Masters Double Sculls, the Under-17 Men's Double Sculls, and then we'll get to some of the finals. So the lightweight women's single sculls, the open women's double sculls, which will be a fascinating race before we move on to the men's under-19 singles, the final for this event, the Schoolgirls Coxed Quads, and the under-19 quads, the women's quads as well. Joining me in the commentary position for this morning, we have Greg Walters. Greg, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Refreshed from yesterday's rowing.
Oh, that's right. It was a long day, and I think some of the rowers might be feeling it a bit today if they had a full complement. But once again, good.
Is that on the course or afterwards?
No, this is more on the course. Slightly windier conditions today. You notice with that breeze coming through to make conditions a little bit tougher for them, but still very rowable. Absolutely very rowable in this first race, number 77, the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours, sponsored by West Beach Parks.
And the Wilderness School looking very nice at the moment. They're still holding on to that lead. It's a couple of boat lengths ahead, and they're just looking back at the other crews, feeling very, very confident. Second place now, we do have Seymour College, so they've moved themselves up a little bit, and they're about a boat length ahead of St Peter's Girls. And in that battle for the fourth and final position, it is still Loretto Marriottville. Pulteney Grammar, about a boat length. They're just losing a little bit of contact as they come up through the first 1,000 metres or so, with about 500 metres to go, sorry. So they will have a bit of a battle to try and make that fourth and final qualification position.
That's right. Well, the Coxers will be very aware as the first four going through with the rest eliminated. So there's first three crews. The Wilderness, interesting, the Wilderness Schools, their second crew, their first crew is in the next race against Seymour College number 1 crew is in lane number 3. There's St Peter's Girls number 1 crew in lane number 4, and the Wilderness School second crew is in lane number 7. But as I said before, it's the first four going through. So I don't know that those first three crews are really absolutely pushing. You can see by the racing as well. They're just ticking it along at this stage, I think. Not taking it easy, but once again, not racing it too hard.
Now we're missing the defending champions from 2025, Unley High winning the Schoolgirls Cox Fours last year. We don't have an Unley High crew in this event, so it's an opportunity. Norwood International High was second last year, so we'll keep an eye out for them in the second heat. And then Seymour College 3 actually finished in third position. They finished ahead of Seymour College 1, which was 7th, and Seymour College 2, which were 8th. So I'm guessing the girls very much enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's right. This stage of the season, I think they've had their rowing camps, but they're still moving the rowers around a bit, and so sometimes those designations of 1 and 2 might not be absolutely set at this stage. They've got about 5 weeks out to the head of the river, and so there's still a lot of change, a lot of development that can occur between that time, but Wilderness would be very pleased with their performance at the moment. The Wilderness School number 2 of Caitlin Monu, Isabel Flowers, Margot Temple, Layla Ballastrin and Charlotte Coco Ong as the Cox, doing very nicely in lane number 7 in this first heat of the Schoolgirl Coxed 4.
And just looking out the window at that Wilderness crew, one thing that is absolutely striking me is how much drive they're getting with every single stroke. They're getting the blades in the water, and then you can really see the boat surge as they put the legs down.
That's right. A little bit of splashing at the entry, but you're right, they are getting good drive. You can actually sort of see that acceleration in the second part of the stroke, which is a very good sign. Rather than hitting the catch too hard, they're getting in and then accelerating through the drive, and that's giving them good boat run.
So it will be the Wilderness School 2 crew that will go through to the final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours. They'll be very difficult to beat, but we'll keep an eye out on how this Wilderness School 1 crew go. It is the Wilderness School 2 who go through and win the first heat of the Schoolgirls Coxed Fours. Second place with a nice little sprint finish will be the crew from Seymour College in lane number 3. They'll finish ahead of the crew from St Peter's Girls in lane number 4. And then in that battle for the final position, we've got Loretto Marriottville, who now plenty of clear water between themselves and the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane number 5. So we saw a number of times yesterday, and this is the thing about rowing, you're never quite sure what's going to happen. I think yesterday we saw a showstopper crab and a double scull. We saw a person over capsize with about 10 metres to go in a single scull. We've seen people hit buoys and go off track, so there's always things that can go wrong, and you have to concentrate right into the end.
That's right. It may look fairly calm out there, but I can assure you, when you actually get out there, there's with the side breezes and everything else, there is a lot going on, this is not an erg. You're not rowing on a tabletop. There's a lot going out there on the water. And so those changes can occur. But I think that's been a great race there. And this would probably be what the schools would call their first fours. They've got the first 8, the second 8, and their first fours. So some good racing there. Now, as you're saying, the first 4 go through to the final. And the final is actually race number 95 for those who are look into the schedule. And race number 95 is planned for 10:30. But this takes us on to race number 78, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 heat number 2, sponsored by Westbeek Parts. In lane number 3, we've got Walford Anglican, Charlotte Matthews, Harriet Peterson, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters and Susanna Hall as the Cox. Lane number 4, Wilderness School 1, Ella Smart, Elena Rayo, Annabelle Basham, Jessica Felsted, Sophie Proudman as the Cox. Lane number 5, Norwood International High, Grace Sweeney, Julissa Aspinall, Grace Kelly, Scarlett Power, Lucy Phillips as the Cox. Lane number 6, Pembroke School, Scarlett Foster, Matilda Lou, Abby Young, Layla Marja, Isabel Wesley as the Cox, coached by Tom Merrigan. And lane number 7, St Peter's Girls 2, Julie Fang, Matilda Wilkin, Evelyn Kelly, Bale Reynolds and Charlotte Catchpole as the Cox.
And we saw Walford Anglican win the Schoolgirl 8s yesterday, and the Walford Anglican 4 is now leading very, very comfortably ahead of the Wilderness School. A couple across from them, we've got the Pembroke School in 3rd place, and then back a little bit to St Peter's Girls 2, and then Norwood International High. So the defending silver medalists from last year, looking like we might be minus our gold and silver medals winning schools from the Schoolgirl Cox Quads from 2025. So, but this Walford Anglican crew are absolutely flying at the moment. It's a great start to the race for them. And as we say, backing up that result from yesterday.
Yeah, it shows a lot of good things happening in the seniors program at Wolford. They've got that depth. They did have a very strong win yesterday in the first 8s with a fast finishing Seymour crew. But it was Seymour on Walford, I think, clear water back to the rest of the field. But the fact that even in this heat, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4, that Walford Anglican in lane number 3 clearly leading this field, would indicate they've got a very strong seniors program this year.
Yeah, and Matthews, Patterson, Griffith, Masters and Hall, all part of that Walford Anglican 8 that won yesterday. So it's they showed their speed yesterday and they're showing it again today out here on the water. Wilderness School sitting in 2nd place still, but it is that gap back between Pembroke School and Norwood International High. That's the one to keep a bit of an eye out on, and it does look like Norwood International High will be without representation in the final.
It's interesting, just saying that decision to bring some of the rowers from the first 8 into this event, Schoolgirl Cox 4, entirely legitimate. It's an appropriate thing to do. Some schools may take the approach of keeping their 8s rowers in the 8s events because they've got a big program and having a dedicated first 4 crew in this event as well. So, nonetheless, a lot of kudos to the eventual winners of what will be event number 95 in the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s today at the South Australian Rowing Championships.
And the head of the river, so that's in 5 weeks, so that would be the start of March?
That's right. So that's the big countdown for everybody. And I think, keeping in mind as well that that's not the end of people's rowing careers, certainly at the senior level, not least of which you've got the nationals, which people would be looking towards, but also they're rowing in club rowing after this. But if you just look out there, you can see the crews, particularly that Walford Anglican crew. You can see that they've just settled down. They know you just have to have the first 4 crews going through, and so the ratings just sort of dropped. You can see almost a pause at the end as a sort of a training row just to get that boat run, conserving their energy for the final, which is a entirely reasonable thing to do given the huge gap of the first 3 crews over the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's nice and spread out there at the moment. It is Walford Anglican leading out the Wilderness School in 2nd place, then a bit of clear water. Back again to St Peter's Girls 2 in lane number 7. We've got Pembroke School, then St Peter's Girls 2, and then Norwood International High just at the back of the field. So we will see a strong win here for Walford Anglican. They'll take the heat win in heat number 2. And again, after that performance in the 8 yesterday, we'd expect this crew of Matthews, Patterson, Griffith, Masters and Hall to be very, very difficult to beat when it comes time for the final. The Wilderness School, they'll have 2 crews in the final as their Wilderness School 1 crew of Smart, Rue, Basham, Felsted and Proudman go through. And then going through in third place will be St Peter's Girls 2, ahead of the Pembroke School and Norwood International High. You mentioned, Greg, with the going on to university for after school, and it is one of the things that Stephen Donnelly, the president of Rowing Australia, spoke about, that difficulty getting the transition from school through. And I guess what I find really fascinating is the number of universities around the country that have rowing programs. Obviously here we've got Adelaide University as being a university boat club. You yourself went to Royal Military College in Canberra and rowed there as well. You would have rowed in the Disher Cup?
Yes, rowed the Disher Cup against the ANU, who at that stage actually pulled in some rowers from the NTC. We always felt a bit of grief there when we were facing up against some of the NTC players, rowers. Yes, you're quite right. There's that strong tradition at the universities, the club level. And don't forget, in terms of pathways, we've got over 200 Australian rowers at US universities. So a lot of rowers actually take up international scholarships, and that's 200 in the US, let alone those that might be in some other countries such as the UK. So there are certainly pathways for those rowers. The key thing is just recognising that the head of the river isn't the end of your rowing career. It's in fact an important milestone as part of that. But let's move on now to the under-17 women's single sculls, sponsored by Sportsmed. The heat here, the first 4 progress through to the final, which is race 105. In lane number 2 from Loretto Marriottville 2 is Layla Bryant, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane number 3, St Peter's Girls 1, Ross Stavro. Lane 4, Unley High 4, Keeley Pitt, coached by Thomas Osborne, Misha Van Wormello. Lane number 5, Adelaide High 1, Ada Dedic. Lane 6, Unley High 3, Clancy Upsilon, coached by Thomas Osborne and Misha Van Wormello. Lane 7, Murray Bridge 1, Ella Davey, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. And lane number 8, Unley High 1, Rachel Luscombe, coached by Mitch Parker.
And just on the screen at the moment, it looks like that might be Ada Dedic from Adelaide High, but certainly it's a very smooth sculling style. It doesn't look like there's a lot of wasted energy. It doesn't look like she's trying to overdo anything. It's just smooth, it's a nice rhythm, and it's working nicely.
Yeah, I'm liking the soft catches. It's not that... none of that rush forward, slamming in the catch. It's just going forward, placing, and then just accelerating. And to be honest, it's a very smooth style, so you don't get that sense that they're rushing or pushing. It looks as though you can just go on for kilometres with that sort of relaxed style. And it's certainly working for her in this under-17 women's single scull heat number 1.
So Ada Dedic there at the top of the screen. So it does look like we might just be missing a couple of rowers. So perhaps lane 3 missing there, and also lane 6.
That's right. Lane 3, St Peter's Girls, Ross Stavro. I think we've got a scratching there. And lane 6, Unley High 3, Clancy Upsilon. She's there. She's just lost contact with the field at the moment, and it's okay. Now this is a 2,000 metre event. I don't expect that any of these rowers would have a lot of experience, or perhaps any experience much at rowing over the 2,000 metres in the single scull. They would have come through quad sculling, so they'd be familiar with sculling, obviously. But actually racing over the 2,000 metres, that's another thing entirely.
Well, Ada Dedic raced yesterday over 2,000 metres. She was part of the winning under-17 women's double scull, so clearly a very talented rower. She was there with Luscombe from Unley High, so Rachel Luscombe in lane number 8.
That's right. That was they did extremely well in both the heats and, of course, the win in the finals.
It was a very dominant win in the heats, so it's. I think we're looking at a potential star of the future here with Ada Dedic from Adelaide High. And as you say, Greg, what I really, really like is that it's just such a smooth... It feels like there's a lot more gears to go, but she's so far out in front already. That's
right, just smart rowing, really. It's the first 4 that go through to the final, so you don't need to push it too hard, but just some nice smooth rowing there, and it's good to see.
So we've got over on the far side, as mentioning Rachel Luscombe from Unley High. So she's sitting in second place at the moment, head of Layla Bryant from Loretto Marriottville. And then a couple of lanes across from her, it looks as though Keely Pitt from Unley High is sitting in 4th place. But we'll keep an eye out on her, and also Ella Davey from Murray Bridge as well. So they're our leading crews at the moment. Top 4 to go through to the final, with 5th and 6th to miss out. Ada Dedich from Adelaide High and Rachel Luscombe from Unley High, our 2 leading scullers. Both just starting to drop that rating down. They 2 of them combined well, as we said, in the under-17 women's double sculls yesterday, going through and taking the gold for their respective schools. And now it looks like we're in for a humdinger of a final a little bit later on today. So the under-17 women's final will be at 11:25. So it's one of the last races of the morning session.
So some of the scullers just starting to pick it up here. Just that last 250 metres, just giving that little bit of extra burst. We can see Layla Bryant from Regatta Marriottville in lane number 2, just sort of picking it up. And Ada now is just, I think she's just seen the field and decided, yeah, she's just going to give it a bit of a burst, so they're picking that up. It is worth noting that we have a headwind here, so it's coming in from the northeast. It's only just over 9 kilometres an hour, but it's a headwind nonetheless, and so you're pushing against that breeze, which tends to slow the run of the boat down.
It's a strong wind there for Ada Dedich from Adelaide High, and we're just seeing it was a big push there from Layla Bryan from Loretto Marriottville. She finished in 2nd place, ahead of Rachel Luscombe from Unley High, who just took the rating down right towards the end. Keely Pitt from Unley High will finish in 4th place, and then she's ahead of, it looks to be Ella Davey from Murray Bridge, back in 5th. So Ella, unfortunately, missing out, as will Clancy Absalon from Unley High as well. So that was the first heat of the under-17 women's singles sculls. We move on to the second heat, and again this event sponsored by Sportsmed. In lane number 2 from St Peter's Girls, we have Jemima Vicor Lamb. In lane 3 from Murray Bridge, Arabella Milne, coached by Ben Porte and Peter Newell. In lane 4 from Unley High, we have Margot Dornier, coached by Thomas Osborne and Miska van Warmello. In lane 5 from Walford Anglican, Lillian Wang. In lane 6 from Unley High, Lily O'Neill, coached by Thomas Osborne and Miska van Warmello. In lane 7 from Pembroke School, Beatrice Liu, coached by Sky Mumford. And in lane number 8, Loretto Marriotteville's Eugenie Anderson, coached by Dario Sportelli. And when I saw the name, I wasn't surprised to look up and see that Eugenie is leading.
Yes, some great rowing there from Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 8.
And one thing that's one of the things that's worthwhile mentioning is that sometimes you'll see crews sort of drop out the back, and I've been in this situation at national regattas, and it can get a little bit harder because the boat race officials have to follow the leading crews to make sure that they're going okay. And unfortunately, if you're way out the back, it can mean that you drop off a little bit further, because then you're dealing with some of the wash that comes through.
That's right. And in the single scull, dealing with that wash, it can be quite significant. It puts a roll on the boat, and so trying to row through that roll makes it very, very difficult. Unbalances the boat. It's very difficult to get even catches. If you're not careful, you can actually sort of catch a crab in this. So the conditions still pretty good, but this is northeasterly, so as I was saying before, it's both the headwind and it's pushing them sort of sideways. So in the single scull, they will have steering they've got to be thinking about. And what's happening here? I'm just noticing that the rating is really dropping down, and that might be because the first four crews are looking back and going, well, we don't need to see. You can see those first 4 crews together, just looking back at the 5th crew, going, well, we don't need to do too much.
I think that might actually be the crews getting ready for the start of the under-16 single sculls, because it's a 1,000-metre race. So I think that might actually be the under-16s that are on the screen at the moment, because I'm just having a look.
I'm looking at it going, it is a little bit, that looked to be an incredibly slow rating. I'm going, what's going on there?
So in the under-17 women's single sculls, so we've got Eugenie Anderson from Loretto Marriotteville.
Now we've got the right.
So she is coming up towards the finish line now. So she's sitting nicely in first place. couple of lanes across from her, so it looks to be... It's difficult at the moment, just with the glare that's coming off, to be able to see exactly, but it looks like Lily O'Neill from Unley High and Lillian Wang from Walford Anglican that are just coming up towards the finish line as well. So they're 2 and 3. And then the Pembroke sculler Beatrice Liu in lane number 7, looking like she's in 4th place. We're just seeing Eugenie Anderson. She'll cross the line in first for Loretto Marriotteville, so a great race from her. I'll be interested to see how she goes against Ada Dedic a little bit later on today. There's a bit of side-by-side racing going on here between Lily O'Neill.
There we can see the second and third coming through. They're just saying that...
Yeah, so Lily O'Neill from Unley High and Lillian Wang from Walford Anglican. I think Wang just finishing ahead of O'Neill there, so second and third there. And then it does look like it is going to be the Pembroke sculler in lane number 7. So all on the far side of the course are our rowers to go through to the final. Does look like the St Peter's Girls sculler. I haven't seen her at all, so that's Jemima Vicor Lamb. So she is... That's the sculler in lane number 2. So Beatrice Liu will cross over the line in just a few strokes. She'll finish in 4th place and go through to the final. And then we have Margot Dornier from Unley High and Arabella Milne from Murray Bridge. Our next 2 rowers to come through. So Arabella Milne from Murray Bridge, she'll finish in 5th place. And then Margot Dornier from Unley High will finish in 6th.
It's a bit hard to take much from that particular race, not least of which because of that slightly confusing imagery that we had earlier. But in the actual race, because it was so spread out, the first 4 crews would have known that they were comfortably going to be able to go through, and so under those circumstances, you can just drop back the rating and just take it relatively slow coming through. So hard to get a sense of the performance of those crews and their competitiveness for the final, because they, quite rightly, rode it very smart and just took it through to the line fairly easily there in race number 80.
So we are just waiting on the start now of race number 81. So that's the under-16 men's single sculls. We've got the top 2 to go through to the A final, with the 3rd and 4th to go through to the B final. So there you can see the rowers on the screen at the moment, just getting ready to make their start. So that was the one that was a little bit confusing earlier, but we've sorted that. Looks like we've only got the 5 scullers on the course at the moment. So we'll just have a quick check to see
what lanes they're in. It looks to be...
So no scratchings through at the moment.
Oh, look, and can you see, because now, you just noticed there, I think it's the Pulteney Grammar crew, Elu Kellison, was just having difficulty with that start. And that's because this is a 1,000-metre event, and 2,000-metre events you held, but for this event, you obviously have to line yourselves up. And it's not only getting your bow bores lined up, which the aligner will do for you, but as I was saying before, you've got that northeasterly, which is pulling the boat sideways, and so I think Eli had positioned his boat into the wind, but that means, and it's blowing you across into the buoys, very, very difficult. So that means for that start, it can be quite challenging. But he's picked up and really got back into the field here. The
battle for... It's going to be, well, we've got Will Miller from St Peter's College. He is flying off the line, and he
had
is
a great
looking
start,
very, very good in the middle of the course. Now, that battle for second place, we've got James Healy from Adelaide High. We've got Eli Kennison from Pulteney Grammar, who we mentioned. And then looking across a couple of lanes to William Baker from Pembroke School, also up there. So it's probably Baker just with his bow ball out in front. It does look like we're missing Noah Materney from Pembroke School in lane number 7. But it's top 2 to go through to the A final. It is either side. So William Baker on the left-hand side of the screen, James Healy on the right-hand side of the screen. We'll keep an eye out on those 2 rowers, because it certainly looks like Will Miller from St Peter's College flew off the line, and he was straight as an arrow.
That's right. It was a great start. He's got himself out well in front. So this is a dominant position where you can just look back at the field. He knows that he's at this stage be able to go through to the final. So he just has to hold those crews off. The battle really here is for the second position at the moment. Pembroke, I think it's Noah in lane number 7. who's in that second position. But the battle is, I think, for the second position to progress through to the final at the moment.
William Baker from Pembroke, and he's just stretching out a little bit of a lead now over James Healy from Adelaide High. So none of these crews are letting. I mean, even Will Miller from St Peters is still. He's got clear water over the first 700 metres or so, but he's not letting go at all. He's keeping that rating right up there. He's sitting in the 30s or so, and he's not dropping that one down. He's making sure that he sets a great time. William Baker from Pembroke Schools still sitting in second place, due to go through to the final ahead of James Healy from Adelaide High, Eli Kennison from Pulteney Grammar, and then Ethan Hoare from Murray Bridge.
That's right, and I think I was confused at the end with the Pembroke rower, because we may have had a scratching in lane number 7, the Pembroke School 6 from Noah Matern, because you're right, it's William Baker from Pembroke School. He's at Pembroke School number 2, designated rower, in lane number 6, who's out there challenging for that second position. But Will Miller rowing very, very well, confidently at the moment. A very strong send, so he's getting the blades in the water and driving it through in a very strong send. That's the final part of the stroke. So you can see he's getting a lot of leg drive there. And in fact, he's picking up, given how far in front of the field he is, he's decided that he's actually going to use this as a bit of a training run and really driving through in that last 250, extending his lead upon the field, even though he's be very, very confident of getting through to the final in this under-16 men's single scull. You can see him there on the screen, well in front of the field, keeping the rating up, getting that strong leg drive and send through the water.
So Will Miller from St Peters College will go through and take the win in the first heat of the under-16 men's single sculls. Joining him in the A final, it looks like it's going to be William Baker from Pembroke School. He'll finish in second place, a few boat lengths ahead of Adelaide High's James Healy, back in third, and then fourth place going to, it looks like it's going to be Ethan Hoare from Murray Bridge, and also, sorry, we've got Eli Kennison finishing in
there's a little battle here from
third
those two
place,
rows. And we've got a fast finish there from Adelaide High, James Healy in lane number 2.
So James Healy finishing in fourth place, and then Ethan Hoare. Great run from him. Unfortunately, not quite able to get over the line in time to be able to go through to the B final. So that was the first heat of the men's under-16 singles sculls. We are now on the speakers throughout the regatta course, and I'd like to acknowledge the land on which we meet and compete today, the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge that the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. We also pay respects to the cultural authority of Aboriginal people visiting and attending from other areas of South Australia and Australia. My name's Stuart John, and I'm joined by Greg Walters. Well, Greg Walters is about to go on. I'm about to step off. We've got Amber Halliday coming in to do the next couple of hours or so. So I'm going to duck out and have a coffee. And Greg, I will leave it with you as we get underway for the second heat of the men's under-16 single sculls.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And a lot of quality we saw in the earlier race number 81 in the under-16 men's single sculls. And this now is the second heat of the under-16 men's single sculls. Lane number 2, Pembroke School 1, Banjo Patterson, coached by Simon Lane and Nicholas Dawes. Lane number 3, Adelaide High 1, Kobe Keane. Lane 4, Torrens 2, Charles Roberts. Lane 5, St Peters College 4, Huxley Paps Burford. Lane 6, Pembroke School 5, Harry Fawcett, coached by Simon Lane and Nicholas Dawes. And Lane 7, Christian Brothers 2, Xavier Santafanti. And it's a very competitive field here at the moment, keeping in mind that only the first 2 progress through to the final, which is race number 102. And third and fourth go through to the B final. So the battle is on for those first 2 positions, and it does appear as though Adelaide High rower, that's Kobe Keane, doing very, very well in lane number 3 at the moment, out in front of the field.
It's good to be back here this morning, Greg, and thanks go to Joe Malcolm, who is responsible for the commentator-friendly hats that Adelaide High is wearing.
I think they're great, aren't they?
Oh, they're wonderful. I mean, until we get that overlay, I'm looking at the AV guys now, the overlay of lanes in the visuals, that's really appreciated.
That's
Also really like Scotch and Pembroke for their uniforms.
That's right. But look at that performance by Kobe Keane. Very strong finish here. Well out in front. He's just establishing his control over the field.
Making it look comfortable. I was told by Tori Toogood yesterday that you never say, oh, he's doing it easy. He's making it look easy.
Making it look easy,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, big difference. Well done.
Lane number 2, Pembroke School, Banjo Parkinson. Coming through now for the last 80 metres. He will go through to the final of the under-16 men's single scull. So there are first two final. The battle now is on for 3rd and 4th place, but I think both of those two scullers confident of going through. I think it looks to be Xavier Santafanti and lane number 7 coming down, and oh, that's right. That was a very close finish there.
Yeah, I think they were having a bit of a battle at the end there for pride, but top, what was it in this one? Top 4 through?
Top 4 through. So the first two through to the A final, and the next two, which was the battle we saw there,
both through to the B final.
Both through to the B final. That's right. So race number 102. Just looking up here on the program. So for those of you who want to schedule that, the final of the under-16 men's single scull will be race 102, and that is scheduled for 11:10. The B final is the race immediately prior to that, race at 101, and that is scheduled for 11:05. And under-16 men's single scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. We have in lane number 2, Nord International High, Diesel Heath. Lane 3, Pembroke School, Henry Reynolds. Lane 4, Unley High, Xavier Anders. Lane 5, St Peter's College 2, Jack Jamison. Lane 6, Nord International High, Philip Farkas. Lane 7, St Peter's College 5, Tyler Gow. And lane 8, Adelaide High for Sebastian Sipek.
With the first 2 going through to the A final and 3 and 4 going through to the B final.
That's right. So
it's actually quite a tight race,
isn't it? It is a tight race, that's right. Very competitive at the moment. It looks to be Unley High, Xavier Anders. Have we got that right?
Oh, don't ask me. It's
a bit hard to tell with the glare that we've got here on the screen. Oh, first 2 having come through, and the battle, so it's clear. Crossing the line now. So certainly the last rower to go through in race number 83 was the Adelaide High rower, Sebastian Sipek. But with this glare on the water at the moment, difficult to identify the individual rowers themselves. So we'll have to refer you to Rowing Manager. All of the results, as they are posted, the official results go up on South Australia's Rowing Manager, and you can see all of those results live.
Is it pretty instantaneous these days, Greg?
Felica, it does require, well, what has to happen is
they've got to be certified.
They become certified first, and then once they're certified, they then get passed on to Rowing South Australia.
So there might be a slight delay in between the live stream and what comes up on Rowing Manager.
That's right. And sometimes it can be a couple of races before they'll have the provisional results, and then they make them official.
And that's just our bros doing a good job. Our bros being our boat race officials, doing a great job at this.
Look at that. That's Tully Redmond on the screen there at the moment, and lane number 7. So this is race number 84, the under-16 men's single sculls, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Lane number 2, St Peter's College 3, is Eastern Paps Burford. Lane 3 is Pulteney Grammar 2, Jordan Bollinger, coached by Jacob McGinley. Lane 4, Christian Brothers 1, Reese Adano. Lane 5, Adelaide High 2, Oliver Johnson. We've got a scratching in lane number 6. And lane number 7, as we saw before on the screen, Torrens 1 crew of Tully Redmond. So the Adelaide High crew rower Oliver Johnson in lane number 5, leading the field at the moment over lane number 2, St Peter's College 3, Eastern Paps Burford. You can see on your screen there. And then the next 2 positions, I'm just looking out in the fields to make sure that we've got the whole. That's right. So we've got the, you can see the first 2 leaders. Here we've got Oliver Johnson. And yes, in second place is the St Peter's College rower, Eastern Paps Burford in lane number 2. But it's between lane number 3 and lane number 7 is that battle for the next 2 positions.
Quite a commanding lead going on here, and races over 1,000 metres. So this is sort of the just past the middle point of the race, and it's where it really starts to hurt. But at the rocks, you'll see crews start to wind for the line. About 30 strokes to go at the rocks. How many times have I counted that down?
That's right. And particularly in the single scull, we've got a side breeze. It's a headwind, which makes progress a bit harder, but it's also got that side breeze, which means that as they come through the open water, which they have been going through over the last 200 metres, and our leading rower from Adelaide High, Oliver Johnson, will be, as I say, coming down to the rocks. Once you've got down to the rocks, or the last 250, you start to enter some slightly more sheltered water, but it can be quite disruptive when you're in that open water, particularly in the small boats. When you've got that side breeze, it can toss you around a bit, and you've just got to be very careful. But Oliver's doing very, very well at the moment. Handled the conditions extremely well, driving through that headwind in lane number 5, and I think it is still lane number 2, Eastern Paps Burford from St Peter's College in lane number 2 has got that second position. You can see that headwind is driving into those boats, so they're not getting quite as much run. But all the rowers now just picked it up for the last 250 to sort of push through. Eastern will be able to see across on his left-hand side the rower from Pulteney Grammar, Jordan Bollinger, who's lifted the rating as well. He's got to be able to... Jordan's got to be able to catch Eastern to get into that second position, go through to the final. He's doing well. He's really racing through to the line. It's a strong win now to Adelaide High, Oliver Johnson, but it's that second position. I think it's going to be held off by Eastern Paps Burford. He's just been able to hold off the challenge from Jason Bollinger.
And he's done that not with the highest rating in the world as well. So pretty clear second. Top 2 go through to the A final. Next 2 through to the B final.
B final, that's correct. So this concludes race number 84, the under-16 men's single sculls heat number 4. This brings us to race number 85, also over 1,000 metres. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad sculls. So for those not familiar with that language, what it means is obviously Year 9 schoolgirls. Coxed means there is a coxswain in the boat. That's the person who's steering. Quad sculls, 4 rowers and they're sculling. And we have, I'm just looking to see how many heats we've got here in this event. 4 heats, which means that the first 2 rowers go through to the A final, which is race 104, and the next 2 rowers go through to the B final, race 103, with the remainder eliminated.
Yeah, and these Year 9 races are the ones that you look to sort of judge how a school is going to go in the next few years, because these are the foundational rowers. If you have a really strong squad in Year 9 and you're able to retain them right through to seniors, then you're looking at a really strong senior 8. Yeah,
that's very true. That form does flow through. It is worth noting that in the schoolgirl Year 9s, you do have a even at that early stage, a variety of levels of experience. So some of them may have started early in the program. Some schools do intros in Year 6, and then they actually start doing the actual rowing in Year 7. So they may have had that year of sort of training, learn to row on the Torrens sort of thing in year 7. Had a bit of experience and maybe some racing in year 8 and then coming on to year 9. Others, however, of course, may have just, particularly if it's a private school, may have come in year 7 or 8. And so this may be one of their early rowing experiences. So not all of the rowers at this stage have necessarily got the same levels of experience. But you're quite right. It's a good indicator of the strength of the program, both the quality of the rowers, but also the depth. Like I look here in this race, and we've got the Loretto Marriottville crew number 4 in lane number 1, and the Seymour College number 5 crew in lane number 4, and the St Peter's Girls 7 crew in lane number 7. So I mean that's right. That indicates if you've got enough to be able to field 7 schoolgirl crews, that says a lot for the depth of your program. But let's call out who we've got. Lane number 1, Loretto Marriottville 4, Elsa Mary Kefalanius, Abby Bates, Polly Swain, Hazel Gravelock, Mia Frierson-Leah as the cox, coached by Madison Johansen, and Amy McLaughlin. Lane number 2, Wilderness School 3, Zoe Chappell, Evie Murray Hewison, Olivia Gentle, Emma Gatt, Adelaide Grosser as the cox. Lane number 3, St Peter's Girls 3, Chloe Lee, Emily Ebert, Anisha Pauja, Evangeline Cowie, Zoe Curtis as the cox. Lane number 4, Seymour College 5, Annabelle Case, Willa Hockley, Isabel McLay, Ruby Janch, Ophelia Crouch as the cox. Lane number 5, Seymour College 1, Lily Bickle, Matilda George, Abby Bishop, Bella Damasi, Olivia Ceravolo as the cox, coached by Grace Foster. Lane number 6, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Ivy Dowd, Nisha McGibbon, Quinky Blau Robinson, Holly Harvey and Aubrey Chahabria as the cox. And lane number 7, St Peter's Girls 7, Ali Chung, Yolanda Wang, Mia Wen, Jessie Ying, Nicole Hay as the cox. And lane 8, Pulteney Grammar, Celeste Williams, Anastasia Caponiris, Ava Liversley, Freya Hall, Zara Edwards as the cox, coached by Lucy Sippelt and Hannah Meltzer.
And the live stream just showing them lining up at the moment. I think the bros have it all in hand, sort of getting them...
boat race officials.
Boat race official, not the tech bros.
No, that's right.
They're lining them up way before the line and just tapping them up. And I think it's a coxswain's real time to shine here, because if they, especially with this light crosswind, if they come over to the upwind side of the lane,
which is the right-hand side of the screen as people are looking at it.
Yeah, they anticipate that when they're stopped, ready to go, the rowers are at the catch, they're really limited in what they can do. So they need to be in a position that sort of blows them into the correct position by the time the flag goes down.
That's correct. So we've got a northeasterly, which means it's blowing against the rowers, so from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen. So it's acting as extra resistance, but importantly, to your point, we've got that cross breeze. So it's going from, well, here we go, seeing the lineup. So they're not quite lined up there, but it's blowing them across into the buoys. You can see how they're getting closer and closer into the buoys. So the longer that it takes for them to line up, the closer they will get into those buoys. And of course, once you've started and your oars are hitting the buoys, it can be quite disruptive, and one of your oars can catch, etc. So this is quite tricky for these 1,000-metre events. You really want to be able to get lined up as quickly as possible, otherwise the coxswains have got that problem of their boats blowing across into the buoys.
It is a real skill at the 1,000-metre and 1,500-metre starts. Of course, at the 2K we have the beautiful fixed pontoon these days at West Lakes, so very pleasing to see that. That makes life a lot easier for the rowers. And even at the top level, you've got the bow cup that sort of comes up and holds the bow in place. So there's very little adjustment that you have to do at the top level. It's these guys who have it hardest.
That's right. So it looks as though lane number 3, the St Peter's Girls 3 crew, probably needs to tap up a little bit to get them lined up. And of course, nobody can start until they're all lined up. Otherwise, if you're not lined up properly, you just get an unfair advantage, or disadvantage in the case of what we're looking at here with lane number 3. So they'll just be asked to tap up. Generally, it's the top 2, so that's the rowers at the bow end of the boat. Well, I think they're having some problems there getting them lined up. So really, it's just holding them up, and it goes to the point now they'll be having concerns about being blown across into the buoys. So they've really got, the liners have really got to get them, getting that lane number 3.
And but I'd be banking, we're already 5 minutes behind schedule, so I would just say they're going to call it.
Yeah, well, look, they're probably close enough now. But it can make, you can see that they're not perfectly aligned at the moment, but sometimes you just got to go.
The bows look pretty lined up, the sterns don't look lined up, they're due to the different lengths of the boat.
You're right, it could be that too. What's important is not that the sterns are lined up, but the bow balls are. Oh, we've got a problem there in lane number 3, so they've had a crab or some such, maybe they got caught in the buoys.
Maybe.
And they'll, and they will have to restart.
Recover and get
back into the boat, get back into the race. So yes, that problem with the St Peter's Girls 3 crew in lane number 3, but otherwise the rest of the crews are off, and it looks as though it is the. Let me just have a look here. 1, 2, 3. The crew in lane number 5, the Seymour College 1 crew of Lily Bickle, Matilda George, Abby Bishop, Bella Damasi, and Olivia Ceravello as the cox, who seem to be just leading the field at the moment though, but close on their heels in lane number 6 is the Scotch College Adelaide crew of Ivy Dowd, Nisha McGibbon, Quickie Blaug Robinson, Holly Harvey, and Audra Shahabri as the cox. They seem to be the 2 leaders at the moment, but look across for the Loretto Marriotteville crew. A little bit back further, look to be in sort of 4th place, so it looks to be at the moment Seymour College in lane number 5, to Scotch College Adelaide in lane number 6, then back to St Peter's Girls number 7, which is pretty good if that's their 7th crew, and then across to Loretto Marriotteville 4 crew in lane number 1. But keep in mind, it is just the first 2 crews that go through to the final at the moment. So Seymour College 1 leading the field at the moment, back to the Scotch College Adelaide crew. The question, and so at this stage, those are the 2 crews that are going to go forward. So who can challenge the Scotch College crew?
We've had a bit of a wreck in 3rd place, which is, who is that?
Yes, that's the
St
Peter's
back up
back
and
into
going.
it.
Yeah,
St.
they
Peter's
were
Girls
putting the pressure on the top 2, and really in this first 2 through format, it's the 3rd place that is going to determine how hard the top 2 have to work.
That's correct.
But also there's another consideration being 3rd and 4th place going through to the B final, which is its own.
That's right.
Another race for the day.
You do want to make sure that you get through to the B final. But
Yeah.
I'm just looking across here. We got just with our parallax, I wouldn't be riding off the Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane number 1.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, at the moment, clearly it's Seymour College 1 out in front. And then if we can get it's a bit hard to tell from this view, but I think it's still Scotch College in 2nd position, and then it could be Loretto Marriotteville 4 in lane number 1 across there to the St Peter's Girls crew in lane number 7. But we've come to what we call the rocks, the 250 metre. It's clearly the Seymour College 1 crew in lane 5 leading this Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Scull heat number 1.
And they're leading and pulling away because they're holding their form as they come into the final stages of the race. In the other boats, we might just see a bit of messiness coming into it, but Seymour are really holding their form.
That's right. So there's a battle then between Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 4 and Scotch College Adelaide lane number 6. I think Scotch have got the lead at the moment over Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 4. That's the Scotch College Adelaide 1 crew over the Loretto Marriotteville 4 crew. But as we say that, it's the Seymour College crew rowing well, rowing consistently, and they will cross the line first. It is the Scotch College Adelaide crew in lane number 6 coming down to the line now. in second, and the battle is right on now between St Peter's Girls and Loretto Marriedville. Loretto have lifted, and I think they've got the lead at the moment. They've come forward, and they will cross the line in third with St Peter's Girls 7. Well done for if that actually is their 7th crew. Crossing through, so first and second through to the A final, which is race 104, and third and fourth through to the B final, race 103.
And it looks like Wildy crossing the line in, what are we up to, 5th, and another Seymour crew. Do we have another Seymour crew? You turned the page already.
Sorry, I apologise.
No.
Seymour College, so yes, the Seymour College 5 crew in lane number 4.
That's incredible.
Yeah, there's a bit of depth there.
The depth, yep.
7 from St Peter's, 5 Seymour College, 4 Loretto Marriedville. We just have a look at the later ones here, and yes, that's about right. So a lot of depth, and the fact is we've got 4 heats, so that also says something to the size of the field. It's a great indicator for the future of the competition.
And it's a really good chance for a few of the number 2, number 3, number 4 crews to take it to the number 1 crews of all the schools and give them a good scare.
Yeah, that's right, because this is a little different from what we have with the normal schools competition, in that in the schools competition the A crews, they call them the A crews row against the B crews row, whereas here you're all together. So whether you're an A or the 1 crew or the 5th crew, you're all rowing in the same heats against one another, so you can really test yourselves out. I'm going to hand over. I'll just leave at the moment to take on a few duties, and I also have to get out in the water myself. So I'll leave.
Oh, well, good luck. Am I commentating your race? I'll have to talk you up.
Oh, no, that's right. Don't mention it. I enjoy the single scull, but it's quite a challenging row. So
And we have Stuart John joining us, and hopefully he'll tackle all the name reading, the reading of the names in the crews that I shy away from.
Okay, and Stuart, over to you.
Thank you to Greg for his commentary over the morning. Amber, good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to see you've got your coffee from the Ore Cafe. You're ready to go, caffeinated sufficiently.
It might be my second one. It's, a lifetime of working as a journalist and in hospitality has given me an ability to consume caffeine like it's going out of fashion. It's a fascinating race we've got here. Heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad sculls, as we just see the crew from Scotch in there. It's top 2 to go through to the A final. And I'm not sure I could actually pick who's going to be going through here. So we've got from right to left, Seymour College, St Peter's Girls 5, St Peter's Girls 1, Scotch College, and then looks like we've got a scratching from Pembroke School in lane number 6, and then Walford Anglican and Loretto Marriedville. So our crew out in the lead at the moment look to be St Peter's Girls in lane number 3, so third from your right. That's the crew of Eliza Phillips, Ruby Pahuja, Sasha Connor, Natalia Quinn and Victoria He. And then in behind them, perhaps it is the Scotch College 2 crew of Olivia Loftus, Jessica Tonkin, Miller Skeets, Charlotte Smith and Chloe Niederer. Over on the far side of the course, we've got the crew from Seymour College. That's Millie Karunas, Poppy McLaughlin, Asha Roworth, Nicoletta Falavine and Camille Halliwell. And then next to them in lane number 3, St Peter's Girls, Elizabeth Layton, Winter Nasaris, Alice Richards, Georgia Baghurst and Alexandra Ter. On the far side of the course, in lane number 8, Loretto Marriedville, Violet Reid, Emily Rahali, Erin Reeves, Willow Sawyer, April Frieda is their coxswain, coached by Alex Lee and Dario Sportelli, and then Walford Anglican, Abby Smith, Nina Griffiths, Lucinda Wiles, Eve Goodger, and Chloe Moo is their coxswain. So it's top 2 to go through to the A final, 3rd and 4th to go through to the B final. Certainly St Peter's Girls looking very comfortable, Amber, out in front, but I don't know who's going to 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
Well, you know, a 1,000-metre race, we're coming up to the rocks now. It's, I don't know, I'm a bit shy now to make a call. I think the leaders are certainly keeping a high rate. So they're not comfortably in front or settling or conserving energy, they're going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. St Peter's Girls holding on to that lead. Over on the far side, Loretto Marriotteville 3 are looking quite good. They're potentially in second place with their bow ball out in front of Scotch College. But it'll be interesting as they get closer to us and the parallax era goes away. One of them will go through to the B final. Then who will join them in the B final? We've got Seymour College and St Peter's Girls 5 in lanes 2 and 3. And then over on the far side, Walford Anglican 2. Also not out of the running, although they are just getting dropped a little bit perhaps. The only one we can confirm, St Peter's Girls 1 in lane number 4. They're looking really comfortable out in front.
It's heating up for a second place though. That second place in the A final between Scotch and
Loretto Marriotteville.
Loretto on the far side.
And then in that one for the 4th place, it looks like Seymour College 4 are just getting their bow balls out in front, putting on the big sprint. They're in now to the Red Boys, all of our crews. Our leading crew from St Peter's Girls have been in there for the entire race. They've led well and truly, and they'll be very difficult to beat come the final. So it will be a win for St Peter's Girls in lane number 4. Then in the battle for second place, who have we got? It's Loretto Marriotteville up against Scotch College Adelaide. Loretto holding on to a half a boat length lead at the moment. They've got about 20 metres or so left to go, and it does look like they're going to hold on to that second place. So Loretto Marriotteville finishing in second. Scotch College will go through to the B final. Joining them in the B final by half a boat length will be Seymour College 4, just holding on to that lead over St Peter's Girls 5. A brave row from them in 5th place. And then back a little bit further, it's to the Walford Anglican crew in lane number 7. Nice little race, that one.
Yeah.
Come back in and there's a tight race to start with.
With the young crews, especially in this last 100 metres, you might see a bit of the pressure coming on and getting too much for the rowers, and you might start to see a few mistakes, which is understandable. And part of the skill of bringing a race home under pressure is keeping your head and keeping your technique and just staying out of trouble. So that is what we're going to be looking for in this race. Who's going to keep their head in the last 100 metres?
So we've got a full fleet of 7 crews in this race. So it's heat number 3, and again, top 2 through to the final, then 3rd and 4th through to the B final. Lane 2 from St Peter's Girls, we have Mika Valmorbida, Kayla Medafint, Willow Chong, Lucy Robertson, Lily Sheehan. In lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, Rose Pizzetta, Charlotte DeGiorgi, Eva Sarunic, Georgina Orkin and Matilda Carney, coached by Amy McLaughlin and Madison Johansson. You can see our crews there getting ready. It's a tension when you're at the line. With
it still makes my heart rate rise a little bit.
In lane number 4, we've got Seymour College, Ruxi Zhu, Millie McClure, Nina Ganley, Sophie Burrows, Adelaide Bradley, coached by Zali Grudnoff. In lane number 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Lily O'Brien, India Siddell, Lou Bauman, Zoe Reed and Eva Kleinig is the coxswain, coached by Imogen Smith and Dario Sportelli. In lane 6 from the Wilderness School, Evie Flowers, Imogen McLeod, Georgia Gibson, Sienna Parker and Tia Michelaros. In lane 7 from Scotch College, Violet Colgrave, Sunny Wang, Chloe Niedera, Holly Harvey and Grace Brumby is their coxswain. And lane 8 from Walford Anglican, we have Seppo Simasiku, Ellie Bass, Mia Karubas, Grace Appleford and Indigo Roberts is their coxswain. And they are now all underway here. So it's heat number 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. All our crews off nice and cleanly. And you can see there's not a lot, nobody really getting out like they've been fired out of a rocket through those early stages. Amber, we know that you can't win a race in the opening few strokes, but you can certainly lose one if you don't have that initial... It's hard to make up ground when you can't see where the opposition is.
Absolutely, and it's sort of counterintuitive that for the first stroke of the race, you don't put 100% in. It's a real squeeze. You've got to transition the boat speed up, and that requires you can't put the hammer down from the very first stroke because it'll just waste your energy. So I think I saw a bit of that. We're seeing a few crews sort of show their put their bows out in front now.
Yeah, Walford Anglican in lane number 8, looking comfortable. They've got, I can't say comfortable because Tori will come and
Tori will have you.
Smack me on the shoulder again.
You know, you can make it look comfortable, but they're never going to be comfortable.
Well, they are out in front at the moment. We're seeing a great view there of that crew from Walford Anglican. So they've got a boat length lead. A couple of lanes across from them. We've got the Wilderness School sitting in second place, and then the St Peter's crew over on the far side of the course also going for that second place. So through the early stages, and again, we do see it sometimes where crews can get themselves overexcited, I guess, through the early stages, and they use up all that energy through the first, 500, or if it's 2K race, through the first 1,000 metres. You have to try and maintain contact, because if they do tend to drop off, then that's the opportunity to be able to jump in.
I used to find it really easy up until about 45 seconds. 45 seconds in is when you change from your anaerobic system to your aerobic system. And that's the transition that you really need to be prepared for, to manage, to maybe use a few technical pushes to get through and make sure you're in a mid-race rhythm, lots of length, and still hammering the legs. 45 seconds in a quad would take you, about 250 metres, bit less?
I think that's what I need when I'm in the single, because about 45 seconds in is not, I'm feeling really good, and now it's rubbish.
Yeah. No, I feel the same way. I've always felt the same way, that 45 seconds is one of the hardest parts of the race when your systems change over. And so, I don't know, if you have some strategies to manage yourself through that and to come into a mid-race rhythm that is the right pace, you could be undercooked, you could be overcooked. And so it's part of the skill of rowing, especially over 2Ks. But these guys, they're learning over 1,000 metres, and they're coming up to the 250 metre mark.
It is the Walford Anglican crew of Simasiku, Bass, Carubus, Appleford and Roberts have a commanding lead. Let's use that verb instead of comfortable, but they are looking very nice out in front. Wilderness School sitting in second place. That's Flowers, McLeod, Gibson, Parker and Michelaros. And then they've got a couple of boat lengths ahead of, there's a couple of chasing crews. So we've got the one from Seymour College in lane number 4, and then across from them, St Peter's Girls in lane number 2. So our top 4 looking like they are set in stone. We've got 3 that are just dropping off the pace a little bit. So that's Scotch College in lane number 7, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5, and Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3. Out in front, though, this has been a dominant race here from Walford Anglican. Took them a couple of strokes just to get out in front, but once they did, they have not let it go. So Walford Anglican go through to the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. Joining them will be the crew from the Wilderness School. Then in the battle for 3rd and 4th, there's not a lot to pick between these two crews. In fact, it was a big finish coming up there, and I think it's just going to be Seymour College over St Peter's Girls, but it would have been about the width of the bow ball between the two of them. They'll both go through to the B final, though, so we'll keep an eye out on that race a little bit later on. And then our crew's coming across the line now, so we've got Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 2. That's O'Brien, Siddell, Bowman, Reed and Kleinig. They're just coming across the line now. They'll finish in 5th place. Coming through in 6th will be Scotch College in lane number 7, and then Loretto Marriotteville, Pizzetta, DeGiorgi, Sarunic, Orkin and Carney finishing back in 7th place.
Do you reckon the wind has dropped? I'm seeing a bit more glass over in the last 100 metres, especially on that far side, and then you can still see a bit of breeze coming through the open water just after the hotel. So, but there's not much in it. You know, I wouldn't feel super disadvantaged if I was in lane 1.
No, and I think whether or not, it looks like it's just moved into a westerly, so I wonder whether or not it's just that little bit more protected as well. So the wind changing direction a bit. Was supposed to be a southerly, which I think everyone would have been extremely happy with. That nice little tail breeze to push you along. But yeah, just a little bit of a cross breeze. We can see here heat number 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls. And the crew from Loretto Marriotteville just getting themselves ready to go. So again, when you've got that cross breeze, you're trying to balance yourself out. It can just be a little bit tricky. And also for the starters, trying to make sure that everyone's all aligned. In lane number 2 from Norwood International High, we have Audrey Shepherd, Lucia Reed, Lucy Mitchell, Anna Alishina and Lucy Phillips as their coxswain. Lane 3 from Seymour College as they get underway. Lane 3 from Seymour College, that's the 3 crew of Alice Howard, Poppy Neal, Ayla Walker, Lucy Atkins and Gigi Loveday, coached by Ella McKay. In lane 4 from Walford Anglican, Indy Sully, Freya Jagiello, Grace Skeen, Charlie Brown and Alexandra Trong. In lane 5 from the Wilderness School, Imogen McLeod, Scarlett Cooper, Poppy Detmold Cox, Ellie Nichols and Dora Chen is their coxswain. Lane 6 from St Peter's Girls, Ava Bembridge, Charlotte de Blasio, Juliet Tang, Lily Cook and Rachel Jakes. In lane 7 from St Peter's, the 6 crew of Francesca Siegli, Valencia Capobianco, Christine Zhang, Bessie Kennett and Sophie Edwards. And lane 8 from Loretto Marriottville, Amelia Viscarelio, Natalie Bayliss, Marnie Sherwell, Beatrice Mazzini and Millicent Lyons is their cox, and they're coached by Dario Sportelli. You can see them up on the screen at the moment, looking very comfortable there, Amber. Oh, they're not comfortable. They're looking very good technically.
Yes, and there were some great names in there. Valencia Capobianco, I love it. But thank God you're reading them out because I would just butcher them. I'm here to talk rowing. Doesn't matter who's rowing to me. I'm liking this rowing from, this is Loretto.
Yeah, Loretto Marriottville, lane number 8.
Really clear on the screen here. They're, just like, if I was their coach, I'd say, heads in the boat, girls. But that's the trade-off you get with a bow coxed boat is sometimes that cuts down the visibility from the coxswain, and the coxswain can't relay where you are in the race back to the girls. And being on an outside lane is also a little bit difficult for visibility. What they should do is just take a few more lengths out in front, and then they'll be able to see everyone behind. They won't have to turn their heads.
Well, the main challenge to them at the moment is that St Peter's Girls crew in lane number 6. So you can see them a couple across, and again, another one that's looking technically quite nice. And then that battle for 3rd and 4th, those crews in the middle, Wilderness School, Walford Anglican and Seymour College, all going for that 3rd and 4th position, with the other 2 crews from St Peter's Girls in lane number 7 and Norwood International High just a couple of boat lengths off the pace at the moment as they come up towards the rocks. So with about 250 metres left to go, it's Loretto Marriottville who have the lead ahead of St Peter's Girls. And then it looks to be the Seymour College crew in lane number 3, potentially with their bow ball just out in front of Walford Anglican and Wilderness School. There are 3 crews all within a boat length of each other, and only 2 of them get to go through to the B finals. So they'll all be, the coxswains will be swinging their head around like it's on a ball bearing joint, and trying to keep an eye out and encourage the crews as much as possible. And it is interesting because you talk about the bow loader, the stern loader, talking to the Australian coxswains, Hayley Verbunt and Nick Dunlop a few months ago, and they were saying, you know, you've really got to know your craft if you're in a bow coxed boat.
Bow loaded, Sam, makes it sound. Anyway, we won't go there. I noticed that my glassy water on the far side has disappeared, so Loretto will have to keep working hard. They will not necessarily get a boost from a lack of a head crosswind. I think it's pretty fair across all lanes here, but Loretto holding their form well into the final few strokes of this race.
So Loretto Marriottville in lane number 8, they'll go through and take the heat win in heat number 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad sculls. St Peter's Girls too will join them in the final. They only finished a boat length back in 2nd place. Now for 3rd and 4th in the position in the B final. We've got 2 crews next door to each other, Walford Anglican and Wilderness, and it looks like Seymour College might just be dropping off the pace. It's about a boat length back, but you don't want to mess up over these last few strokes. It's been a big push here from Walford Anglican. They'll finish in 3rd. Wilderness School will finish in 4th, and Seymour College back in 5th place ahead of Norwood International High, coming through in 6th, and then St Peter's Girls 6 over in lane number 7 will finish in 7th. So a great bit of side-by-side racing there between Seymour College 3, Walford Anglican 3 and Wilderness School 2. So Loretto Marriotteville and St Peter's Girls 2 will go through to the A final. Walford Anglican 3 and Wilderness 2 going through to the B final. And we've just got a slight break in the program, so our next race is at 9:40, although we are running just a little ways behind, so
I'll give them a good chance to catch up. Perfect.
It will give them just that opportunity to get in there. So moving on to the Masters Mixed Double Sculls. So there's always some interesting racing going on here. In lane number 1 from Goolwa, we have Simon Burr and Kate Tebnev, and they're off a 44-second delayed start. In lane 2 from Murray Bridge, Alice Beckhoff and Shane Masters off a 48-second delayed start.
Oh, that's a good name, Masters.
It's a very appropriate name. You can see them underway here. The crew from Goolwa out in the lead, and we'll explain why in a moment. Torrens, Gina Bell and Kevin Tankard, they're off a 40-second delayed start. Goolwa, Diana Tebnev and David England. They're our crew in the lead on the screen. They're off go because they are an I category crew. They have an average age of 76 and a half.
Wow.
It's really easy to do the averages in a double. Torrens, Rob Ellis and Simone Ellis, they're off 34 seconds. Adelaide's Mitchell Oliver and Rhiannon Sandow, they're off 52 seconds. It's a B category crew, so they're a bit younger. Pembroke Masters and Phoenix, Philip Gebhard and Joe Bills are off 16 seconds. And then Murray Bridges, Julia Llewellyn and Ben Porte off 40 seconds. So you can see on the screen there, so the Pembroke Masters Phoenix composite, they've now moved ahead of that Goolwa crew by the looks of things. No, that is the Torrens crew in lane number 5. So the Goolwa crew are off the screen at the moment, so they are still holding on to a comfortable lead. Torrens are sitting in second place, and then we've got the crew from Pembroke Masters and Phoenix sitting in third. So they were off 16 seconds. So Rob and Simone Ellis have already made up that gap over the Pembroke Masters crew. And now you can see the crew from Goolwa of Tebnev and England. And Torrens are absolutely flying at the moment. They're just walking past that Goolwa crew at the moment. They are a few years younger, but they're certainly looking very comfortable.
That's a saying, isn't it, these days? Tori Toogood, massive source of intelligence yesterday, saying how she had she was exposed to a bit of younger coxing lately, and they quite often make the call of, and we're walking past this crew, as she said, it didn't do it for her. I think it seems to be that it's just an avoidance of not acknowledging the effort and the pain that rowers are in certain positions in the race. You're never walking, you're never comfortable. You could be commanding though. You've got a commanding lead. You're making it look easy. It's never easy.
No, that's exactly it. It's always instructive at World Championships and at National Championships when you see the rowers off the water who look like they're comfortable, and then they come off and you see the pain face and go, oh yeah, no, that looks...
That really hurt them, didn't it? Yeah.
Particularly in Shanghai last year, where the temperatures were about 30 odd degrees and 1,000% humidity. Even my hair went frizzy on that one. But our crew from Torrens, Ellis and Ellis, Rob and Simone, are out in front, and they have themselves a very nice Clearwater lead. And then next to them, we've got the crew from Goolwa still sitting in second place. The other crews are starting to make up a bit of ground. We saw yesterday, I think it was the Men's Masters 8s, where all three crews, different age categories, all finished within about a second of each other. And it was really where you have equally matched crews in Masters races, it can get very, very exciting as they all come down towards the finish and as they all start to catch up to each other. Torrens still holding on to that lead, and in fact it's the other Torrens crew there of Bell and Tankard who are starting to make up a bit of ground on Ellis and Ellis. So the two Torrens crews looking good for a 1 and 2. I don't think, in fact, Bell and Tankard still a bit too much to make up on Rob and Simone. So it is going to be Rob and Simone Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club who'll take out the Mixed Masters Double Sculls, and it'll be a Torrens 1 and 2 as Gina Bell and Kevin Tankard go through and finish in second place. Coming up behind them, let's have a look, and it does look like it will be the crew from Goolwa will finish in third place, so that's Simon Burr and Kate Tebnev. And then a nice battle going on over on the far side of the course. between our crews from Adelaide and Pembroke Masters Composite, and it will be the Pembroke Masters Composite who'll finish just ahead of the Adelaide crew in 5th place, and then we'll go back to the Goolwa crew who will come through in 6th, head of the crews from Murray Bridge, just coming across the line now.
And what do you think? I saw mostly the females in the stroke seat of this mixed double. Is there a particular thinking behind that? Do the females always go in the stroke seat? Do they sometimes go in the bow seat? What?
Well, I think I know at the para category that a lot of the times you'll have the males sitting in the stroke seat. I think when we had Jed and Nikki win gold at the Paralympics, Jed was in the stroke seat of that one. Sam Stunnell was in the stroke seat last year at the World Championships with Lisa Greisel. It's a really interesting one to know because, I mean, generally speaking, the male will be a little bit taller, so whether or not being in the bow seat...
I was going to say, I shouldn't have immediately gone to the gender. It's about the body shape and the height, and that's how it was matching up a women's lightweight double scull, for example.
Yeah, so I know when I race my normal double at ANU, being a short bloke, Rebecca Jones goes into the stroke seat because, number one, she's a fantastic rower, and number two, she's also about 3 or 4 inches taller. So it's an interesting one.
But who rows longer? That's the other question.
Probably her.
Because usually you would think that the taller rower has more reach, but sometimes that's not always the way. Like I guess I was on the shorter side when I was rowing in the lightweight category, and I always made sure I squeezed out everything I could in length, and that showed up on the biomechanics that I was rowing quite long despite my height. So we shouldn't ride off the shorties out there. All power to you.
So for getting that extra length as a shorter rower, and I'm definitely not taking notes here, but is it about things like getting your bottom up to your ankles when you come up towards the catch, making sure that that you're flexible enough to get that compression in as much as possible. Yeah. But then also, I know one of the things that I get pulled up on as also a short person is trying to lean too far back, because you can overdo it when you get back to the finish, and if you're leaning too far back, then you're wasting energy trying to get forwards, and you're not getting anything extra from the stroke by leaning too far backwards as well.
Yeah, certainly you need to be in strong positions at each at the front of the stroke and the back of the stroke. You're making a shape that's nice and strong, and I guess maximising that length and matching up with your crewmate. So what are we looking at here? We're at 2,000 metres, the under 17 men's double scull, sponsored by Fulham Funerals.
Yeah, so they are now underway. So it's the first heat of the men's under 17 doubles, and it does look like we're missing a crew in lane number 6. So in lane number 2 from Pembroke School, we have Aaron Soy and Jack Peasley. In lane 3 from Pulteney Grammar, Eli Kennison and Xavier Lee, coached by Brooklyn Selway and Darren Potts. Lane 4 from Adelaide High, Jonathan Frank and Andreas Blefari. In lane 5 from Christian Brothers, Eric Shen and Harsimran Gill. And then in lane number 7, St Peter's College of Maid Slet and Archer Buick. So a few of these rowers already have made a couple of trips down the course. Certainly we saw Eli Kennison rowing a little bit earlier on today in the single scull. I think he was in the under 16 single scull. It looks to be our crew from Adelaide High, Jonathan Frank and Andreas Blefari. And that very distinctive bright cap they have at Adelaide High. It makes it very good to be able to pick it out.
Yeah, if only the other schools would get on board and just decide on a brightly coloured cap that suits their colours, their school colours, that would make our life a lot easier.
So Adelaide High with that strong lead at the moment. And then they're ahead of... So it's top 4 to go through to the final. So it's only the one crew that's going to miss out here. So we'll keep an eye out on the back. Adelaide High with the lead ahead of Christian Brothers and Pulteney Grammar. So it's a nice little arrow coming down the course there. And if we'll keep an eye out on St Peter's College, Slet and Buick over on the far side of the course as well. So at the top left-hand side of the screen, you can see the BR rowboat. So they'll be following close behind that St Peter's College crew. And then we'll keep an eye out as well for Soy and Peasley from Pembroke School, just to see where they're sitting at the moment as well.
And this is one of those races where it's a don't be last situation, but obviously the higher you come in the rankings, the better lane you get in the final. And on a day like today, I mean, it is a slight cross breeze. It is slight at the moment, but if it blows up later, I would be wanting a good lane.
And the BROs will do the draw so as that it is the favoured lane if you do come first. We were saying that we couldn't quite see where St Peter's College were, and they're out in front.
Right.
So they are looking very good at the moment. So that is Marge Sliet and Archer Buick. So Marge in the bow seat and Archer in the stroke seat there in the blue and white stripes of St Peter's College. And again, looking good there. Adelaide High sitting in second place. And then in behind them, we've got Pulteney Grammar and Christian Brothers. You can see them either side of that Adelaide High crew. And then again, we'll just keep an eye out on that crew from Pembroke School over on the far side, just to get a bit of an idea as to who's sitting in the back. So Amber, for a double scull, I mean, it seems so simple if you're the bow seat, follow the person in front. But are there technical tricks that you need to do to make a double? Because again, good rowing always looks easy, but it's different things if you're the bow and the stroke, isn't it? Because if you're the bow seat, you've really got to match up perfectly to what your stroke seat's doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I've rowed both. Hang on, let me wait until I go back into my files of long ago stored memories. I remember I was stroking a double scull with Sally Martin, and it was great because she was strong in the areas of the race that I was less strong in, and I was strong in the parts of the race that she was less strong in. So we sort of carried each other through those hard bits and gained strength from each other. And then with Marguerite Houston, my partner for the next Olympiad, we did swap her over. I started out stroking, and then we swapped over one season. And I don't know. I guess bow seat just needs to be really dynamic, and stroke seat just needs to be really steady, reliable, and you can put down the hammer when you need to. But it's less of a big deal in a double scull than it is in an 8. I'd say the difference between the seats, and the best thing to do is just to match up. As one of my coaches told me, Andrew Stunnell, he told me basically what you need to do. He specialised in the pair with Seps, actually, Mav and Seps, and he said to me, what you need to do is make the life of the life of your partner as easy as possible. Make it as easy for them to row as possible, and then they in turn need to make it as easy as possible for you to row with them. So that means stroke seat, make it easy as possible for the bow seat to follow you, and in bow seat, make it as easy as possible for stroke seat to maintain the rhythm and get some boat speed.
And we're just seeing now a great view over here. It's pretty as a picture down here at West Lakes. Our crews very well spread out at the moment. The Pembroke School crew in lane number 2, they are a ways off the pace, so that does mean our top 4 is relatively settled. So Madge Sliet and Archer Buick from St Peter's College over there on the far side. They're just coming up towards the rocks now with about 300 or so metres left to go. Then we've got Adelaide High, Jonathan Frank and Andreas Blafari. They're about 4 or 5 boat lengths in behind them. Then it is that Clearwater gap back to the crew from Pulteney Grammar, Eli Kennison and Xavier Lee, and then the Christian brothers, Eric Shen and Has Misran Gill. And then it is, as we say, a little ways back to the Pembroke School, Aaron Soy and Jack Peasley. So our top 4 looking quite settled at the moment. So all 4 of these crews not really going full race pace by the looks of things, but they're also not dropping it right down to 20 or so either. They're still maintaining some good drive. We can see there with that Adelaide High crew just really making sure that they're still pushing as they get those strokes through. St Peter's College, Sliet and Buick are just coming up past the rocks now, so they've got about 200 metres or so left to go in this one. So the men's under 17 double scull, as we say, the top 4 to go through to the final, and that top 4 looking fairly comfortable at the moment, but you can still flip a double. It has been done in the past, and we saw yesterday there was an absolute showstopper of a crab. And if you can't get that oar out cleanly first go, then again it can just mean that it takes a little while, and it does give other crews a chance to catch up.
And there's a risk of that as you're coming into the last 250 metres when you're tired and you might not have it fully square when you enter the water. That's the recipe for a crab. But what a wonderful race by the under 17 boys.
Yes, and Peters College, confirmation of the win there for them. Second place will go to Adelaide High. So the winning crew, Madge Sliet and Archer Buick, with Adelaide High's Jonathan Frank and Andreas Blafari finishing in second place. And then we do have a bit of a gap back to our remaining crews. So Pulteney Grammar, Eli Kennison and Xavier Lee. Eli already having raced down the course in the under 16 single sculls. So he is just that little bit younger. But they're coming up to the line now. They'll finish in third place and go through to the final, as will the crew from Christian Brothers. That is Eric Shen and Hasmiran Gill come through in fourth. And then Aaron Soy and Jack Peasley from the Pembroke School will finish in fifth place. They're just coming up towards the Red Boys now.
And 2,000 metres would be a long way for some of these guys, like especially if they're coming through school racing. They would be year 9s, year 10s?
It's been a very long time since I was, and that was under the Queensland system.
I'm not. Anyway, they would, if they had come through rowing, they might be more used to racing over 1,000 metre or 1,500 metre, and so 2,000 metres is a long way when you first encounter it, especially in small boats. So I congratulate everyone out there on the course today for making it to the finish line.
As we see heat number 2 of the under-17 men's double sculls. Lane 2 from Pembroke School, Billy Denny and Archie Angus, coached by Lana Cotro. In lane 3 from Adelaide High, William Kelly and Kobe Keane. In lane 4 from Norwood International High, Felix Burke and Ethan Partridge. We have a scratching lane 5. Lane 6 from Adelaide High, Cohen Broad and Tinuk Abiyatunga. And lane 7 from Unley High, Martin Dubiev and Roman Moisiev. And they're coached by Olivia Santes. And it does look like that Unley High crew looking nice out in front at the moment. That's the crew in lane number 7. And then we head across to lane number 3. So Adelaide High sitting in second place again. This is William Kelly and Kobe Keane, who've also had a few races throughout this regatta. Next to them, Felix Burke and Ethan Partridge are sitting in third place. And then who's going to finish in fourth? And this one is going to be a tighter race, I feel. So we've got Adelaide High's Broad and Avatunga. And then also on lane number 1, we've got Pembroke School's Denny and Angus. So we'll keep an eye out on that battle for fourth and fifth place. They are the final qualification positions. It is the top 4 to go through to the finals. And our leading crews now, about 750 metres left to go.
And am I imagining things, or is there a slight tail now? And it's pretty straight.
The wind is doing some very interesting things. So just having a look at the moment, and it does appear that it is a southwesterly, so a little bit of a tail breeze coming in from the west. So that will be certainly be pushing them up as they're down towards the bottom of the course, and potentially as they come a little bit closer here as well.
Look at you. You've got your app out. It's all very scientific. I just looked out there and went, oh, yeah, that looks like an easy wind, doesn't it? Like easy being tailwind. I loved the really rough tail. I remember last weekend it was really similar. I was down here helping out coaching my niece's crew, actually, and it was a really rough tail, and so by the time you came down here to the rocks, it was really rolling waves, and just reminded me of famous state championships that I rode a long time ago that I wasn't expected to win, but I did, because I handle the conditions the best. And you know, you don't need to worry about it so much in this sort of wind, but when it gets up, and it really picks up the water and it sort of makes those rollers, especially in the last part of the race. It's not about who's rowing the hardest, it's about who's handling the conditions the best.
Well, we saw that in the Rio Olympics, didn't we, with Kim Brennan?
Yes.
It was rough
was
conditions in Rio.
She struggled through the heats, didn't she? But then she put it all together for the final. Thank God. She's incredible, Kimmy.
Well, she went through the repechage from memory, and they don't do repechages at the world rowing level anymore. It's all based on the times, so it's would have been interesting to see. I've not gone through and sort of checked it out to see how it would have run had it run off that new system. But as you say, you know, it's a real skill, isn't it, to be able to handle the rough conditions and not panic.
Yep, just to stay calm, to do things really simply, to not do anything weird, to not try and row too hard. It sounds weird, but
control. It's maintaining control.
I mean, this Unley crew is just providing a masterclass in that, coming into the last 150 metres of this race, 100 metres.
So it's Martin Dubiev and Roman Moiseev, coached by Olivier Sanchez, and they are a commanding lead at the moment ahead of Adelaide High, Norwood International High. They're sitting in third place. And then in that battle for third and fourth, it does look as though the crew from Adelaide High, Broad and Abitunga are ahead of Denny and Angus from Pembroke School. They've just dropped away a little bit through those final stages. So our 1, 2, 3 and 4 looking relatively settled as the crews come across the line. So a strong win there for Unley High. As we just see now, the crew from Adelaide High still holding on to that boat length lead. A little bit of a sprint towards the finish. They're making sure that they go through in second place ahead of the crew there from Norwood International High. So William Kelly and Kobe Keane finishing in second. Felix Burke and Ethan Partridge, they're in third place. And then coming through in fourth place will be the Adelaide High, the second Adelaide High crew, this one of Cohen Broad and Tunuk Abitunga.
In psychology, we call that the extinction burst. So just before the end, you have a little burst, just before the extinction of the behaviour that you're undertaking. And in rowing, it's called sprint for the line. I always found the extinction burst quite handy when I was rowing. And I do want to ask you more about Shanghai as well, because I hope you kept your effort off of your face in the 1,000% humidity there in Shanghai. But anyway, and I also wanted to ask you about, I mean, we're talking about the new system where repecharges are no longer a thing. It's meant to be to make racing a bit more interesting. But in these variable conditions, like, for example, like we're seeing here today, it was a cross headwind earlier. Now it's turning around more to a straight tail. Between races, when you're comparing times, I mean, in an outdoor sport, it's just fraught, isn't it?
It is. I think the only bonus is that, you know, generally speaking, your heats are quite close together. It's still top two going through. And it affected the women's for Australia, as we just see the start line. We'll just quickly go through the starters for the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. So it's a race
very
in
important
two.
event.
It's a race in two, so our three scullers on the right-hand side are all the under-21. So we have Loretto's Alice Shanahan, coached by Stefano Belosso, Adelaide's Ella McKay in lane 4, and Adelaide Uni's Victoria Binns in lane 5. So there are the under-21s. And then in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull, we've got Adelaide Uni's Lulu Colgrave in lane number 6 and Celia Cowan from Adelaide Rowing Club, who you can see there off to a cracking start there. A nice sprint off the line as we just see them all getting underway. So Vic Binns looking like she might be just leading out the under-21 lightweight single sculls. So going back to the point, the women's four in Shanghai missing out on the A final. And it was because in the first heat you had the top two finished, so they automatically qualify, and then the Brits and the Chinese had a really close race, and it was about half a second between the two of them. And what that meant was that to qualify for the A final, you had to beat, I think it was the British crew that came third, because you're not going to slot in, generally speaking, in a half a second time gap. And unfortunately what that meant for Australia was that they went out very quickly. They were leading through the first 1,000 metres, and then they were overhauled by the Dutch and the Kiwis. And so, in a and it was basically a one and done. So in a repechage scenario, they might have been able to have a bit of a think about the race plan, and then go on. In the B final, I thought they rode extremely well. They won the B final, and it was by being more in control. So it was just perhaps a little bit frenetic in the heat, and unfortunately that just meant that's it, game over, and sort of into the B final, I think. And they were one of the favourites for that particular event as well. I think they'd finished second in the 2 World Cups in Lucerne and Varese earlier on that season. But the same thing happened there as well. They were really frenetic through there and then lost it towards the end a little bit. So, it's an interesting format. But what it did do is that there was jeopardy on every single race. Yeah. Instead of it being in the heats, particularly in the single sculls, you had to sprint to either qualify automatically or to try and get the best time.
Yep.
And it just meant there was that excitement right the way through the heats.
And I think that's the big motivation behind it, isn't it? Celia's dominating this race.
Yeah, Celia Cowan from Adelaide Rowing Club out in front. And as you say, Amber, that is nice and dominant. We've seen Lulu Colgrave from Adelaide University. She's moved up into second place for the race. She's sitting in second place, obviously, for the open lightweight singles. And then over on the right-hand side of the course, so we can see Lulu on the left. And then the 3 rowers on the right-hand side for the people watching at home or watching on the big screen. We've got Victoria Binns from Adelaide University leading the under-21s, head of Ella McKay from Adelaide and Alice Shanahan from Loreto. And I would imagine that this is also going to be a selection event for the Victoria Cup, the women's lightweight quad sculls that we'll see at the national titles next year.
I'm sure it would be taken into consideration, even if it's not an official selection event. But Victoria Cup, I always like to see a strong crew fielded at Victoria Cup. It's at the Nationals to race the King's Cup Regatta. They're on the final day, and it's been a bit variable in this boat class over the years.
It's been dominated by the Tasmanians. I think one of the things I like about the event is that it's one of the ones that the smaller states, it's not always dominated by the bigger states. It's one that the smaller states can certainly go through and win. Celia Cowan and Victoria Binns were both part of that South Australian crew last year, as was Lulu Colgrave. So we've got 3 out of the 4 from the South Australia's Victoria Cup racing here today, and Celia Cowan's looking very strong. The 2 open scullers, they're moving ahead of the under-21s. Ella McKay just starting to make a little bit of a move on Vic Binns, though. So starting to come up and potentially just get a bow ball out in front.
1,000 metre mark. Anything could happen still. It's still pretty tight. Celia's still keeping the rate up, just tapping along. I think I'm really liking this symmetry that you see in the older ages, single scull, especially in lightweights who don't want to waste any scrap of energy. They're all in the middle of their lane or slightly on the upwind side of their lane, nice and neat, and hopefully they won't lose it coming into the second half of the race.
So this race for the under-21 single sculls between Victoria Binns of Adelaide University and Ella McKay of Adelaide Rowing Club, that is the one that we're going to keep an eye out on, and I'd suggest that Lulu Colgrave might just be making up a little bit of ground here on Celia Cowan from Adelaide. Celia got off to a great start, and I just wonder, see...
She's taken the rate down a little bit, but she wouldn't be cruising at this point in the race, I don't think.
You can just see Lulu Colgrave having a look out to her left-hand side, seeing where Celia is. And I guess in the single scull, it's always motivating, isn't it, when you look out to one side and go, oh, hang on a minute, I can catch this person.
Yeah, I can see some movement in the corner of my eye, or perhaps I can even hear the catches of the boat in the lane next to me.
Well, if you see the puddles out the corner of your eye as well, it means you're getting just that little bit closer. And that race as well in the under-21s between Binns and Mackay is very, very close indeed. And yeah, that gap in the opens just looks like it's just starting to come down a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not quite overlap, but it is coming right down. But it's just that Lulu Colgrave just rating a little bit higher than Celia Cowan. And I just wonder whether or not Celia's just keeping a little bit of energy left in the tank. You know, is it where Lulu's putting in all the effort? Because this is the other thing, isn't it? You don't want to put in all that effort to get close, and then you're out of petrol when it comes to the final sprint. But it is now
it's tightening up, isn't it?
It's getting to overlap time. So the bow of Lulu Colgrave's boat is now up level with the stern of Celia Cowan's boat. And in that race for the under-21s, it's still Mackay Binns ahead of Shanahan from Loreto.
This is outstanding. We've got two close races within one race here between the Opens and the under-21s. And we're just coming up to see them outside our window, and we could get a little bit more of an idea as to what's going on.
So it's still Celia Cowan from Adelaide leading out Lulu Colgrave of Adelaide University in the open lightweight women's single sculls. In the under-21s, Victoria Binns, Ella Mackay from Adelaide University and Adelaide. They have gone stroke for stroke the entire way down the course. They are a little ways ahead of Alice Shanahan from Loreto. So it will come down to those two rowers. Victoria Binns just getting herself out a little bit ahead of Ella Mackay from Adelaide. So that is stretching out. So it's Adelaide leading Adelaide University in the open lightweight women's, and then Adelaide University leading Adelaide in the under-21 lightweight women's. We've got that overlap though now between Colgrave and Cowan. 200 metres left to go, and Colgrave is the faster moving boat on the course at the moment. Celia Cowan, what has she got left? Colgrave has flown past now, and now we're seeing a little bit of a response from Celia Cowan. You can see the sprint is on. The stroke rate has gone up, but is it just that little bit too late? Under 21s, Victoria Binns still leading out Ella Mackay and stretching it out, and they're ahead of Alice Shanahan. Moving back towards the front, Celia Cowan led from the start, but now with 250 metres left to go, Lulu Colgrave, she slowly closed that gap on Cowan. Then with 250 left to go, made her move,
just
has
looking so strong,
motored past her, and it is going to be a win for Adelaide University's Lulu Colgrave in the open lightweight women's single sculls. A perfectly positioned race there for the Adelaide Uni sculler, and it is going to be 2 wins for Adelaide University in the one race as Victoria Binns heads over the line. She'll finish a few boat lengths ahead of Ella Mackay from Adelaide Rowing Club in second place, with Alice Shanahan from Loreto coming through in third in the under-21s. That was tactically, that was as good as it gets.
Yeah, that was very good, and that's a big skill in rowing to come from behind, to row from behind, to know that somebody is out in your blind spot over your shoulder, somebody's in front of you the whole way, and you just got to either keep listening for their boat, keep watching their puddles in the next lane. You don't want to look around too much, but you want to have a clear idea where they are and just keep the faith.
Got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. As we move underway now, it is the open women's double sculls. So lane 3 from Adelaide University, Imogen Graham and Grace Seppelt. In lane 4 from Adelaide, Mika Webb and Sasha Humble. Lane 5 from Adelaide University, and I suspect that's a crew we can see in the middle there on the screen, Carolyn McNally and Felicity Cox. In lane 6 from Adelaide Rowing Club, we have Claire Rogers and Isabel Townsend. In lane 7 from Murray Bridge, Carly Roessler and Victoria Seidel, and they're coached by Ron Mobbs, Peter Newell and Ben Porte. So it does look like we've got our Adelaide University crew in the lead ahead. So they're about a boat length ahead of that Adelaide crew, Webb and Humble. And I suspect we might have a crew missing from this one in lane number 6. So I'll just check the lane draw on that one. They might be a little ways behind, or they might be a little ways ahead.
And I'd keep an eye on this Murray Bridge crew. Mobsy, last weekend when I was down here, Mobsy was talking up his girls, his Murray Bridge girls. So let's see what they can do in this open women's double scull, sponsored by Tap Electrical. And we should have said the previous race was sponsored by Claridge Constructions for the open lightweight women's single scull. And here in the open women's double scull, Tap Electrical has helped us out with that one. So thank you very much, Tap Electrical.
So Adelaide University with the lead at the minute as they come now with about 500 or so metres left to go. It's been a highly successful regatta so far for Adelaide University. Carolyn McNally, she was the Open Women's Single Scull champion yesterday, coming away with that one, and now leading out here in the double sculls. But as you say, Adelaide, Webb and Humble, and then Murray Bridge, Rosler and Seidel. Neither of those crews are letting them go. They're still trying to maintain that level of contact. And as they come now with about 300 or so metres left to go, that's our top three with Adelaide University's Graham and Seppelt, just a little ways off the pace there in lane number 3. And as mentioned, it does look like we are missing the crew from Adelaide, Rogers and Townsend in lane number 6.
Well, I know that Grace Seppelt in the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 3 is quite a young athlete, but definitely has a lot of potential. Having a name like Seppelt, I better talk up the family here. Very strong rowing family.
And it's one of those ones, I guess, where when you go into these open events and you go into the big regattas, and even if you do have a result that you weren't really looking for, it is an opportunity to go, okay, this is what I need to do to be able to match up with the people at the front as well.
Oh,
the people at the front, we've had a crab. We've got a crab there from Adelaide University, and this is going to open the race up now because Adelaide University still trying to get that boat back going. I think they might have had an equipment issue and a catastrophe there for Adelaide University. They were leading, they were comfortable out in front, and then something has happened, and it's meant that Adelaide Rowing Club and Murray Bridge now are in those top 2 positions. Adelaide University still haven't got going again. It looks like an issue with the oar, whether or not it's gone in, whether or not there's been a breakage. We're just seeing the stroke seat take off. Out in front, Adelaide Rowing Club, they're going to go through and take the win. It's going to be Mika Webb and Sasha Humble. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Murray Bridge, Carly Rosler and Victoria Seidel. So a win for Adelaide Rowing Club. After Adelaide University, Carolyn McNally and Felicity Cox, just something happened with the bow seat there. And it looks as though, so we've just got the stroke seat still rowing. They are still sitting in 3rd place at the moment. The second Adelaide University crew of Graham and Seppelt may just go through and win the bronze because they've got both rowers able to row. The bow seat of that first Adelaide University crew unable to row, so it looks like there's been a major equipment issue there. The stroke seat still going through. Are they going to make it to the line with one person rowing ahead of that second Adelaide University crew? They will finish in 3rd place, so that is Carolyn McNally and Felicity Cox. And then Imogen Graham and Grace Seppelt, they rowed right through to the line. They couldn't have known that the other Adelaide University crew had that issue. But leading, and I think now I've seen absolutely everything. We've seen crabs, we've seen equipment failures, we've seen capsizes, and all within about 200 metres of the line.
Capsize?
There was a capsize yesterday, 10 metres out from the line.
Oh, well, nobody wants to see that. It's just heartbreaking, isn't it, that a crew has done the work early in the race, established a lead, and then unfortunately, because of equipment or it's that's sad, but it is good to see Mika Webb, Sasha Humble, or Mika Webb. That's a name that's been around forever, it feels. I don't mean to make her sound old or anything, but just very experienced, and she just shows up. She's here every year. I see her name in the program and I congratulate her.
It's a confirmation of the win for Mika Webb and Sasha Humble from Adelaide Rowing Club in the Open Women's Double Scull. Second going to Murray Bridge, that's Carly Rosler and Victoria Seidel. So Ron Mobbs was right to talk up the crew. And then Adelaide University, Carolyn McNally and Felicity Cox finishing with the bronze ahead of Imogen Graham and Grace Seppelt. So you never know what is going to happen as we're getting back down to the start line for the start of the Under-19 men's singles sculls. And this event sponsored by City Mazda. In lane number 2 from Prince Alfred College, we have Fred Ashby, coached by Jack Miller. In lane 3 from Torrens Rowing Club, Sebastian Willis-Hell. In lane 4 from Adelaide High, Aidan Foran. In lane 5 from St Francis, we have Reese Clark. Lane 6 from Christian Brothers, Samuel Thornton. Lane 7 from Norwood International High, Rowan Vandenberg. And lane 8 from Torrens Rowing Club, we have Tom Redmond. And our rowers are now all underway, and you can see there, it's a spaced out field a little bit. Our top 3 starting to get away. Tom Redmond from Torrens over on the left-hand side of the screen, leading out Sebastian Willis-Hell from Torrens and Fred Ashby from Prince Alfred College. And then we go back a little ways to Reese Clark from St Francis, and then Christian Brothers, Samuel Thornton and Rowan Vandenberg from Norwood International High, and Reese Clark from St Francis. So they're our crews at the moment. Tom Redmond from Torrens leading out quite nicely through these early stages in the distinctive darker shell. Fred Ashby and Sebastian Willis-Hell having a nice little battle for second and third place at the moment. And again, I think rowing is one of those sports where I think drone footage has just added so much to the coverage that we've got. The ability to see exactly where all our rowers are, the ability to be able to see technically how all the rowers are going, and I think from a coach's perspective as well, this would be extremely useful.
Over the years, we've seen different technology. I remember in watching the 96 Olympics, and all the eights had this weird sort of tower behind the coxswain, and it was a camera overlooking the crew from that real close-up sort of angle, and then that seemed to go away for the next few Olympiads. And then I think one year they had like this cable going across the course, and the camera would follow us over the cable. I think that was Beijing, actually. I feel like I've got a first-person memory of that. But now the drones have just changed everything, and I love the drone footage. It must be really annoying for the rowers when the drone is like just ahead of them, looking back on the crew. It's almost like you're there in the bow seat of that crew, looking back, getting the rower's point of view. So I think it's really added a lot to the viewership of rowing.
Yeah, we're just seeing, what a great view that is.
Oh, that's great.
Overlooking the Southern Ocean, looking out over the western suburbs of Adelaide, and now looking back at Tom Redmond from Torrens Rowing Club, holding on to that lead. Fred Ashby has moved ahead of Sebastian Willis-Hell, and we'll keep an eye out on Aidan Foran from Adelaide High as well. Didn't get off to the quickest start, but now he's just starting to close that gap on Sebastian Willis-Hell. So we'll keep an eye out to see if he's able to go through and take a minor placing. But Tom Redmond from Torrens, I think we saw Finn Redmond, his brother, row for South Australia last year in the Youth Eights. And as we see the overhead shot, he is looking very, very nice out in front, maintaining a good rhythm, some good drive as he goes through, and certainly looking good for that lead. Second place, Fred Ashby. He's just about a boat length ahead of Sebastian Willis-Hell, and then Aidan Foran sitting just over a boat length back, but also just potentially moving that little bit quicker as well. You mentioned, Amber, that camera from up the top. I think in the boat race, the Oxford-Cambridge one, they've still got that cox cam, so to speak. Yeah. And then the other thing that they have at the world level that's really interesting is they have the timing. So for the commentary at world rowing level, you can actually see how fast the boats are going, what their stroke rate is.
They've got that all online as well.
They do, so you can actually
The
download all the
punters.
data and have a look to see where everyone is at a certain time.
Only a true geek would download the data, but I have a feeling that you've done that.
I am a data analyst by trade, so yes, it has been done. But it is interesting to see, how much, because certain crews, like the Spanish pair, always sprint towards the line, and you sort of work out
the extinction burst.
the extinction burst.
Yeah.
Yep. So you've got some crews that will sprint. There will some crews that will start off nicely. So if I was a coach, I'd be looking at all that and going, okay, you need to be X amount of distance in front, and you need to be able to match what these guys are going to do. Matching what these guys are doing at the moment, again, that great view from up top. And Aidan Foran looking like he's got himself level and just past Sebastian Willis-Hell from Torrens. So it's beautiful blue water out there at the moment as well. So Aidan Foran getting himself up ahead of Sebastian Willis-Hell. Fred Ashby still sitting in second place. He is in that silver medal position, but Aidan Foran from Adelaide High just starting to make a bit of a move now. It is still Tom Redmond from Torrens out in front, and he is looking good for the W as he gets up with about 250 metres left to go. He's into the rocks now. Fred Ashby sitting in second place for PAC, and then Aidan Foran from Adelaide High in third ahead of Sebastian Willis-Hell from Torrens. And then we'll go back a couple of lanes. We've got Samuel Thornton from Christian Brothers, Rowan Vandenberg from Norwood International High, and then Reece Clark from St Francis. But I think we can chalk this one up as being dominant for Tom Redmond from the Torrens Rowing Club. He's now got about 100 or so metres left to go, not letting up on that rate, and still making sure that he is getting plenty of boat run. In fact, he's even doing that little sprint now towards the finish.
He's just rode his own race out there in lane 8, hasn't he?
And it's been a fantastic race. So the South Australian state champion in the under-19 men's singles sculls for 2026 is Tom Redmond from the Torrens Rowing Club. Coming through in second place, it will be Prince Alfred College's Fred Ashby. He's coached by Jack Miller, so he'll walk away with a silver. The bronze medal will go to Aidan Foran of Adelaide High, and a great race for him. He was able to go through and pass Sebastian Willis-Hell from Torrens Rowing Club. He'll finish in fourth place, just fading a little bit towards the end of that race. It's very warm conditions outside. A reminder to slip, slop, slap. Slap on a shirt, slap on some sunscreen, slap on a hat, slide on some sunglasses, and stay in the shade. We've now got our sculler, looks to be Christian Brothers Samuel Thornton, and then coming in behind him we'll have our final couple of scullers. So it's Norwood International High's Rowan Vandenberg, who'll come through in sixth place, and then our final rower across the line will be Reece Clark from St Francis.
And in the same vein of a public service announcement, we should also remind everyone to stay hydrated. When you're thirsty, it's too late. So everyone keep sipping the water today. It's not quite as hot as yesterday. I think last time I heard it was, 33, 32? I should ask you to get out your app again, Stuart, so you can, here we go. What are we?
25 degrees, but it actually peaked at 25 and then dropped down a little bit. So there we go. It's even a little bit cooler than what it was. But we are getting ready for the start of our next race, and in fact it will be underway. It's the final of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. Can Walford Anglican match their Coxed 8 with the Coxed 4 title? In lane 1 we've got St Peter's Girls 2, that is Julie Fang, Matilda Wilkin, Evelyn Kelly, Bay Reynolds and Charlotte Catchpole. Lane 2, St Peter's Girls 1, that's Maria Elivaris, Zara Peroni, Cleo Connor, Zalia Valmorbida and Lexi Fishlock. Lane 3 from Seymour College, Julia Flynn, Alice Howard, Olivia Hassel, Lainey Finlayson and Gigi Loveday. In lane 4 from Walford Anglican, 5 members of their 8s crew from yesterday: Charlotte Matthews, Harriet Patterson, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters and Susanna Hall. In lane 5 from Wilderness School, the 2 crew of Caitlin Monu, Isabel Flowers, Margot Tembel, Layla Ballastrin, Charlotte Coco Ung. In lane 6, the Wilderness 1 crew of Ella Smart, Elena Rue, Annabelle Basham, Jessica Felsted and Sophie Proudman. Lane 7 from Pembroke School, Scarlett Foster, Matilda Liu, Abby Young, Laylee Majara and Isabella Wesley, coached by Tom Merrigan. And lane 8 from Loretto Marriotteville, Ava McCulloch, Maisie Honor, Olivia Tilley, Liran Ma and Annie Redwood is their coxswain, and they're coached by Stefano Belosso. So just having a look on the screen at the moment, it does look like again that we are missing one of the crews, so we'll just keep an eye out on that one. But it does look like the Wilderness School are out in front. So we've got St Peter's Girls on the right-hand side. That's the number 2 crew. St Peter's Girls 1. Seymour College, looking like we're missing them. Walford Anglican sitting in the middle of the screen. So next to them, the Wilderness 2 crew look to be out in front ahead of the Wilderness 1 crew, Pembroke School and Loretto Marriotteville. Or it might be the Wilderness 1 crew. So we might be missing Walford Anglican.
If it is that Wilderness 2 crew that is out in front, then well done. Margot Tembel, how's this for an Adelaide moment? I think I used to ride my bike with her dad, Adrian. So, although I'm going way back in the files, the memory files for that one. So
okay, so it
could be inaccurate, but who is it?
It is Walford Anglican
Walford's
who have that
leading?
lead. So that is what we'd expect. It's Wilderness 1 crew sitting in second place, and they're ahead of the Wilderness 2 crew. So just trying to get all the crews lined up can be a little bit tricky sometimes. But Walford Anglican, they were the winners in a great race in the Schoolgirl 8s yesterday. They were able to hold off Seymour College by just the barest of margins. I think another 50 metres. Seymour might have had them, but Walford had done enough through the early stages of the race to be able to hold on. So we are missing the St Peter's 2 crew in lane number 1. So it is Walford Anglican looking good to add the coxed 4 to the coxed 8s here at the South Australian State Championships. Wilderness 1 sitting in second place ahead of Wilderness 2. So it was Walford Anglican and Wilderness 1 were both in the same heat. Walford Anglican winning, Wilderness 1 finishing second. That's why Wilderness 2, who won the other heat, are sitting in the more favoured middle lane.
And I have to say, I've been enjoying the non-Walford dynasty, a few other crews getting up there, but now Seymour was starting its own dynasty, so it's nice to see a bit of a mix in the 8s. And of course here we're talking about the first 4s. Walford just finishing off nicely. So
it will be a second gold for this crew of Matthews, Patterson, Griffith, Masters and Hall as they go through and win the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s for 2026. Walford Anglican, our state champions, ahead of the Wilderness School 1. That's a crew of Smart, Rue, Basham, Felsted and Proudman. And then it is going to be Wilderness 2 and 3, so a silver and bronze medal for the Wilderness School, as their 2 crew of Monu, Flowers, Temple, Ballastron and Coco Ung finishing in third place. In behind them, it looks to be the crew from St Peter's. St Peter's will finish in fourth place, just ahead of Seymour College in fifth place. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got the Pembroke School coming through in sixth, and then Loretto Marriotteville looking like they might have just had an issue at some point because they are a ways off the pace. So they're just coming up towards the finish line now, and they'll finish in seventh.
Now, I think I'm due to sign off soon, but I might just hang around for another race because this one, full disclosure, I believe my niece is rowing in a Pembroke crew. Oh, we don't have the information. Oh, here it is. Yes, I think in some late changes, you can read out the crew still, but I think it was meant to be a composite, but now it's a full Pembroke crew, and I'm very interested to see how they're going because, my niece. Okay.
Absolutely. So we've got Murray Bridge in lane number 4. That's Mackenzie Milne, Arabella Milne, Ella Davey, Sienna Watkins, coached by Ben Porte and Peter Newell. In lane 5 from Norwood International High, Alyssa Aspinall, Grace Sweeney, Grace Kelly and Scarlett Power. And lane 6 from Pembroke School, Catherine Watts, Evie Barras, Mia Chapman and Alex Riddler. And they're coached by Tom Merrigan. So we get a bit of an idea as they come up, so just a little bit tricky to see on the screen at the moment who that leading quad crew is. This event sponsored by Fulham Funerals, and our previous event for the Schoolgirl Cox 4, sponsored by West Beach Park. So our leading crew at the minute looking nice out in front, and they are, we're just keeping an eye out on our other crew. So it does look to be the crew from Pembroke School who have the lead. They're ahead of Norwood International High, and then it is a bit further back to the Murray Bridge crew in lane number 4. So this race a little bit more spread out than what we've seen. But again, they're a great overhead shot of quads and eights from the drone footage. I think are two of my favourite things in rowing.
Yeah, absolutely. You can really see how precise the matchup is and how lovely the puddles are sent away. I really like that overhead shot.
And an opportunity here for these under-19 crews. We'll see a few of them that'll be in the head of the river in mid-March, which will be a fantastic occasion down here at the West Lakes Regatta course. So Pembroke School, even with a couple of substitutions in there, that's Watts, Barris, Chapman and Riddler, sitting ahead nicely of the Norwood International High of Aspinall, Sweeney, Kelly and Power, and then the two Milnes, Davey and Watkins from Murray Bridge in third.
And we saw Mia and Evie win the under-19 women's double scull yesterday, so I was very pleased to be able to present their medals. That was a great win by them, really commanding. And so to see that replicated with two of their Pembroke colleagues in the under-19 women's quad scull is fantastic.
So our leading crew's coming up towards the finish line, and we're just starting to see it's not quite those glassy conditions. So the wind perhaps just picking up a little bit further as we head later on through the day. But it is a nice wind coming up here from the crew from the Pembroke School. Still maintaining a nice rhythm, have a little sprint finish coming up here. We do, of course, have the schoolgirl and under-19 events. So at the Australian Rowing Championships, the schoolgirl quad is a coxed quad, and then the under-19 is a coxless quad. So this is an opportunity to be able to get some practice in ahead of a potential run at the under-19 quad down at Lake Barrington. So a strong win there for the Pembroke School. Norwood International High just coming up towards the finish line now. On the topic of the Australian Rowing Championships, if you are heading down to Tasmania for that event, and you'd like to be doing something during the day, they are looking out for volunteers. Rowing, of course, running off volunteers. If you would like to help out, just head to the Rowing Australia page, rowingaustralia.com.au, and you can sign up for those ones. Norwood International High coming through in second place. And also don't forget, if you'd like to help out, if being out on the water looks like a heck of a lot of fun, and I've been told very much that it is, that you can actually sign up to become a boat race official. So Rowing South Australia, always on the lookout for volunteers, whether it's helping out with the boat driving, with the organising, even sitting up here in the commentary box and helping out there. So get a hold of the team from Rowing South Australia. Murray Bridge coming through in third place there, as we're getting ready now for the start of race 97, the Masters men's single sculls. So we'll see a few, well, it's Division 1, so all of our rowers are either E through to B. So Duncan McCallum from Torrens off go, Matt Russell from Torrens off 5 seconds, Uwe Dombrowski of Riverside off 5 seconds, Damien DeLeek of Adelaide Uni off 9, Pete Davison of Adelaide off 9, Tom Sullivan of Torrens off 12, and Mitchell Oliver from Adelaide off 12 seconds as well. Our thanks to Amber Holiday for helping us out with the commentary here. Chad's down to congratulate her niece on a nice little win in the under-19 women's quad sculls. We can see here the men getting ready for Division 1 of the Masters men's single sculls. So Damien DeLeek on the screen at the moment on the left-hand side, and then on his right is Pete Davison. Both those rowers will be off 9 seconds, both rowers in the C category. So it'll be 12 seconds between our first rower going off, that is Duncan McCallum in lane number 8, and then our final 2 rowers, Mitchell Oliver and Tom Sullivan. So our first rowers are underway. That is Duncan McCallum from Torrens. Very sun-smart in the hat there. And then you can see Matt Russell, Uber Dombrowski from Torrens and Riverside respectively. They're underway, as are now Damien DeLeek, Pete Davidson from Adelaide Uni and Adelaide. And now Tom Sullivan and Mitchell Oliver from Torrens and Adelaide as well. So all of our scullers underway here in Division 1 of the Masters Men's Singles Sculls. Matt Russell from Torrens off to a great start. He's made up that 5 seconds over Duncan McCallum through the early stages to get out to that lead. A couple across from him, Damien DeLeek from Adelaide University, also moving the boat quite nicely. He's staying ahead of the younger rowers of Sullivan and Oliver. So this one, the 1,000-metre racing. So we've got 3 divisions of the men's Masters singles, and then we've got the Masters women's pairs before we move on to the B and A final of both the under-16 men's single scull and the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quads. Damien DeLeek on your screen from Adelaide University in that special edition Adelaide University Zooty, commemorating 50 years of women rowing at Adelaide University. And DeLeek moving himself up level now with Matt Russell of Torrens Rowing Club. And then over on the far side of the course, it looks like we've got Tom Sullivan from Torrens Rowing Club also up there as well. So an interesting race happening here. It is Tom Sullivan, Damien DeLeek and Matt Russell all getting up level with each other. They've got about 500 metres or so left to go in this race. So the great thing about these Masters races, it is an opportunity to be able to race over 1,000 metres and also have those handicaps in there as well. So no Mitchell Oliver in this race from Adelaide Rowing Club. But it is Sullivan, DeLeek and Russell, our 3 leading scullers. As they come now towards the final 250 metres, DeLeek has moved ahead of Russell. But now, is he going to be able to hold off a very fast-moving Tom Sullivan? This is a great thing about Masters rowings. When the handicaps work, it makes for an exciting finish. Damien DeLeek of Adelaide University still sitting ahead of Matt Russell of Torrens Rowing Club. They're in now to the final 250 metres. It's about a boat length between the two. DeLeek putting on the power, keeping the rating up nice and high. Tom Sullivan from Torrens, he's just trying to close that gap just a little bit further, and now starts to put the sprint on as well. So both these leading scullers making the run towards the line. Matt Russell from Torrens, he's sitting nicely in 3rd place, and with a bit of clear water between him and the chasing pack, he will stay in that bronze medal position. But now here comes the push from Sullivan. He's got himself potentially ahead of DeLeek in the final couple of strokes. It is going to be a win for Tom Sullivan from Torrens, just rowing through Damien DeLeek of Adelaide University over the final 5 strokes or so. He really put the power down with about 50 metres or so left to go, made up the boat length, able to get past Damien DeLeek. 3rd place will go to Matt Russell of Torrens Rowing Club, and he will finish ahead of Adelaide's Pete Davison over in lane number 4. He's going to finish in 4th place. Duncan McCallum of Torrens Rowing Club is going to finish in 5th place. He was the first one off the line, and he first one to start, and 5th in this race. And then Uwe Dombrowski of Riverside will finish in 6th. Fantastic racing there between Tom Sullivan of Torrens Rowing Club and Damien DeLeek of Adelaide University. Our next race will be Division 2 of the Masters Men's Single Sculls. And again, a wide range of ages that we've got here. So Adelaide University, David McLeod will be off 8 seconds. He's in lane number 2. Also off 8 seconds are the 2 Riverside Scullers, Brian Glawson in lane 3 and Greg Walters, who we heard earlier, in lane number 4. Torrens, Kevin Tankard and Rob Ellis will also be off 8 seconds. They are in lanes 5 and 6 respectively. Mark Johnson from Riverside off go, as is Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. So all of our rowers now underway. And it does look to be the Torrens rowers in the middle of the course. Kevin Tankard, who's leading out Rob Ellis, and then off to the left-hand side of the course, we've got Mark Johnson from Riverside. On the right-hand side, we've got Greg Walters and then Brian Glawson. 2 Riverside rowers, and it does look like I'm just seeing a nice pathway there. Not seeing him on the screen, but David McLeod from Adelaide University, who's motored out in front. He had an 8-second delayed start, but he is now sitting in that lead and looking very, very good. So the battle now is in for the minor placings. Over on the far side, Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge also moving the boat quite nicely. He's sitting in 2nd place. So it will be whether or not the Torrens Scullers are able to row through the slightly older Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. So David McLeod from Adelaide University out in front in lane number 2. Murray Bridge's Graham Hunt sitting in 2nd place, but now here comes Kevin Tankard from Torrens Rowing Club, and not far behind him, Rob Ellis, also of the Torrens Rowing Club. And they're ahead of Greg Walters, Brian Glawson from Riverside, as well as Mark Johnson from Riverside, also battling it out for one of the minor placings. Tankard's moved himself ahead, potentially, of Graham Hunt. It's still David McLeod from Adelaide University, closest to us here on the spectator side of the course. He's still sitting in 1st place. Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge holding on to 2nd. He's got about 100 metres or so left to go. Is he going to be able to hold off a very fast finishing Kevin Tankard? It'll be tough to do so. It is going to be a win, though, for David McLeod of Adelaide University. And then between Hunt and Tankard, it is going to be Tankard's coming right up towards the line, and I think it will just be Kevin Tankard from Torrens finishing ahead of Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge. Rob Ellis from Torrens finishing in 4th place, and then back then to Graham Johnson of Riverside in 5th. And then we'll have Greg Walters from Riverside in 6th, and Brian Glawson from Riverside back in 7th place. So another exciting race there, particularly that battle for 2nd and 3rd place between Kevin Tankard of Torrens and Graham Hunt of Murray Bridge. As we head back down towards the start, we've got Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Now this one, we do have a change in some of the handicaps. So there was a L category rower, so an 88-year-old rower was in this race, but he has scratched. What that does mean is that our handicaps have now dropped down. So in lane number 2 from Riverside, Philip Jones, he's off 31 seconds, as is Phil Walsh from Riverside. Off 16 seconds are Phoenix Rowing Club's Philip Gebhardt, Alan Bessel from Riverside and David England from Goolwa, and then Max Hazian Smith from Riverside is off go. So all of our rowers now underway. And it is the rower in the middle of the course that is out to a nice lead. So that looks to be Philip Gebhardt from Phoenix Rowing Club, sitting ahead of Alan Bessel in the red Zooty of the Riverside Rowing Club, and then Torrens Phil Walsh over on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side of the screen. So a nice lead here for Philip Gebhardt from Phoenix. So as mentioned, all of our rowers, that's the 3 divisions split up. Try and keep it so as that the handicaps, the delayed starts aren't too much. So you're not having to sit there potentially in a cross breeze and trying desperately to keep your boat straight and not drift off into somebody else's lane. But again, that great view of our rowers. You can see Phil Walsh there from the Torrens Rowing Club. And that distinctive pink hull. But out in front, Philip Gebhardt from Phoenix. And you can just make out the path of his boat as he goes through the water. So all of our rowers from H through J categories, so ranging in age from 70 through to 80 plus. The 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships are proudly supported by our value sponsors and partners. So the Platinum Partner is City Mazda. They offer a fantastic range of services such as car finance to get you behind the wheel of your new Mazda sooner. The team are dedicated to ensuring your pleasant experience with City Mazda stays long after your vehicle purchase. Offering car servicing, Mazda warranty solutions for total peace of mind in the future. So you can see the team down at City Mazda. We've got the Mazdas down in the main spectator area. Also down there, we've got the Regatta shop. They've got some South Australian Rowing Championships merchandise. And also the team from Perfect Balance Rowing. Regatta shop and Perfect Balance Rowing, 2 of the corporate partners of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. As the city of Charles Sturt. So out in front, we've got Philip Gebhardt, and then off to his left-hand side, we've got Gulwar's David England. Both these rowers went off the same delayed start, so they were both off 16 seconds. And the gap, it's not a huge one. They're into the red boys now. It's only about a boat length between these 2 leading scullers, so Gebhardt of Phoenix and England of Gulwar. But Gebhardt still just keeping his bow out in front. Third place at the moment is Phil Walsh from Torrens Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. With our 3 Riverside rowers, Max Ian Smith in lane 7, Alan Bessel in lane 5 and Philip Jones in lane number 2. Having their own race there. It is going to be a win for the rower from Phoenix, Philip Gebhardt, going through and taking Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Sculls. David England from Gulwar finishing in 2nd place. And then 3rd place will go to Phil Walsh from Torrens Rowing Club. And in the battle of our 3 Riverside Scullers, Philip Jones from Riverside has himself out in front of Alan Bessel from Riverside, and then Max Ian Smith, who was off go. So a great row between our 3 red zootied scullers of the Riverside Rowing Club. So we just see Phil Jones coming across the line now, and he'll finish ahead of Alan Bessel from Riverside and Max Ian Smith, also of Riverside. As we move back down towards the 1,000 metres, and our next race to get underway is the Masters Women's Pairs. So lane 3 from Riverside, we have Ilaria Pagani and Erin Sterling. From lane 4, also from Riverside, Samantha Yersman and Melanie Innes. In lane 5 from Torrens, Belinda Yankoviak and Simone Ellis. And lane 6 from Torrens, Robin Gray-Gardner and Natasha Vassos. So the crew in lane 6 are off go. They are an E category pairing. Lane 5 from Torrens are off 5 seconds. Lane 4 from Riverside off 10 seconds. And lane 3 from Riverside off 13 seconds. And we're just seeing there the race after that, getting ready at the start line. So that would be the B final of the men's under 16 single sculls. But the race coming down at the moment is the Masters Women's Pairs. So you can see them on the screen at the minute. They've only just got underway, so you can see the single scullers off in behind them. So 2 crews from Torrens, 2 crews from Riverside. And a number of these women involved in the very successful South Australian Masters Interstate team. So the Australian Masters Rowing Championships being held over at Champion Lakes in Perth in 2026. And South Australia looking to defend their 8 men's and women's titles. It's been something of a dynasty for the South Australian Masters crews. So it does look like we are missing the crew of Jersman and Innes from Riverside. So just the 3 crews in this race, and we've got the 2 Torrens crews matched up quite nicely. So Belinda Yankoviak and Simone Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club, they've now got about a half a boat length lead over Robin Gray-Gardner and Natasha Vassos, also from Torrens. So that crew on the left-hand side had a 5-second head start, and now this very strong crew of Yankoviak and Ellis rowing past them and looking very good out in front. The Riverside crew in lane number 3, that is Ilaria Pagani and Erin Sterling. They had a 13-second delayed start, and so in those smaller boats, particularly if you are up against some stronger, older crews, then it does mean that you're a little ways off the pace. So it's a strong row here for Belinda Yankoviak and Simone Ellis from the Torrens Rowing Club. And as we say, the South Australian Masters 8s, both the men's and the women's, winning a number of years at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships in all kinds of conditions. So I think since 2021, where we had the Masters Championships here at Westlakes, since then the regatta has made its way around the country. So it's been up in Sydney, down at, I think in 2022, it was down at the Lake Wendouree course in Ballarat, before moving down to Lake Barrington, also up at the Sydney International Regatta Centre in 2025. Certainly these 2 rowers very familiar with the regatta, walking away with a number of medals for Torrens and also for South Australia right the way throughout. And it is a great row from start to finish here for Belinda Yankoviak and Simone Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club in lane number 5. They'll take out the Masters Women's Pairs, and they'll finish ahead of Robin Gray-Gardner and Natasha Vassos. In second place, with Ilaria Pagani and Erin Sterling from Riverside finishing back in third. Heading back down to the start, our next race to get underway, and it will be just about underway, will be the under-16 men's single sculls. So we've got the B final, and in that final we've got, so it was top two to go through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. So in that one, we've got Tully Redmond, sorry, in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Healy of Adelaide High. Lane 3, Kennison of Pulteney Grammar. Lane 4, Bollinger of Pulteney Grammar. Lane 5, Jamison of St Peter's College. Paps Burford of St Peter's College in lane 6. Adelaide High, Sypec in 7. And Centafanti of Christian Brothers in lane number 8. So you can see there our crew's getting ready for the start, trying to balance it out. The need to go as straight as possible, with the fact that there is a little bit of a cross breeze that's still blowing, and they are now underway. So it's the B final of the men's under-16 single sculls, and this is 1,000-metre racing. And you can see there just a few of the scullers having to just straighten up the boat a little bit, make certain that they do stay in the middle of the lane and not get blown across too much. So conditions still looking nice. We've got that little bit of a tail breeze coming through, and that will certainly keep everything nice and tight as we look down the course. The A final of the under-16 men's singles still to come. So again, just going through this B final, Tully Redmond from Torrens in lane 1, James Healy from Adelaide High in lane 2, Eli Kennison from Pulteney Grammar in lane 3, Jordan Bollinger of Pulteney Grammar in lane 4, Jack Jamison of St Peter's in lane 5, Huxley Paps Burford of St Peter's in lane 6, Sebastian Sypec of Adelaide High in lane 7, and Xavier Centafanti of Christian Brothers in lane number 8. And we're just seeing that drone footage of our middle few crews. So Pulteney Grammar there, the two Pulteney Grammar rowers, Eli Kennison on the right-hand side, and he's just sitting nicely ahead of Jordan Bollinger. And then Jack Jamison of St Peter's College sitting just ahead of Bollinger. Looking out over the course at the minute, Adelaide High's James Healy, he's right up there. He's over on the far side, or closest to us at the grandstand side. And then over in lane number 7, Sebastian Sypec, also of Adelaide High. So we could potentially see an Adelaide High 1 and 2 in this B final of the under-16 men's single sculls. In behind them we've got, as we say, Pulteney Grammar's Eli Kennison. Had a little bit of a rough start in his heat. It did mean that making it through to the B final was a fairly solid effort. Jack Jamison from St Peter's College also up there as well. But it's two Adelaide High rowers either side of the course. So James Healy in lane number 2, Sebastian Sypec in lane number 7, our 2 leading rowers. Pulteney Grammar's Eli Kennison, though, starting to make up a little bit of ground on Sipek in lane number 7, so he'll have to keep an eye out. He's just looking out to his right-hand side now. The sprint is coming here from Kennison. He is moving that boat nicely, and he's potentially got it up into second place, looking to split up that Adelaide High scullers. James Healy still out in front. Kennison's moved up into second place. He's rowed through Sipek of Adelaide High. It is going to be a win, though, for James Healy of Adelaide High, finishing ahead of Eli Kennison of Pulteney Grammar, with third place going to Sebastian Sipek of Adelaide High. In behind him, we've got the two... Jack Jamison of St Peter's College ahead of Jordan Bollinger of Pulteney Grammar. And then in the battle for the minor placings, Tully Redmond's coming home with an absolute wet sail. He's able to row through Huxley Paps Burford of St Peter's College. And then in behind them will be Xavier Centofanti of Christian Brothers back in 8th place. As we get ready for the start of the A final of the men's under-16 single sculls, this event sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. You can see the PBR tent here in the main regatta area. In lane number 1 from St Peter's College, Eastern Paps Burford. In lane 2 from Pembroke School, William Baker, coached by Simon Lane and Nicholas Dawes. In lane 3 from Unley High, Xavier Anders, coached by Annalisa Sizer. In lane 4 from Adelaide High, Oliver Johnson. Lane 5 from Adelaide High, Kobe Keane. Lane 6 from St Peter's College, Will Miller. Lane 7 from Pembroke School, Banjo Parkinson, coached by Simon Lane and Nicholas Dawes. And lane 8 from St Peter's College, Tyler Gow. So expecting a good race here. All of these rowers have had a number of races throughout the regatta. And we've seen some fantastic results from them as well. So this event sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Why Perfect Balance Rowing? Well, we are rowers. We have learnt to row. We have the blisters, experienced the pain of defeat and the elation of victory, have lifelong friends and our arch nemesis. But most importantly, we are rowers at heart, and we still row on the water as much as we can. Love the sport, and we want others to experience what we have, do everything to support you and support the Australian rowing community. We are underway now in our final of the men's under-16 single sculls. And as mentioned, we're expecting a great race here between our rowers. They had to finish top 2 in their heats. We had the 4 heats in this event. It's now down to our final 8 rowers. So you can see there our 2 rowers from Adelaide High in the middle of the course, and that's the black, white and grey Zooty with the diagonal stripes. So on the left-hand side there, it's Kobe Keane of Adelaide High and Oliver Johnson on the right-hand side. Keane just getting himself out a little bit, maybe a canvas ahead of Oliver Johnson. And as we just, as the camera just zooms out a little bit, we can see also that St Peter's Will Miller, who had a great race in his heat earlier on today, he's also up there, as is Xavier Anders from Unley High. So Kobe Keane just starting to move away from Oliver Johnson at the moment. And I think we're going to be in for an exciting finish here in the men's under-16 single sculls. It's Kobe Keane looking like he just has the lead, but Will Miller from St Peter's is right up there with him and perhaps just getting the bow ball out in front now. Couple of lanes across, we've got Xavier Anders from Unley High. He's keeping himself about a boat length ahead of Adelaide High's Oliver Johnson, William Baker from Pembroke School, Eastern Paps Burford of St Peter's College, and then Tyler Gow of St Peter's College and Banjo Parkinson of Pembroke School. So down through the first 500 metres, it's 500 metres left to go, and it's 2 of the scullers in the middle of the course that are well and truly up there. Will Miller from St Peter's College and Kobe Keane from Adelaide High, our 2 leading rowers, and Miller has moved himself into the lead now. He's opening up a bit of a gap. Closest to us on the grandstand side, we've got Xavier Anders from Unley High. He'll be looking to try and make up some ground. And then over on the far side, Banjo Parkinson, Tyler Gow from Pembroke and St Peter's respectively. Oliver Johnson from Adelaide High just dropping off the pace a little bit. as is William Baker from Pembroke and Easton Paps Burford of St Peter's College. Will Miller from St Peter's, though, wasn't the fastest off the line, but you don't always have to be, because through the middle stages, he is absolutely motored, and he has got his boat well ahead of Kobe Keane of Adelaide High, who's sitting nicely in second place. Third place at the moment is Xavier Anders from Unley High. We'll keep an eye out on the crews on the far side of the course, because with 200 metres to go, anything can happen in a sculling race. Will Miller from St Peter's College looking nice out in front, keeping that rating nice and high, making sure that he's racing right through to the end. Kobe Keane from Adelaide High, he's sitting nicely in second place. They're our 1 and 2. Let's keep an eye out on the bronze medal. It's going to be a win for Will Miller of St Peter's. He takes out the South Australian under-16 men's single scull. Kobe Keane will finish in second place, and the bronze will go to the sculler from Unley High. That's Xavier Anders. He finishes in third ahead of William Baker from Pembroke School. And then next to him, we've got banjo, looks to be Tyler Gow, and then the second Adelaide High sculler of Oliver Johnson, Banjo Parkinson, from the Pembroke School in there as well. So, but great racing there from Will Miller from St Peter's College, taking the gold medal. Kobe Keane in second, Xavier Anders in third place. As we move on back down to the 1,000, so a bit of 1,000-metre racing going on here. And our next race underway is the Year 9, Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. So 8 crews in this event, in this race. So this is the B final. In lane number 1 from the Wilderness School, the 2 crew of Imogen McLeod, Scarlett Cooper, Poppy Detmold, Cox, Ellie Nichols, and their coxswain is Charlotte Coco Ung. In lane 2 from Pulteney Grammar, we have Celeste Williams, Anastasia Kapaniris, Ava Livesny, Freya Hall, and coxed by Zara Edwards, coached by Lucy Seppelt and Hannah Melser. You can see our crews lining up at the start, getting ready to go. Lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Elsa Marie Kefalianos, Abby Bates, Polly Swain, Hazel Gavenlock, and their coxswain is Mia Frierson Lear, and coached by Madison Johansson and Amy McLaughlin. In lane 4 from Seymour College, we have Ruxie Zhu, Millie McClure, Nina Ganley, Sophie Burrows, and Adelaide Bradley, coached by Zali Grudnoff. In lane 5 from Scotch College, we have Olivia Loftus, Jessica Tonkin, Miller Skeets, Tabby Cook, and coxed by Chloe Niederer. In lane 6 from Walford Anglican, Indy Sully, Freya Jagiello, Grace Skeen, Charlie Brown, and Alexandra Chong is their coxswain. Lane 7 from St Peter's Girls, we have Mika Valmorbida, Kayla Medefint, Alice Richards, Lucy Roberts, and Lily Sheehan. And lane 8 from Seymour College, Millie Karunas, Poppy McLaughlin, Asher Roworth, Nicoletta Falaveni, and their cox is Camilla Halliwell. So our crew's getting ready to go. And again, we've just got that little bit of a cross breeze, and it's meaning that our crews are just trying to set themselves up nicely. So we will see a fair amount of straightening up as they get underway. So they are all now underway. They're moving into their lanes at the moment. So we will see, and in fact, a couple of those crews getting quite close to each other. So the BROs will be keeping an eye out on that. So you can see there, it's the Seymour College crew and Loretto Marriotteville just having to straighten up a little bit. Seymour just drifting a little ways away. And it has meant Loretto Marriotteville just able to get away to a little bit of a stronger start ahead of potentially the more favoured crew from Seymour College. It's nice and even through the early stages, though, as you would expect. So Loretto Marriotteville up there, as is Pulteney Grammar in lane number 2. In the middle of the course, we've got Scotch College and then Walford Anglican, who've had a wonderful regatta so far, winning the Schoolgirls 8s and 4s. Then we've also got St Peter's Girls in there. A few of the crew members just having a look out around the boats. We heard Amber Halliday talking about that a little bit earlier on in these Cox boats. Then the key thing is to try and keep the head in the boat as much as possible. So our 3 crews at the top of the screen, that's the Wilderness School, Pulteney Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville, doing quite well through the early stages. It's our 2 crews in the middle, Seymour and Scotch College, that are just dropping off the pace a little bit. And then next to them, we've got Walford Anglican 3, St Peter's Girls in there. And then we just can't see the Seymour College 4 crew in lane number 8, just from the drone footage that we've got at the moment. So the crews all straightening up. We've got another great footage of the drones. You can see the BR rowboats. They'll try and get themselves in a position so as that if it does look like there's going to be a clash, they'll be able to get themselves in the middle and make sure that the crews are sitting there going nice and straight. So this is the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. Somebody who knows all about schools racing because she is a coach at Adelaide High is Joanne Malcolm. Jo, welcome this morning. Some great racing that we've had so far, and it's continuing on in this race in the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Year 9.
Year 9.
Straight in and correcting you already, Stuart. Thanks for having me. So who have we got leading out now?
Well, look, it's an interesting race here because the crews that are in the middle of the course, so they would have been the ones that finished third in the 4 heats, are actually a couple of the crews that are a little ways off the pace. You can see Scotch College there in the middle of the course. It's in lane number 5. They're just a little ways off. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3 are sitting quite nicely out in front. They're now being matched by Seymour College. The 2 crews looked like they were going to get a little bit too close to each other, but then over on the looks to be
the
crew from
Seymour.
Yeah, the crew from St Peter's Girls over in lane number 7 having themselves out in front as well. So it's a very, very even race that we've got here. So Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 3. Over on the far side, we've got St Peter's Girls in lane number 7, our 2 leading crews. And then Pulteney Grammar sitting in 3rd place. Seymour also in there with a chance, as are the other crew from Seymour College as well. Into the final stages now. Loretto Marriotteville still holding just onto that lead, but St Peter's Girls, have they got the push through the final stages? It's still Loretto Marriotteville. Kefalianos, Bates, Swain, Gavinlock and Frierson Lee ahead of Valmorbida, Medifin, Richards, Roberts and Sheehan. It is going to be the girls from Loretto Marriotteville who'll go through and take the win. A big finish coming up here from Pulteney Grammar. They'll finish in 2nd place ahead of St Peter's Girls back in 3rd. Seymour College coming through in 4th place. And then we've got a few more crews coming across the line now. So that is the final Seymour crew in lane number 8. And then Walford Anglican in lane number 6, and then Scotch College in lane 5. And then it does look like this crew in lane number 1 from the Wilderness School, the 2-seat there with the oars in the boat, suggesting that they did have a bit of a breakage, unfortunately.
What a heartbreak. It is just so devastating. You get out there, you do all the hard work, and something just goes wrong. But no, well done to the crew for finishing and for being competitive, even with a rower sitting out.
Absolutely. As we get ready for the start of the A final now of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. So lane number 1 from Scotch College, Jessica Tonkin, Nisha McGibbon, Quinky Blair Robinson, Holly Harvey and their coxswain Audrey Chabria. You can see them poised and ready to go. A little bit straighter on this one, and they are now underway. Lane number 2 from Wilderness School, Evie Flowers, Imogen McLeod, Georgia Gibson, Sienna Parker and their coxswain Tia Michelaris. In lane 3 from St Peter's Girls, Eliza Phillips, Ruby Pahuja, Sasha Connor, Natalia Quinn and Victoria High. In lane 4 from Seymour College, Lily Bickle, Matilda George, Abby Bishop, Bella Damasi and their coxswain is Olivia Ceravolo, coached by Grace Foster. Lane 5 from Walford Anglican, Sepu Simasiku, Ellie Bass, Mia Karubas, Grace Appleford and Indigo Roberts. Lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Amelia Viscarelio, Natalia Bayless, Marnie Sherwell, Beatrice Mazzini. Their coxswain is Millicent Lyons and they're coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 7 from St Peter's Girls, Ava Bembridge, Charlotte DeBasio, Juliet Tang, Lily Cook and coxswain Rachel Jakes. And lane 8 from Loretto Marriotteville, Lily O'Brien, Willow Sawyer, Lou Bauman, Zoe Reed, Eva Kleinig is their coxswain, and they're coached by Imogen Smith and Dario Sportelli. And this time, Joe, we've got the crews in the middle of the course that have the lead. It looks like Seymour and Walford Anglican. How many times have we said that this weekend?
Oh my gosh, these 2 heavyweights of the women's rowing world down here in South Australia, and it's fantastic to see such strong rivalry between the schools. And shout out to Sophie Waters, who's been doing a fantastic job in the Wolford program this year. She's picked it up very recently on a full teaching load and helping support those girls to row the best they can. And we're seeing a showing of that from the Year 9A crew.
So Walford Anglican, perhaps just with the bow out in front, but it is level pegging between Walford Anglican and Seymour. And then Loretto Marriotteville sitting in third place, potentially just ahead of the St Peter's Girls crew in lane number 3. So have that lovely chevron shape that you'd expect in an A final, leading 2 crews side by side. And then either side of them, we've got third and fourth battling it out. This is the kind of finish you love to see.
And I think that Seymour has just taken a seat on that Wolford crew. It looks like that 500-metre push has pushed them, I would say, about a canvas up through this crucial stage. But looks like Wolford are responding now as well.
I'm just going to keep an eye out on this Scotch crew over in lane number 1 and also the Wilderness School in lane number 2. They're starting to make a little bit of a move. Whether or not they're able to get up into those bronze medal position, as well as the St Peter's crew in lane number 7 in there as well. So some great racing happening here. Seymour College into the Red Boys now, just ahead of Walford Anglican, and then back to Loretto Marriotteville and St Peter's Girls. It's now 250 metres left to go. Have the Walford crew got something left in them, because Seymour are just starting to pull away a little bit.
They're edging out, aren't they? They're just sculling so nicely, so long, so crisp around that front end. I think they've got the boat speed and the momentum, and they would be able to see themselves pulling away from that Walford crew, and that just spurs you on. You know that you've got victory in your grasp, and they're just pushing out to about a half a boat length lead at this stage. So, wow, even pushing out to a full length lead, running that momentum all the way through to the finish. So it looks like that crew of Bickle, George, Bishop, Damasi, Saravello, Cox, coached by Forster, will be claiming the state championship title in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
It'll be Walford Anglican in second. Third place will go to the crew from Loretto Marriotteville, just holding out a very fast finishing St Peter's Girls crew. And then in the battle for the minor placings, we've got the Wilderness School just holding out Scotch College. And then over on the far side, we've got the St Peter's Girls crew. And it looks as though there might have been an issue with the Loretto Marriotteville crew, because I can just see them coming up through the finish line as well. So fantastic racing there. Walford Anglican matched Seymour right through the first 500 metres, but then Seymour College just able to get themselves out in front and extended out to a boat length lead, which is a solid effort over in a quad scull over the second 500 metres.
Yeah, and just phenomenal depth from these girls' schools as well. It is a shame that the Loretto crew didn't race. I was expecting to see them up fighting as well, but they've got Loretto Marriotteville 4 and St Peter's Girls 4. So the fact that they're boating A to D crews in their Year 9s is just fantastic for the sport. I think we are one of the few sports that have equal, if not higher, contention from the female side of it. So it's just such a great sport. I love it.
As we move on, we're going to keep going with those school ones, because our next race is the under-17 women's single scull. So we're back down on the 2K, and you can see them underway at the moment. So lane 1 from Pembroke School, Beatrice Liu, coached by Skye Mumford. Lane 2 from Unley High, Rachel Luscombe, coached by Mitch Parker. Lane 3 from Walford Anglican, Lillian Wang. Lane 4 from Adelaide High, Ada Dedich. Lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Eugenie Anderson, coached by Dario Sportelli. Also from Loretto Marriotteville, we've got Layla Bryant, again coached by Dario Sportelli. Then a pair of Unley High scullers, Lily O'Neill and Keely Pitt, and they're coached by Thomas Osborne and Miska Van Warmello. And we can see on the screen at the moment, Rachel Luscombe, she was part of the winning under-17 double scull crew. She teamed up with Ada Dedich. Luscombe didn't win her heat. That's why she's in lane 2. But my word, she's winning at the moment ahead of her doubles partner in Ada Dedich, who's just a little ways behind. And then Lillian Wang, Eugenie Anderson and Layla Bryant all up there in with a shot as well. You love to see it in a single sculls race.
Mate, I love it. And these girls, they do train together. And I know that they've all been working towards this category. I don't want to say it, but I think that Ada's just pushing out to the start. I'm obviously biased. I really want her to do well. She's one of my scullers. So I think that they're all doing a fantastic job out there. A line across from lanes 1, 3 and 4. Or is it 2, 4 and 5?
It is 2, 4 and 5. So
Yeah.
Rachel Luscombe, Ada Dedich and Eugenie Anderson also up there as well. So Luscombe off to a good start. She's holding on to that lead at the moment. The trick will be whether or not she's able to hold on to that, because you imagine that Ada Dedich and Eugenie Anderson are also going to be pushing hard. We saw in the heats these rowers were able to take it down a little bit, and in particular we had some great drone footage of Dedich. She just looks so clean with her sculling, and we're seeing it at the moment. So it's just a nice steady rhythm, and it flows from stroke to stroke.
Yeah, she's doing a phenomenal job there. Eugenie's just such a good boat mover as well. She's rowing this nice long stroke, and I know it's so hard out there, and these girls are so young as well to be racing 2,000 metres. So for most of them, this will be their first foray into 2,000 metres racing in the small boat, and this competition is just fantastic. They're coming through the 1,000 side by side. It would just be a mental game here. You'd be through the 1,000 and go, oh my gosh, I've got 1,000 more to go. It'll be about the battle of the wheels and see who's done enough work on their fitness over the last 6 or so months.
Well, I think every time I got to the 1,000, I'd sing Bon Jovi. Oh, I'm halfway there. I'm living on a prayer for the last 1,000 metres. In behind them, we've got our leading 3 scullers. We should mention the other scullers as well. So Lillian Wang from Walford Anglican is battling it out nicely with Layla Bryant from Loretto Marriotteville. Over on the far side of the course, we've got Keely Pitt from Unley High. She's having a nice little battle with Lily O'Neill, just staying ahead of O'Neill. And then in lane number 1, Beatrice Liu from Pembroke School. But it is this battle in 3. Rachel Luscombe from Unley High, Ada Dedich from Adelaide High, Eugenie Anderson from Loretto Marriotteville. 3 fantastic scullers, 3 fantastic schools.
I just want to be able to see Rachel on that screen.
We just need that zoom out a little bit. You can see the puddles from Rachel Luscombe, so she's certainly up there level with them, and it's still side-by-side racing between Anderson and Dedich.
She just keeps making these moves.
And she's just got ahead now of Ada.
I think she's got about half a canvas, if not a canvas, in front of Ada, but there is good response, that she can respond well. But they're both rating reasonably low, I would say, for a scull. But I can't see her on the screen, but I do think that Rachel might have an edge out on those leading sculls as well.
So we've just got the wide angle, and yeah, it does look like Rachel Luscombe is our leading sculler at the moment, but in a scull you can make up some really big ground over the last, and even at national titles, I've seen 10 seconds made up over the final 500 metres.
It's fantastic because it's just you and the boat speed changes so quickly, and it is such a mental game as well. You see it time and time again. We'll talk about the Diamond Sculls last year. What was his name? Finn Hamill against Ollie Zeidler, just making up 3 boat lengths in the last 200 metres, and it's just that decision to bury yourself and go.
Well, in the women's single sculls at the World Championships, the Irish sculler got ahead of Lauren Henry and just held on.
Fantastic.
The thing to go out and really try and keep that lead. And Lauren Henry was, and again, if it was perhaps an extra 5 metres on that course, then and the name temporarily eludes me, which very bad, but it was a fantastic race between Lauren Henry and that Irish sculler. Out in front here, it looks like Eugenie and Rachel are our 2 leading scullers. Ada's just dropped off the pace a little bit here through that final stage. It's still Rachel Luscombe from Unley High.
Yeah, she's got a clear lead now. I'd say she's got about a boat length clear water back to Eugenie, and then maybe some overlap between Ada and Eugenie, but Rachel, she's such a powerful dynamic rower. And we'll see if it stays the same through the last 250. Are we going to have a sprint finish? How much do the girls have left in their legs? I think they will probably throw everything they've got at it. They know that they want to race this at a national.
And we're seeing Rachel Luscombe now just start to up her rate. She's got the lead. She's held on to it for a while, and now she is trying to make sure that she's holding on and not letting Eugenie Anderson or Ada Dedich get in front of her. In behind these leading three rowers, again, we'll just make mention of Layla Bryant from Loretto Marriotteville, who's sitting ahead of Keely Pitt of Unley High and Lily O'Neill, also of Unley High, and then back a little bit further to Lillian Wang of Walford Anglican and Beatrice Liu of Pembroke. But out in front, Rachel Luscombe of Unley High. She's led for the last 1,500 metres. She's not letting that rate go, and she will be the South Australian champion for 2026 in the under-17 women's singles sculls. A great row there from Rachel Luscombe. She'll take first place. Second will go to Eugenie Anderson of Loretto Marriotteville, and she'll finish a few boat lengths ahead of Ada Dedich of Adelaide High. Can't wait to see those three down at the national titles at Lake Barrington at the end of March. Coming in behind them, we've got, it looks to be Layla Bryant from Loretto Marriotteville, who's got herself ahead of the Unley High sculler Keely Pitt, who in turn is about a boat length ahead of Lily O'Neill, also from Unley High. So 3 rowers in the top 6 there for Unley High. And then in behind her, we have our final couple of rowers coming across. So it'll be Lillian Wang of Walford Anglican just coming up towards the finish line now, and then a little ways back to Beatrice Liu of Pembroke School. Great racing, that one, as you say, Joe. Early on in their 2K, they'll learn a lot from that. They'll take it away, and I think, do they have this event at the head of the river?
No, so our head of the river is just coxed quads and coxed 8s. There is a reserve single scull, but that's generally for the person who doesn't make a crew boat, so that they still get a race on the day. So we are just a quad and 8 state. I know that there's been work to try and change that. There's people with different opinions, and our head of the river's had a bit of a facelift as well.
So our under-21 women's singles sculls, this is sponsored by Drake's. We've got the 3 rowers in this one. So from lane number 4 from Adelaide University. No, in fact, we have a scratching in lane number 4, so it's just the 2. It's a straight run to the line. It's Sasha Humble from Adelaide Rowing Club. She's already the women's double scull winner. And then lane number 6 from Adelaide University, Felicity Cox. And it does look like the Adelaide Uni sculler Felicity Cox is out in front at the moment. So we saw earlier on today, Felicity, well, this is returning back to the Open Women's Double Scull, where Carolyn McNally and Felicity Cox leading up until about the last 200 metres or so, and then an equipment issue. It looked like there was an oar breakage.
Heartbreak, absolute heartbreak, yes. Slight crab and snap, but hey, it's something that if you can learn it at the state championship and then do it right at the nationals, that's the preference. Although it's never an easy lesson.
It's not a fun lesson.
No.
If I was going to talk about fun lessons, that would, you'd think, with a fun teacher in a fun classroom.
Lessons are never easy. Growth is never easy. But Flick is doing a phenomenal job rowing here. She's been training the scull a bit more and just moving it really nicely here. Very clear water ahead of Sasha, who's also sculling well. I'd be really interested to see the times that come out today, because obviously we had that nasty crosshead which has shifted to a cross tail. Is it helpful? Do we know? But yeah, Felicity doing a fantastic job. Masterclass. Taking that rate right down to about 18 to 20 to cross the line. She might have a few more races today. I'd expect to see her in the Open Women's 8 this afternoon.
What a great way to finish the regatta.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's not talk about this afternoon. Let's get through one race at a time.
Sasha Humble from Adelaide Rowing Club will finish with the silver in the under-21 women's single sculls. And again, that event sponsored by Drake's. As we head back down the course, we've got the Open men's lightweight double sculls. So again, a number of these rowers, they weren't involved with the Penrith Cup last year, but these 4 Adelaide University rowers will be going for South Australian selection either in the Penrith Cup, that's the lightweight 4s, or also in one of the 8s. So in lane 4 from Adelaide University, Daniel Wiersemer and Mitchell Moore, and then lane 5 also from Adelaide University, Isaac Nilsson and James Ratosa.
Yeah, these boys have been rowing for... Has the Open Men's 4 raced yet? No, that's today, isn't it? So I expect that they'll be taking out it out against the heavyweights later today in the Open Men's 4 because they put the lightweight in the same division. So, yeah, I'm seeing the lead coming in from Dan and Mitch, which you'd expect. Dan's one of our quickest lightweight scullers. He won the Open yesterday in the single. But Zach and Ritzy have been training together. So they're both pushing each other all the way through, we'd expect.
So you can see the crews there now. So the crews that were just lined up at the start line, that was for the Open Lightweight Women's Double Scull. So, and again, we'll see a few of those rowers that were involved in the South Australian team last year in the Victoria Cup, which is very ironic because we've got Victoria Binns rowing for Adelaide University in there. But in the race that's coming down towards the finish line now, as you mentioned, Joe, it is Daniel Wiersema and Mitchell Moore leading out Isaac Nilsson and James Ratosa. The lightweight events, it'll be interesting to see. We saw actually some really big numbers at the Australian Rowing Championships last year in the lightweight events. We saw for the first time the lightweight women's eights.
Oh,
and that was very well subscribed.
Oh, my gosh. And it's such an exciting race as well. It's so even. It's so... Most lightweights need to learn to row effectively and dynamically. And so those boats were up and moving. And like this leading scull is moving really nicely. Technically rowing well. Fantastic power to weight. And Dan and Mitch look like they're moving incredibly well. Not stressing too much with the rate. Clocking them at about 31 strokes a minute, which is very relaxed for a lightweights rating, I'd say. I've seen some sculling boats and quads come down over 40 the whole way down. But yeah, really effective sculling there.
Nothing quite like jumping into a lightweight boat when you're not a lightweight rower yourself. Particularly as a para rower, and holding things is hard.
Yes.
Daniel Wiersema and Mitchell Moore, they'll be looking, South Australia finishing 5th in the Penrith Cup last year in the Interstate Regatta. They were only, it was not far behind Western Australia. It was a great race, and it is one of those events that gives the smaller states the opportunity to be able to go through. So a win there for Daniel Wiersema and Mitchell Moore ahead of Isaac Nilsson and James Ratosa. In second place, the lightweight women's double sculls, sponsored by Claridge Constructions, Lulu Colgrave and Victoria Binns in lane number 4, Celia Cowan and Ella Mackay from Adelaide in lane number 5, and then Jalissa Aspinall and Scarlett Power from Norwood International High in lane number 6. So, as mentioned, the interesting thing with the lightweight events, so they have been now taken out from the Olympic program. We do still have the lightweight singles, the lightweight doubles at the World Championships in 2025. I'll be interested to see there were only 4 entries in each of the double sculls at the World Championships last year.
Is that right?
But some big entries in the single scull. And what was great with the doubles and the lightweight double sculls was that we saw, I think, a first World Championships medal for Indonesia. Some of the smaller countries, again, it's that opportunity to be able to go through and to win a World Championship medal.
Well, I mean, if you look at the profile from the different countries, you see the big Dutch, the big German, the big English, the big Australians. And so the lightweight category just really evens the playing field. You've got to have that, be under that 72.5 if you're a lightweight man, or under 59 max. Crew averages of 57 and 70. So it really does create such dynamic racing, and it is tricky to see that they've taken it out. But I do see the need for parity in events across like men's and women's rowing at the Olympics. So I think that's really important. But surely we can just have a few more seats, right? Surely we can just add 4 more seats for the women's 4 and keep the lightweight doubles in.
It's all been spoken at about a level well above you and I think.
It's not my pay grade, but honestly, some of the most exciting races that you see are the lightweight doubles.
Absolutely.
I think first to 8th at the Olympics last year was something like a second or 2. And you just don't get that in the open boats. And it's also because they're the only seats that those lightweights can go for, so you do get the best of the best in those categories. But yeah, not worth talking about now because it's not going to happen anymore at the World Championships, as you say. But as it's not an Olympic boat class anymore, I guess it will be widely defunded across the globe in terms of a national support system.
It will be, I think, whatever region the World Championships is in, the countries from that region. So that's where a country like Indonesia was able to get the lightweight double in going up to Shanghai. If we have another World Championships in Australia, and I hope we do, in the lead up to 2032.
I would expect that would be a smart move by
World
Rowing. Practice the flying into Australia, getting over your jet lag and then racing.
Well, it'd be an opportunity to have a World Cup in New Zealand, an event in Australia, have it as a back-to-back event, get everyone to come across, because I know that obviously a lot of I think in 2027, all of the events are in Europe, so the World Championships are in Lucerne, the World Cups will be in Europe, the World Beach Sprints will be in Europe. This year, the only events outside of Europe are the World Coastal Endurance and the World Coastal Beach Sprints.
Where are they?
They are in Qingdao in China at middle of October. Have that one penciled away. So
I wouldn't take China for having a lot of swell. Is that?
No, it's on the coast. So very much looking forward to seeing how that one goes. It's also the home of the Tsingtao beer. It was an ex-German colony, so unsurprisingly, the Germans brought their beer making skills.
There you go.
It's there'll be a few things going on there. In this women's lightweight double scull, we've got the crew from Adelaide, Celia Cowan and Ella McKay, leading out Lulu Colgrave and Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Can't see the Norwood International High crew at the moment with the screen. That's Julissa Aspinall and Scarlett Power.
Well,
but Cowan led. This will be one to keep an eye out for, because Celia Cowan led the lightweight single sculls before she got rowed through by Lulu Colgrave. And I just wonder whether or not if they're just extending that lead out just a little bit further. So it'll take a big push over this last 500 metres or so for Colgrave and Binns to be able to make that ground up on Cowan and McKay. So,
well, I was really impressed by Lulu sculling. She obviously won the under 21. It was under 21 or was it open?
It was definitely one of them. They were both on at the same time. So I think Lulu won the Open. So it was Celia Cowan leading out the Open through most of it, and then Lulu came back over the last 250 metres.
Yep.
And then Victoria Binns was involved in the under 21.
That's right. So they both won their categories, but the double is going quicker with Celia and Ella in it. And I've just had a look online, and it looks like they're not judged, so the Adelaide Uni crew is in by invitation. I believe in a lightweight category that is generally because they haven't made weight. But both crews sculling incredibly well here, so it does look like the championship will go to the Adelaide Rowing Club double, which is a little bit of nice, redemption from the single sculls. But Celia's obviously got quite a bit of pedigree in this class, having represented the country in the under 23 lightweight double with Verena. So yeah, she knows how to move a double scull well, and putting on a masterclass for us all here. That dynamic front end, long stroke, tall finish, elbows through. Nice work, girls.
It was interesting talking to Amber Halliday earlier on today, where she was talking about trying to maximise that length, and a lot of the lightweight rowers will be a little bit shorter because it's a little bit easier to try and keep that weight off if you are that wee bit shorter.
Sure. Yep. And they are. These girls are little pocket rockets. Congratulations to Celia Cowan and Ella McKay winning the Open Lightweight Women's Double Scull, and Lulu Colgrave and Vic Binns just finishing there. I do not see the Norwood crew, so unsure if they scratched or not.
Might have been a scratch. We've had a few crews that just haven't been coming through. So our next race is and it will be underway, it'll be the under-19 men's coxless pairs. This event sponsored by Ratio Theory Rowing. So lane number 2 from St Peters, we have Lewis von Dusa and Atticus Clayton. In lane 3 from Adelaide High, we have Aidan Foran and Ethan Carlson. Lane 4 from St Peter's College, Will Lloyd and Sydney Tierney. Lane 5 from St Peter's College, Hugo Maslin and Lockie McKenna. Lane 6 from Unley High, we have Bastian Alexander Back and Alex Punchin, coached by Olivia Tances and Misha Van Wormello. Lane 7 from St Peter's College, Emerson Cooper and Miles Chipperfield. And Lane 8 from Christian Brothers, Alex Evans and Luca Sparapani.
And it looks like that CBC crew is taking it to the crew in the middle of the St Peter's College crew. I believe that's Maslin and McKenna in lane 5.
Yeah, they've motored out through those early stages. They've opened up a handsome lead over the other St Peter's crew of Lloyd and Tierney. But as you say, a couple of lanes across. Oh, in fact, they might be a few lanes across, and they've just ducked in. So the pair's always tricky. You're trying to maintain a good rhythm, but also trying to keep the steering nice and clean. So these boats will have the foot steering in them. I know from personal experience, rowing a pair without foot steering can be interesting.
Disastrous. No, that St Peter's crew is definitely in front, but I just want to mention this CBC crew of Evans and Sparapani. Alex Meets has been doing a phenomenal job there, and we saw them take the under-19 and the schoolboy coxed 4 yesterday, so I believe these boys were in that boat. So obviously doing some good sweeping, and then you have the two St Peter's College crews, and then back to the Adelaide High crew in 4th, looking to stay ahead of that St Peter's crew 3.
I think that Christian Brothers crew originally entered into the open men's pairs, and it would have been interesting to see how they went in that one, because they're rowing quite nicely over there on the far side of the course.
They've absolutely just picked it up through that last 500 and gotten out to what I believe is about a boat length. Maybe even clear water lead over
it's a
that.
clear water lead between Christian Brothers and St Peter's too. That's Maslin and McKenna, and then Lloyd and Tierney also of St Peter's. Then back a little bit further to Adelaide High, that is Foran and Carlson. On the far side of the course, we've got St Peter's, Cooper and Chipperfield. And then looking down the course, we've got some Von Duser and Clayton from St Peter's College. So the 4 St Peter's crews, and then Unley High's Alexander Back and Punchin sitting in the final position, 7th and final position. But it is going to be a great win here for Christian Brothers. Alex Evans and Lucas Sparapani, 2026 South Australian champions in the under-19 men's coxless pairs. Going through in second place will be the St Peter's crew of Hugo Maslin and Lockie McKenna, and they'll finish ahead of St Peter's 1, Will Lloyd and Sydney Tierney with the bronze medal. Going in behind them will be the Adelaide High crew of Aidan Foran and Ethan Carlson in the distinctive bright orange caps.
You're welcome.
And then in lane number 7, St Peter's College, Emerson Cooper and Miles Chipperfield finishing in 5th place. Just a little bit of hard work there towards the end there for that St Peter's College crew. And they'll finish ahead of Louis Van Dosa and Atticus Clayton in 6th place, also from St Peter's. And then Bastian Alexander Back and Alex Punchin from Unley High finishing in 7th.
I think it's fantastic seeing the 19 men's coxless pair. It's not something that's traditionally raced here in the state. We do the small boat combine at the West Lakes Regattas, but you have to choose whether you row the scull or the pair for that one. And traditionally, a lot of rowers do choose the scull. So it's great to see the field line up against one another here, and that Unley crew just finishing now.
Head back down the course. It's race number 110, the Schoolboy Cox Quad Sculls, sponsored by Claridge Constructions. And it is lane number 2, Prince Alfred College, James Morgan, Keir Nan, Paul Gaganis, William Gibson, Fred Martin is their coxswain, coached by Jack Miller. Lane 3 from Unley High, we have Zach Mason, Blaine Ryan, William Marriott, Lachlan 12 Tree, Charlotte Hill as the coxswain, coached by Mitch Parker. They're sitting at about 3rd place, it looks like, at the moment. In lane number 3 from Prince Alfred College, Reed Scott, Jack Amber, Campbell Brown, Lachlan Logan, Noah Burton Howard, coached by Jack Miller. Lane 5 from Unley High, and looking like our race leaders potentially at the moment, Angus Andrews, Anton Evans, James Cox, Joel Velt. Addy Burns is their coxswain, and they're coached by Mitch Parker. Lane 6 from Prince Alfred College, the 3 crew of Hugo Grayling, Isaac Wood, Spencer Zerb, Fred Ashby and Declan Murphy, coached by Jack Miller. And Lane 7 from Pembroke School, Jed Watson, Alex Smitham, Sebastian Willis-Hell, Max van der Meulengraaf and their coxswain Jack Peasley. So the schoolboy coxed quad sculls, always very exciting race. And it does look like Unley High have themselves out in the lead. So we just have a look here at the lane number 5, so that lane number 6, sorry, so that is the 3rd crew from Prince Alfred College, and then moving back up the course. So Unley High holding on to that lead ahead of the Pembroke School in 2nd place, and then a couple across from them, the 2nd Unley High crew. So it's potentially an Unley High 1 and 2. They're sitting in 1st and 3rd at the moment. So this crew of Andrews, Evans, Cox, Velt, and Burns leading out, coming into the last 300 metres or so. It is a humdinger battle happening for 2nd and 3rd though. So sitting in 2nd place at the moment is the Pembroke School, Watson, Smitham, Willis-Hell and van der Meulengraaf. And then in behind them, we've got the 2nd Unley High crew and the Prince Alfred College crew as well, who is going to go through and take the bronze medal in the schoolboy coxed quad sculls. It's still Unley High holding on to that lead. Opportunity to take some real momentum through to the head of the river, which will be held in mid-March. Always a fantastic event here on the South Australian rowing calendar. Unley High holding on to the lead. Pembroke School sitting in 2nd place. And now that battle is on for 3rd between the 2nd Unley High crew and Prince Alfred College, lanes 3 and 4. PAC just getting their bow balls out in front and really starting to put some good effort in. Unley High will take a lot to respond. PAC, they're not worried about 3rd now. They're going to try and go through and take the silver medal. They've got a couple of boat lengths they need to make up on the Pembroke School, but they are moving the boat faster. Out in front, though, it is Unley High in lane number 5. They've led right the way from the start. They've got about 100 or so metres left to go. The battle for 2nd is still on. It's still Pembroke holding on, but here comes Prince Alfred College. Have they got enough of the course left to go? Unley High, they're going to be the South Australian champions for 2026. That's a crew in lane number 5. The battle for silver is on. PAC are making their move. They're motoring through. They've gotten past Pembroke School. Prince Alfred College will take the silver medal ahead of Pembroke with the bronze. The 2nd Unley High crew just dropping off the pace a little bit. They'll finish in 4th place ahead of Prince Alfred College 2 in 5th. And then we'll have Prince Alfred College 3 finishing back in 6th place. So a start-to-finish win for Angus Andrews, Anton Evans, James Cox, Joel Velt and Addy Burns, finishing ahead of a very fast-moving Prince Alfred College crew of Reed Scott, Jack Amber, Campbell Brown, Lachlan Logan, Noah Burton, Howard, and then Pembroke School's Jed Watson, Alex Smitham, Sebastian Willis-Hell, Max van der Meulengraaf and Jack Peasley just in behind them. Great racing there, and it's still some great racing to come, because we'll go back down to the start, and it's the big boat energy coming down the course with the under-19 women's 8. So Pembroke and St Francis Composite in lane number 2, Scotch College in lane 3, Walford Anglican in lane 4. They're out in front at the moment. In lane 5, Seymour College, lane 6, St Peter's Girls, lane 7, Seymour College, and lane 8, the 2nd crew from Walford Anglican. So it's Walford Anglican and Seymour College. We saw this in the Schoolgirls 8 yesterday, and they are our 2 leading crews in the under-19 women's 8s. We do have a composite crew in this event. That is the Pembroke St Francis Composite of Adwiti Anu, Emily Rolls, Jaden Searle, Pippin McLeave, Billy Augie, Riley Broad, Laylee Majara, Scarlett Foster and Dora Rossi Fideli is the coxswain, coached by Tom Merrigan, Stephanie Turnbull and Lucy Cattell. Scotch College, Sienna Bailey, Piper Steiner, Penny Rainbow, Harriet Twelvetree, Charlotte Macareth, Ruby White, Maeve Sargent, Izzy McTaggart and Leah Struick. In lane 4, Walford Anglican, Amara Davis, Hannah Silcock, Nina Kovac, Harriet Patterson, Charlotte Matthews, Emily Turner, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters and Susanna Hall. Lane 5, Seymour College, Lauren Halls, Olivia Pisaniello, Sky Birdseye, Harriet Foster, Georgia Guthrie, Clementine Mitchell, Imogen Johnson, Ava Charlesworth, Ella Ella Edwardson is their coxswain, coached by Joe Franco. St Peter's Girls, Zara Peroni, Maria Elavaris, Zalia Valmorbida, Cleo Connor, Matilda Simonis, Grace Jones, Bay Reynolds, Evelyn Kelly and Charlotte Catchpole. In lane number 7 from Seymour College, Hattie Nichols, Coco Loveday, Madeline Howard, Lucy Baker, Charlotte Wheaton, Anna Moore, Charlotte Guthrie, Jessica Myers. Bree Tyvar is the coxswain, coached by Susie Ross. And lane 8 from Walford Anglican, Madeline Rogers, Milia Elia, Lexi Reid, Mayla Von Medding, Sophie Walsh, Eloise Bago, Alice Milne, Mimi Young, Pollyanna Townsend is their coxswain. Walford Anglican, they won the Schoolgirls. They were pushed the entire way by Seymour College. Seymour College with it all to do. Walford Anglican have extended out that lead through the third 500 metres. It's now over a boat length. Seymour have lost contact, but we saw them come back so strongly in the final 500 metres of the Schoolgirls 8s yesterday. But so far, this Walford crew, they've won the Schoolgirl 8s. They won the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s earlier on today with 5 of the crew members from this boat. And now in the under-19 8s, they are sitting out in front nicely. Seymour College, they're just dropping off the pace a little bit, but they're still nicely in second place, going for the bronze medal. We've got Seymour College 2 sitting in third place ahead of St Peter's Girls, Walford Anglican 2, Sculls College, and the Pembroke School Composite. As we ride here with our leading crew from Walford Anglican, not letting go, keeping that rating up. You can see the coxswain there, Susanna Hall, exhorting her crew members, telling them not to let go. They're in now to the final 300 metres or so. They've got a little bit of clear water on Seymour College. You can see them on the left-hand side of the screen. Have they got a final sprint in them, or is this move from Walford Anglican the decisive one here in the under-19 women's 8s? It's Walford Anglican leading Seymour College. Seymour College 2 sitting in third, but Scotch College are now starting to make their move. Can they stop Seymour from having a silver and a bronze in this event? We'll keep an eye out on that one. Also, too, the second Walford Anglican crew would very much like to make it 2 Walford Anglican crews on the podium. 250 metres left to go. It is still Walford Anglican holding on to that lead. Seymour, they're trying their darndest to close that gap, but it's still Walford Anglican holding on to that lead, keeping it at over a boat length, not letting Seymour get within striking distance. In the battle for bronze, it is Seymour 2 that are holding on ahead of Scotch College and Walford Anglican 2, so we could still see 2 Seymour crews on the podium. We're just seeing the presentation here of the medals for the schoolgirl. It looks to be the schoolgirl schoolboy, quad sculls. Schoolboy quad sculls being presented now. Out in front, though, in the under-19 women's 8s, it is going to be another win for the crew from Walford Anglican. A little less close than what it was, but Walford Anglican with the win in the under-19 women's 8, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. It's Perfect Balance for Walford Anglican. Seymour College will finish in second place. And now in this battle for third, Seymour 2 are holding on against Walford 2 and Scotch College. And with a few big strokes left to go, it is going to be Seymour College 2 finishing with the bronze medal. So silver and bronze for Seymour College. Scotch will finish in fourth place ahead of the second crew from Walford Anglican back in fifth. And then in behind them, we've got our final couple of crews to come across. We've got St Peter's Girls and the Pembroke and St Francis Composite. St Peter's Girls still sitting about a boat length ahead of the Pembroke Composite. It will be St Peter's Girls finishing in sixth place ahead of the Pembroke Composite back in seventh. Time to take a deep breath as we move on for the Open Women's Coxless Pairs, and this event is sponsored by Concept 2. So we've got the 3 crews listed in this event. And in fact, it will only be the 2 crews in this one. So both crews from Adelaide Rowing Club. So Isabel Townsend and Mika Webb in lane number 4, and Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera in lane number 6. So we do have a scratching from Adelaide University. That was Southcote and Seppel. So the Open Women's Pairs, and then the Open Men's Single Sculls, our two final races of this morning session of Day 3 of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. Coming up after the lunch break, our first race will be at 1:05, and that will be the Mixed Masters Coxed Fours. That'll be a fascinating race in the lead sled. And then we've got the heats for the under-16 women's double sculls, the Year 10 Schoolgirl Year 10 quad sculls, the under-17 men's coxed quads, and then the schoolboy 8 heats. Should be fascinating to see how those races go. Big thank you to all the people that have volunteered here at the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. The sport of rowing runs off volunteers. If you would like to help out at future South Australian regattas, then you speak to the team from Rowing South Australia. We're more than happy to help you guys out and put you in contact, potentially getting out as a boat race official, as a driver, as a boat holder. Or even in the commentary box, a number of roles available with the potential to go through and volunteer at other regattas. So also looking for volunteers for the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington at the end of March. You can head to the Rowing Australia website, that's rowingaustralia.com.au, and follow the links for volunteering. Big thank you to the partners and sponsors of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. Our platinum partner, City Mazda, offering a fantastic range of services. You can see the Mazdas down here in front of the boat sheds, and they do have a special QR code that you can scan if you would like to have a special deal on a Mazda through City Mazda. Corporate partners, the City of Charles Sturt, the Regatta Shop, Perfect Balance Rowing, and you can see the PBR tent, again, just in front of the boat sheds, and also the Regatta Shop with the rowing, with the South Australian Rowing Championships merchandise available there under the St Peter's College tent down in front of the boat sheds. In the women's coxless pairs, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera are our leading crew, and it is quite comfortable over Isabel Townsend and Mika Webb. So Bates and Barrera, barring disaster, due to be our winning crew. As we just see down on the shoreline, plenty of cheers there for Walford Anglican. The under-19 Women's 8 champions for 2026 goes with the Schoolgirl 8s they won yesterday, and also the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s that they won earlier on this morning. As we just see now, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera from Adelaide Rowing Club. They'll go through and take the Open Women's Pairs Championships for 2026, and they'll finish ahead of Isabel Townsend and Mika Webb, just coming up past the rocks at the moment. Which brings us to our final race of the morning session. This is the Open Men's Single Sculls, and this is sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. In lane number 2 from Adelaide Rowing Club, we have Igor Zarubin. Lane number 1, that's Adelaide's Igor Zarubin. Lane 2, Hamish Allen from Adelaide University. Lane 3, Alexander Williams from Adelaide Uni, as is Oliver Evans Wood in lane 4, Jasper Boyce in lane 5, and Jude Shermer in lane 6. And then in lane 7, Adelaide's Jonathan McKay and Adelaide's Joshua Lascock in lane number 8. So either edge, we've got the Adelaide Rowing Club Scullers, and then in the middle we have the 5 from Adelaide University. So this is our final race of the morning session, and this is for the Simon Gillette Perpetual Trophy. The Open Women's race that we saw earlier, that was for the Her Excellence Francis Adamson AC Perpetual Trophy. So some lovely trophies available for the winners of these events. So our men's single sculls, the final race of the morning session, now coming in with about 700 or so metres left to go. So fairly even from this angle. And difficult to see just at the minute who is out in front. But a very strong field. We'll expect a number of these rowers to be participating for South Australia at the Australian Rowing Championships. They'll be pulling on the red Zooty and hoping to do the state proud. Joining Mitch Reinhardt, Oscar McGuinness, Alex Hill in those South Australian crews. So at the moment, it does look like Alexander Williams, Oliver Evans Wood, Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer, the Adelaide Uni rowers, sitting nicely in the middle of the course. It's very hard to pick a winner at the moment. So Igor Zarubin from Adelaide, just a little ways off the pace into the final stages here. But Jonathan McKay from Adelaide Rowing Club flying the flag for the multicoloured Zooties. As we just come in now to the final 500 metres of our morning session. And I guess as expected, a nice even race here between the Adelaide University scullers. In the middle of the course, it does look as though it's Oliver Evans Wood who might just have his bow ball out in front, but he's been challenged next to him by Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer, and also Alexander Williams. There's about 4 of our rowers, Joe, that's all within a shot.
It's fantastic. This has been the race that I've been so excited to have a look at, and they're all giving it their absolute best. Ollie has been the one that's been topping our time trials. He does look like he's just in the lead. But yeah, Alex definitely giving him a push. Jasper and Jude also pushing. But this is Ollie's first row in the open men's single scull, I believe, because he is still under 23. Maybe even under 21.
If you can walk away with this, it'd be a great way to start your open singles career. It is a flotilla of Adelaide University scullers that are coming up towards the line now. 200 metres to go. Oliver Evans Wood has the lead. He's ahead of Alexander Williams. Hamish Allen a little bit further behind him, but then we've got Jasper Boyce and Jude Shermer either side as well. Have they got the sprint to the line? It's still Evans Wood who's holding on. He's got a boat length lead over Jasper Boyce and Alexander Williams. He's extending that out. It's clear water now. It's Oliver Evans Wood ahead of Alexander Williams and Jasper Boyce. That's our 1, 2 and 3. It's a win for Oliver Evans Wood. Second place going to Alexander Williams. Third to Jasper Boyce. Jude Shermer will cross the line in 4th place. Coming through in 5th will be Hamish Allen, and then we have Jonathan McKay from Adelaide Rowing Club. He'll finish in 6th place ahead of Joshua Lascock, also from Adelaide, and Igor Zarubin will come through in 8th. Great road there from the youngster Oliver Evans Wood. And he just got ahead in the last 500 metres or so and held on to it, just extended it out a little bit. A great tactical race from him.
He's such a weapon. He's been training so hard over the last couple of years, and he's just really come into his own this season. He's a public school boy, so he was at Norwood International. Back then it was Norwood Marialta. So I like to say they teach him well at the public schools. And yeah, just really well done for him. I'm excited for him to raise that big trophy above his head.
Excellent. So that was our final race of the morning session, day 3 of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. It is time for a lunch break. I'm going to have a cup of tea and wet the whistle. Our first race in the afternoon session will be the Mixed Masters Cox 4s, and that will start at 1:05. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon session of Day 3 of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. We've got some great events coming up today. We've got some this afternoon. We're starting off with the Mixed Masters 4, and then we've got the heats of the women under 16 women's double sculls, the Schoolgirls Year 10 quads, the under 17 men's quad sculls, and then the heats of the schoolboy 8s, and then it's all into the finals. So the under 21 men's doubles, the open men's 4s, then some Masters events before we get on to some of the junior ones. A reminder too that if you have your bow numbers and you've done your race, please return them back to the bow number team, particularly if you have the bow numbers U4 or X5. U4 or X5, you do need to hand those back to the team at the bow number tent to make sure that they can go and recycle those for the other rowers. We are just about to get underway in our first race for the afternoon. Joining me this afternoon for the first part of it is a man who's just come off the water, Jude Shermer. Jude, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too, Stuart. How are you going?
I am fantastic. It's been nice and comfortable for me inside this air-conditioned room. It was exciting talking about that race in the men's singles sculls. I think for you, maybe there would have been excitement, but it was a very close race. There wasn't a lot in it between the leading crews.
Not at all, and we've gotten quite accustomed to that kind of racing. The entire middle six of that race, we're all in with the entirety of the senior men's sassy squad. So we're racing and we're training together every single day, and we've grown quite accustomed to the closeness and the tightness of all of our sessions. And you really start the race not knowing where you're going to finish and really having no assurances with where you're going to go. It makes for some good racing, but it also makes for a bit of nerves on the start line, Stuart. It sure does.
Well, the crews that are just on the start line at the moment, this is the 1,000-metre racing, so it's the Masters mixed. It's the coxed 4s, but all of our boats are coxless. So we've got 4 crews out there, and Jude, we've got some big handicaps in here with the Masters racing.
Yeah, it looks like it. 27 seconds for both Riverside and the Goolwork composite, 23 for Torrens, and then Phoenix will be going after then. The thing I love the most about these Masters races is that the handicap allows for really good finishes, so I'm sure you're going to really love seeing them come into that last 250 as some of the crews who may have started off ahead start to get mowed down. It's going to be a really exciting way to finish it off.
And some familiar names for followers of South Australian rowing in these crews as well.
Yep, so for Riverside from bow to stroke, we've got Melanie Inns, followed by Samantha Jersman, Greg Walters, and Yu Dombrowski. Goolwork composite from bow to stroke, Irene Sterling, Ilaria Pagani, Brian Glawson, and Simon Burr. Simon Burr, the father of Nick Burr, one of the AUBC rowers who rowed bow seat of the Open Men's 8 that won, in fact. Torrens, they've got Rob Ellis, Robin Gray Gardner, Tori Toogood, and Kevin Tankard. And then rounding it out with Phoenix, Anne Ellis, Caroline Massared, David Ellis, and Mark Massared. So it seems like we've got a bit of a family relationship going on there as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a few families go in there, and it's how much is rowing a family sport as well, though, because every time we mention one of the junior names, and when we had Tori yesterday, and then when we had Amber earlier on this morning, oh yeah, I rode with their father, I rode with their mother, that kind of thing.
It definitely is a legacy sport. I think you'll find that if you do rowing, it's something you want to pass down to your children, whether they like it or not. So, you tend to see those legacies continue on, which is really nice to see.
So our crew's getting ready at the start. You can see there Torrens and the Goolwa Riverside composite. So Simon Burr from Goolwa sitting in the 3-seat of that boat, and then the Red Zooties of Riverside. So we are underway. Phoenix are our first crew off, and as mentioned, that's Ellis, Massared, Ellis and Massared. So that's nice and balanced in there. They've got a 23-second start over the rest of the field. So Torrens and the Goolwa Riverside composite. Torrens will go off 23 seconds, The Goolwa Riverside composite and Riverside will both go off 27 seconds. So they are the slightly younger crews. You can see there the Torrens boat of Ellis, Grey Gardner, Toogood and Tankard now underway. The Goolwa Riverside composite and then Riverside off to their right-hand side. So through the early stages, unsurprisingly, we'll see Phoenix out in the lead. Yesterday we saw in the men's Masters 8s, there were 3 crews, 3 different age categories, and all finished within about a second of each other, right at the line. It was fantastic to watch. Great fun to commentate.
That's how you know they got the handicap right, hey Stuart?
That is absolutely right. It is the best feeling in the world when you're in that crew that rose through right at the very death. It's some nice looking fours racing here from the Torrens crew.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. It seems like they've got really nice patience into the catch. Everyone's rowing together with some really nice rhythm being set by Kevin Tankard here. So let's see if they're able to hold on to it. The other crews are gaining fast, so it'll be a nice finish.
Yeah, Riverside's just a little ways off. We're not seeing the Phoenix crew on lane number 6 because they are just a little bit ahead. You can see the puddles on the far left-hand side of the screen. But Torrens leading out from Riverside. The Goolwa Riverside Composite back in 4th place, and the Phoenix crew out in front as they come in now to the 500-metre point. And it does look like it is going to be Torrens battling it out with Phoenix over the last 500 metres. It's still a bit of clear water, though. It was 23 seconds they had to make up on that Phoenix crew. And then Riverside and the Goolwa Composite. Riverside just getting themselves a little bit further in front from that Goolwa Composite. So we'll keep an eye on Phoenix. They're past the 500. They've got about 350 or so metres left to go, just going past that canal. And Torrens catching with every stroke.
Yeah, I think you'll find that with these handicapped races, a lot of the distance is made in that last 250 as those crews ahead begin to fatigue. It's always a tough psychological battle when you're the crew out ahead and you're getting rowed through, and you tend to gain a lot of confidence from rowing through another. So it'll be a really, really good finish here as Torrens continue to bridge the gap.
Yeah, Torrens closing with every stroke. Phoenix looking to hold on. They're just about into the last 250 metres, but that gap has well and truly closed, and you can see the boat speed from the Torrens crew. They're really making up some nice ground. Phoenix, though, they're also putting down some heavy pressure to try and hold off as much as possible. Over on the closest to us here on the grandstand side, Riverside are starting to make a bit of a move now. They may well catch up to that Phoenix crew over the last 250 metres or so. The Goolwa Riverside Composite just a little ways off the pace at the moment. Slightly lower rates, but certainly now into the last 250. But it is Torrens catching up to Phoenix. It's now overlap between the two.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Hey, Stuart. The Goolwa crew is lagging off slightly, and we're really starting to show Torrens flex their muscle here. Phoenix is lagging, and Torrens is really starting to row through them. It looks like it's always tough to know with the perspective here, but it looks like Torrens is really starting to gain here.
Yeah, Torrens now, they've only got about 100 metres or so left to go. They've just got their bow balls out in front. Riverside are finishing fast as well. Are they going to be able to row through the Phoenix crew? It's only 20 or so metres left. It's a couple of big strokes. It's going to be Torrens for the win. Phoenix will just hold on by a canvas over Riverside in 3rd place, and then the Goolwa Riverside Composite finishing in 4th. As you mentioned, Jude, one of the great things about Masters racing is that ability for it all to come down to the last 50 metres or so, and that's exactly what we saw there. The Torrens crew, Rob Ellis, Robin Gray-Gardner, Tori Toogood and Kevin Tankard just able to row past the Phoenix crew of Anne Ellis, Carolyn Mussered, David Ellis and Mark Mussered, who in turn just held off a very fast finishing Riverside crew of Melanie Innes, Samantha Yersman, Greg Walters and Uwe Dombrowski.
What a race, hey Stuart?
There we go, your first one, and it's a cracking race to start us off. We are underway in race number 115. It's Heat 1 of the Under-16 Women's Double Sculls.
In lane 2, we have St. Peter's Girls 1 with Sasha Connor and Talia Quinn. In lane 3, Wolford Anglican, Seppo Simasiku and Eleanor Bass. Loretto Marriotteville are in lane 4 with Polly Swain, Hazel Gavinlock. And Adelaide High 1 in lane 5, Grace Badams and Ariane Hughes. In lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville 2 with Amelia Vicerello and Natalie Bayliss. Seymour College in lane 7 with Bella DeMarcy and Lily Exposto. And in lane 8, St. Peter's Girls 3, Ava Benbridge and Lily Cook.
And it's a nice even battle here. We've got the top 4 to go through to the A final. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th will go through to the B final. And there's not really a crew that is standing out as being opening up a bit of a gap. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. But certainly It's a very tight race. So we've got the 7 crews, first 4 to go through to the A final here in the under-16s. And just having a look out onto the course, it does look like the St Peter's 3 crew, Ava Bembridge and Lily Cook, are looking quite nice. We've also got towards the middle, just trying to pick these ones out, and that looks to be Loretto Marriotteville of Amelia Viscarello and Natalie Bayliss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something that's really interesting about these races and something that separates state champs from the school premiership series is that you do find schools taking each other on. As we see in this race in particular, we have Loretto Marriotteville with 2 doubles competing against each other in this race. To be sure, they would be training together every week in the quads, so it's always good for them to have the experience racing against each other.
So it's Adelaide High, so just correcting on that one. So Adelaide High, Loretto Marriotteville and Seymour College, our 3 leading crews. Grace Badams, Ariane Hughes from Adelaide High, Loretto Marriotteville, Viscarello and Bayliss, and then Damasi and Exposto from Seymour College. There are 1, 2 and 3. The crew sitting in 4th place at the minute is Walford Anglican, Simasiku and Base. So they're the 4 crews due to go through to the final. Next to them, we've got Loretto Marriotteville, Swain and Gavenlock, St Peter's Girls, Connor and Quinn, and then the other St Peter's Girls crew of Bembridge and Cook, just all sitting outside those qualification positions.
Yeah, we've got Badams and Hughes set up a really good pace from the beginning. It looks like they are still keeping themselves out ahead. Damasi and Exposto from Seymour coming in second. Of course, this is a heat, so depending on the strategy, some crews may decide to ease it off, but it seems like these crews are deciding to race it right to the end, and Badams and Hughes, what a finish from these 2. It seems like they're setting a really good pace to finish in first.
Yeah, it'll be the win for Adelaide High, and they'll get ahead of the Seymour crew in lane number 7. So they'll just hang on ahead of a very fast finishing crew there from Walford Anglican. How many times have we said that over the course of the regatta? And then coming through in 4th place, it does look like it'll be the crew from Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 6. Coming through in, it's unfortunate there, we just had a little bit of an issue with the stroke seat in the St Peter's Girls crew of Connor and Quinn back rowing, so it might have just been a little bit of a crab there towards the end there. They finish in 5th. They'll go through to the B final, as will the other St Peter's crew of Bembridge and Cook. And then it looks like might just be down a crew in there as well. So heat number 2 is well and truly underway. They got that very quickly off the line. Loretto Marriotteville, Mazzini and Sherwell in lane 2. Unley High, Griffiths and Ryan in lane 3. Walford Anglican, McNamara and Daunt Smith lane 4. St Peter's Girls, de Blasio and Tang lane 5. Walford Anglican, Carubus and Appleford lane 6. Pembroke, Grant and Sentinon in lane 7. And St Peter's Girls, Pahuja and Phillips in lane number 8. And it does look like Beatrice Mazzini and Marnie Sherwell from Loretto Marriotteville had their bow balls out in front in lane number 2. Over on the far side, we've got St Peter's Girls, Pahuja and Phillips. And then in lane number 2 as well, 3, Stella Griffiths and Nikki Orion from Unley High also up there.
It looks like there is a pretty clear difference right now between the top 4 and the next 3. So it seems like, and then we've got the crew over in lane 7, I believe, with Pembroke. No, that would be Wolford in lane 6, unfortunately, had a bit of a problem. So there will be a clear difference with Loretto finishing in first. And then we have Unley coming in second. It looks like St. Peter's 1 and 2 going into 3rd and 4th. And they will round out the crews heading through to the A final. And it looks like we do have a little bit of a problem there.
It looks like there's been a collision between the Walford Anglican and Pembroke School.
Now, I would be careful here because it seems like the crew between these 2 that actually finishes will go through to the B final. So I wouldn't stop rowing if I were either of these crews. It looks like Pembroke have decided to get themselves out of the mess and looks like they're going to finish beforehand. So it's not something you necessarily prepare for in a race, but it seems like Pembroke are going to squeeze themselves through into the B final here, unfortunately, at the expense of Wolford Anglican.
So we'll keep an eye out on those results because we may find that they're potentially a protest. So we'll keep an eye out. The live regatta page, they do have all the live results and the timings, and we'll just we'll just see what happens with that one, because there may well be a protest about that.
You would expect that one of the crews would have snuck into the other lane. So I'd expect there would be something happening there.
They are underway in our next race, and is the Schoolgirl Year 10 coxed quad sculls. This one's over 1,500 metres, Jude.
Yeah, how good. We've had a few races here over the K, but now we're extending back out to the 1500. It's a big step on for a lot of these school crews when they move from the K to the 1500 and then eventually to the 2K in their seniors. 500 metres is a lot longer than people give it credit for, so it definitely adds another aerobic challenge for all of these crews, and we'll find out really soon who's able to make the most of it.
So in lane 2, we've got St Peter's Girls 1. That's Jemima Vickall-Lamb, Olive Dawson, Lucille Tengrove, Ross Stavrou, and Louis Burton Howard. In lane 3, from Unley High, Keely Pitt, Clancy Absalon, Margot Dornier, Lily O'Neill, Sienna Kraut, coached by Thomas Osborne and Miska Van Wormello. In lane 4, from Seymour College, Sophia Bakopoulos, Aspen Penberthy, Ava Leonello, Lily Exposto, and Alice Reschke is the coxswain, coached by Victoria Binns. Lane 5 from Norwood International High, Audrey Shepherd, Angie He, Jenny Tring, Lila Benke and Lucy Phillips. Lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Lilia Warner, Ava Waters, Bronte Pryor, Isla Allgrove, Miller Wilson is their coxswain, and they're coached by Madison Johansson and Dario Sportelli. Lane 7 from Scotch College, Eloise Fletcher, Towie Blau Robinson, Aviva Bailey, Harriet Seppelt and April McCabe. And then lane 8 from Walford Anglican, Claudia Kovac, Chloe Brammy, Amelia Humphreys, Annabelle Casserly and Illy Fenkemeyer is their coxswain.
Looks like all the crews are setting a really good pace here at the moment, and there's not much between the top 3 crews, which is really good to see. It's always good to keep a keen eye on the Year 10 crews, because they will all be heading into seniors next season, and it's often a really good litmus test to see who will be growing in confidence and who will be growing in depth going into Head of the River 2027.
And it looks like the 2 crews closest to the grandstand side, so that is St Peter's Girls and Unley High, potentially with their bow balls out in front. We're just having a look there of Scotch College and Loretto Marriotteville. So that's Scotch College in lane number 7, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6. So Scotch just keeping themselves out in front. You can get a great view there of our leading crews, and it is side by side between St Peter's Girls and Unley High. So that will be a fantastic race to keep an eye out. It's top 4 to go through to the final. We've got Scotch in that distinctive yellow zooty and the yellow oars, just ahead of Loretto Marriotteville, and then it's about a boat length back to the crew from Seymour College.
Yeah, we wouldn't count out Seymour. We know how high they hold themselves in their rowing, but it is true there are only 4 crews that can go through to the A final here. So Scotch College and Loretto Marriotteville will be really, really keen to step on the gas here and try and make it out. There is a really, really good race happening through the top 3, but the stakes are high. Scotch College now just slightly pulling away through as we approach the final 500. Loretto will really need to start kicking on if they want to be able to move their way through to the A final here.
And the other crew that's in there that we haven't mentioned because they were out of view of the drone footage that we had was Walford Anglican. So they're sitting in lane number 8. And they are also sitting up there with the leading few crews. So it appears to be Unley High leading out St Peter's and Walford Anglican in 3rd place. And that makes that battle for 4th place all the more stronger. Scotch College just pulling ahead of Loretto Marriotteville and that 2nd Seymour College crew. It looks like Norwood International High are a little ways off the pace at the moment. So it's between 5 crews into 4 spots. It doesn't go. Who are the ones that are going to miss out? It's Walford out in front. Unley High up there with them. St Peter's looking okay in 3rd place, and Scotch College in 4th. Loretto with it all to do.
That's right. Scotch College really consolidating their 4th position here. I was just having a look at their positions as they came through. It seems like Loretto are shortening up at the finish in an attempt to spin the wheels, and that rarely yields results as Scotch College is making sure they're able to stay long and press out. I definitely know which crew I'm backing as I head into the final 5.
It's 250 metres to go for our leading crew, and it is from Walford Anglican. They're just coming up towards the rocks now. Over closest to us on the grandstand side, we've got St Peter's Girls now starting to make up a little bit of ground on Unley High. Scotch College, they're also moving the boat nicely. Our top four just starting to spread it out a little bit. Loretto Marriotteville just dropping off the pace, as are the crew from Seymour College and the Norwood International High crew. They're still going. They're just there in lane number 5. They are a little ways off the pace. So our leading crews now, Walford Anglican just starting to pull away in lane number 8. They won't be able to hide away in the final, because the way things are going, it does look like they will go through in those middle lanes for the final.
That's right. And it is an important thing to remember that it looks like we're going to be having a pretty strong southwesterly coming in for the final, so lanes do matter, and it's really important as we see the next crews come along that they try and secure the best lane possible as Walford comes in through to take the win.
Walford with the win in lane number 8, and then second place will go to Unley High, who'll finish just ahead of St Peter's Girls in 3rd. Scotch College will finish in 4th place, half a boat length back from them, and then there's a little bit of clear water back to Loretto Marriotteville, who will come through in 5th place, and then back to Seymour College in lane number 4, who'll finish in 6th, and then Norwood International High will finish in 7th. So they might just have... Just wondering if Norwood might just have a little bit of an equipment issue in there, as they are a ways off the pace. Move back down the course for heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quads.
So we've got in lane 2 is Pembroke with Camilleri, Black, Parkinson and Liu, with Gluis as the cox. Wilderness in lane 3, Ballastron, Burns, Halaftis, Dan and Reddick as the cox. Scotch College 2 coming in lane 4, Leek, Lupton, Barnett and Naish, with Robinson as the cox. St Peter's Girls 2 in lane 5, Bose, Davidson, Birmingham, Dodd and Lands as the cox. In lane 6, we have Walford Anglican 2, Sully, Perrone, Fitzsimmons, Waller, and Chong as the cox. Marriotteville coming into lane 7 with Frierson, Lee, Kernahan, Anderson, Bryant, and Katsaros as the coxswain. And Seymour College, we have Tierney, Brennan, Leeming, Lucas, and Andre coming into lane 8.
And it is lane 8 again. So we've just seen Walford Anglican win the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. Event sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. It's again top 4 through to the final, and it's again lane 8 with the lead in the heat. So second place is once again as well the crew in lane number 3. So this time it's the Wilderness School. So Seymour leading the Wilderness School, and then we do go back a little ways, and it is going to be a fascinating race for the finish for that 3rd and 4th positions. So in 3rd place at the moment, it's Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 7. And then we've got through the middle of the course, Walford Anglican 2, St Peter's Girls 2 and Scotch College 2, all sitting within striking distance of each other in that 4th and final spot. Back a little ways to Pembroke School in lane number 2. So they do look like they are out of the running as things stand.
And this is the beauty of the 1500 metre race here, Stuart. We saw at the back end of the last race, the first 500 to 750 is often really, really close. What really separates the champion crews from the ones who don't quite have it is that final 500, who actually has the aerobic capacity to take themselves out of it. And as we see here, it looks like Wolford in lane, or Seymour in lane 8, in fact, who are really stepping on the gas and going to be posting quite a good time and get themselves quite a good lane as they head in to the A final, it seems.
Yeah, Seymour College, Tierney, Brennan, Leeming, Lucas and Andre holding on to a lead. It is Wilderness School sitting in second place, so it's almost a perfect match of what we saw in the last race, with the exception that 3rd place is currently lane number 7, so that's Loretto Marriotteville, and it's between Scotch and Walford Anglican, the 2-2 crews in lanes 4 and 6. They've moved themselves ahead of St Peter's Girls, who are sitting back in 6th place, and then back a little bit further to Pembroke. It's going to be a win for Seymour College. Let's keep an eye out on 4th and 5th. Seymour College take the win. Second place, it's going to be the Wilderness School. Third place will be the crew from Loretto Marriotteville. They're qualifying through. And then next to them, we've got the crew from Walford Anglican, who just pulled away over the last 100 metres or so, got themselves a boat length lead over Scotch College. So Walford Anglican 2 will go through to the finals with Scotch College just missing out in 5th place. 6th place will go to the crew from St Peter's Girls, and then Pembroke School will finish in 7th.
It's always interesting to look for indicators that crews are fatiguing, and one that I always like to see is if you can see their blade face for a long period, it does tend to show that they're diving in at the catch and becoming quite fatigued, and that tends to be a really clear indicator of which crews still have it and the other crews are just fatiguing slightly.
As we move back down towards the start, we've gone 1,000, we've gone 1,500, and in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to be starting from the 2,000 metres. It's heat number 1 of the under-17 men's coxed quad sculls. This event sponsored by City Mazda. First 4 through to the final, so the trick is don't come last.
That's right. And in lane 3, we have Pulteney Grammar, Chandra, Smith, Kennison, Lee, and Mackie Cannon as the cox. St Peter's 3 in lane 4, Roberts, White, Palmieri, Brook and Brown as the cox. Norwood International in lane 5, Heath, Partridge, Burke, Farkas and Phillips as the cox. Prince Alfred 1 with Logan, Wood, Zerb, Grayling and Arnold Chamney in lane 6. And rounding it out in lane 7 is St Peter's with Focciaretta, Goldfinch, Sills, Baggett and Jamison as the cox. And as you said before, it is a top 4 out of 5. So that's right, you don't want to be coming last, and it's over 2 kilometres, so it's not one that you want to feel safe with at any point.
As we just see the drone footage heading back down towards the start, Adelaide looking an absolute picture at the moment. We've been very lucky with the conditions here at West Lakes. The temperature has been a little bit warm, but the wind actually dropped down a little bit compared to the forecast, so hopefully that stays. At the moment, we've got about an 18.5 southwesterly wind, so a little bit of a cross tail pushing the rowers down the course. The temperature's actually stayed relatively low. It's about 27 degrees, but the humidity does look like it has just dropped up a little, bumped up a little bit. So it does make it very interesting for the rowers, and the importance of staying well hydrated and keeping your core nice and cool really comes into play in these conditions, because if you get thirsty, it's too late.
Yeah, it is indeed. And just on the weather, it has been absolutely fantastic. I don't know if you've been at the last few state championships we've had here in SA, Stuart, but everyone in SA would know what it's like to come out to West Lakes and experience what the wind and the weather can be like. And the state championships have been no exception. They have yielded some pretty horrific weather over the past few years. So it's really something special that it's managed to turn it on for this one, and hopefully we see some really good times. It seems like we've got a tailwind coming down, so it's giving everyone the best opportunity to row their best.
Yeah, and the wind was forecast to be a little bit stronger, so the fact that it's holding on nicely is a fantastic thing. And I know that some of the people that we had from Canberra that came across for the Oceania Championships last year, the quotes were interesting. It's having to row through some of the wash and the wind through there.
Yep, as someone who had to row in that regatta, it definitely was not the one that we were expecting. It showcased probably the worst of what West Lakes has to offer, which is unfortunate for sure. But everyone was super resilient. I think Rowing SA did a fantastic job trying to mitigate the impact of that. And luckily, by the end, when the big races came around, we were able to get side-by-side rowing. So overall, quite well managed, and we ended up having a good regatta in the end. It was a bit worrying at the start, though.
It's and I mean, that's something that can happen at any regatta course. I know it's the national titles at Champion Lakes a couple of years ago. They were very tricky. At one point in the single scull, a gust of wind would come down and you were basically rowing to stay on the spot.
Yes, indeed. I was incredibly lucky when I was rowing at that nationals, because I was seated in a very close lane to the bank right at the beginning, and as the finals came along, I was just slowly pushed further and further out into the lanes, and I think I posted something between 8 and 9 minutes for that final race, which is not something you want to see. I think I remember a moment when the elite men's scull was going through and Alex Hill was seated in one of the furthest lanes out, and in a race where there's no heats and you just have the luck of the draw, I understand his frustration, as he was really ruled out of the race by virtue of the conditions before they'd even taken the first stroke.
Yeah, that was that the interstate race? That was
I don't believe it was the interstate race. I think this was the interstate races actually came through quite all right, luckily in the end. But it was the elite men's scull the day before that, I believe. And yeah, it was quite a frustrating look when you saw a duck pond in lane 0 and a tsunami forming in lane 8. It was not the easiest thing.
We are underway in race 119, the first heat of the under 17 men's coxed quad sculls. And as you'd expect through the early stages of a race, we've got a nice even spread across the field. So St Peter's College in lane number 4, potentially just getting themselves out ahead of Pulteney Grammar, Norwood International High, Prince Alfred College and St Peter's College. But certainly they're all looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like Pulteney in lane 3 is keeping up with the pace as well. Obviously, the first 250 isn't always what you need to go off of. Once we see movements happening through the K, then we'll get a much better idea at who's going to be taking it out.
For yourself, as a sculler, we heard, we're talking to Amber Halliday earlier on, and she said for the first 45 seconds or so of a race, she always felt really comfortable, but then had to get herself, thinking about technical things, through the remainder of the race, reminders, all that kind of stuff. What do you try and do in a race? Because in a single scull in particular, like I know my mind can duck off and wander around kind of a thing. How do you maintain your focus?
It is particularly difficult when all 6 rowers around you are all fighting for the same position, and you're all necessarily going to be pretty even at that start. For me, I think the most important thing, and something that my coach has tried to reinforce with me, is that you can't be looking out of the boat in your first 10 strokes. You need to be keeping eyes forward and your eyes on the speed. And for that first minute, you really need to be keeping completely internal. She recommends that only as you get through to about the 750, which is where these crews are approaching now, is when you start to see where your position is relative to other crews. But if you know your speed and you know what speed you're meant to be holding, there's no need to be focusing on what everyone else is doing, and that's probably the best way for these crews to go about it. As we see the crews spreading themselves out a little bit, and I think St Peter's College is starting to really find themselves in a good position, and followed closely by Pulteney Grammar, and then Prince Alfred in lane 6, coming in 3rd, rounded out by Norwood International, and St Peter's in lane 7 have some work to do.
Yeah, St Peter's College 4, you can see them with the blue and white stripes just on the bottom right-hand side for those watching on the big screen or on the live stream. They are a little ways off the pace. Norwood International High will want to make sure that they're still maintaining a consistent rhythm and that they don't drop off the pace, because they might find themselves, they're certainly within striking of that St Peter's crew in lane number 7. So that's the one we'll keep an eye out for. St Peter's College 3, that's Bill Roberts, Rupert White, Dominic Palmieri, Ollie Brook and Fergus Brown, sitting out in front at the moment ahead of Pulteney Grammar's Vivian Chandra, Alexander Smith, Eli Kennison, Xavier Lee and Maggie Cannon. And so St Peter's still making up a little bit of ground, Norwood International High, and also too the crew from Pulteney Grammar perhaps just dropping off the pace a little bit. I wouldn't discount this St Peter's College crew from being able to go through. They are the 4 crew, but certainly they are within striking distance of Norwood International High and potentially Pulteney Grammar as well. Prince Alfred College and St Peter's College, our 2 leading crews.
Yeah, exactly. And look, with these under 17 races in particular, when you've got athletes who haven't necessarily spent too long racing the 2 kilometre races and haven't quite gotten their race strategy out yet, you do find very often that they push themselves far too hard in the first K and there's a huge drop-off afterwards. A lot of that race strategy and preparation comes with maturity and it comes with race experience. And it's a real mental battle to see how well coached these crews are and how they're able to fill out an entire 2K race. It looks like they're just pushed past the 750 heading into the final 500. They will be absolutely hurting right now, and this is where you really get to show who's serious and who's got what it takes to fill it out and hopefully head through and win the A final.
So it's St Peter's College 3 who have the lead. St Peter's College 4 are out of the qualification positions, but they've got 500 metres to go, and as we've seen throughout this regatta, anything can happen. Prince Alfred College, they're sitting nicely in second place ahead of the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane number 1 at the back of the screen, and then Norwood International High in that fourth and final qualification position. It did look like they were just starting to drop off, and St Peter's were just closing that gap a little bit over the second 500 metres or so, but now they've just started to pull away a little bit more. So you can be sure that the crew will be knowing that they've just got to beat that one other crew, and seeing St Peter's off to the left-hand side, they'll know exactly what they need to do there. So still St Peter's 3 leading Prince Alfred College. That's right, and it looks looking at Norwood, it's funny looking at their faces. It looks like they are absolutely going through it, but the thing that I like most about Norwood is it seems like they're keeping their length. So once you see that be sacrificed, it's always red flags and warning bells, but they're holding through. And it looks like they, barring catastrophe, will be able to qualify without any real problem. But you can never discount St Peter's. They always find a way to sneak through. Yeah, St Peter's College 3 in lane 4 are our leading crew, and they've just got about 250 or so metres left to go. Prince Alfred College sitting nicely in second place. They've sort of flown under the radar, but they are well and truly in those qualification positions. Over on the right hand, closest to us at the grandstand, we've got Pulteney Grammar still sitting nicely in third. Norwood International High starting to make up a little bit of ground on them. They're in fourth place, and it is still that little bit of clear water back to St Peter's College 4. So if ever there was a time for a big sprint, it's going to have to be now for the crew in lane number 7. But it will be at least one St Peter's crew going through, because St Peter's 3 are in the lead. Exactly right. St Peter's is coming through to the end now really, really strongly. St Peter's and PAC obviously have a fierce rivalry, so neither of these crews are going to be trying to walk over the line. As you see, St Peter's really pulling through with a nice finish here. They're really churning it out and putting some distance on PAC, which is really good to see from a St Peter's perspective. They will finish in first place here. PAC bringing themselves back into second. It'll be a very good final to watch between those two. Norwood have found themselves going into third with a fantastic finish. As we looked at their length at the start, it was always a good indicator, and it looks like Pulteney slightly went off the pace towards the end. Will go through probably about half a length behind, and St Peter's 4 were unable to find that push in the last 500, so they will finish in 7th, unfortunately unable to qualify for the final. As we move on to heat number 2 of the men's under-17 coxed quad sculls, and again 5 crews, 4 to go through to the final. Lane 3 from St Peter's College, Beaushand Nunn, Cooper Wagnitz, Bodie Nilsson, Charles Paul and Bailey Nilsson. In lane 4 from Adelaide High, Thinuk Abetunga, Cohen Broad, Jonathan Frank, Andreas Blefari and Matthias Mamu is their coxswain. Lane 5 from St Peter's College, the 2 crew of Logan Bishop, Owen Tan, Augusta Nicholson, Tom Baker-Evans and William Harper. Lane 6 also from St Peter's, Will Miller, Madge Sliet, Eddie Powell, Hugh Hall Craggs and Harrison McGlurg is their coxswain. And then lane 7 from Unley High, Martin Dubeef, Roman Mosiev, Xavier Anders, Finn Torok and Addy Burns is the coxswain, coached by Olivia Santes. So some familiar names on here. We saw Dubiev and Mosiev in the double sculls doing quite well. We've also seen, I think, a couple of the Adelaide High rowers. Will Miller was a winner in the single sculls earlier on today. So it's actually a fairly stacked heat, this one, the under-17 men's coxed quad sculls. As we just have a look down the course now, we'll get a bit of an idea as they come up as to who our leading 4 crews are. Yeah, so it looks like St Peter's College 1 in lane 6 is starting out ahead. They've got themselves quite
in a good position here. Unley, who are currently in second, will have to have a really good wind to finish ahead of them. Adelaide High currently sitting in third, with St Peter's with St Peter's College 2, I believe, coming in fourth, and St Peter's College 5 a fair ways back on fifth. So the top 4 crews will qualify going into this, but I think that what their coaches will definitely want to see is a race that can fill out the entire 2Ks. They need to have confidence going into the finals. So there is absolutely no stepping off the gas here as St Peter's continue to consolidate their position.
Yeah, the St Peter's 1 crew, as we mentioned, some great results for the St Peter's rowers earlier on this regatta, earlier on this year as well. Unley High sitting nicely in second place, St Peter's 2 and Adelaide High having that battle out for the for third position. It is Adelaide High with their bow balls probably about a boat length between third and fourth, but St Peter's 2 looking like they'll go through quite comfortably, and then it is that ways back to St Peter's 5. So our top 4 looking, I won't say comfortable because I've been told off about that more than once by Tori and Amber, but they are certainly looking very good out in front at the moment.
Yeah, and I just want to say a point here on Unley High. I'm always impressed by how well they're able to stack up with what seems like they tend to have less resources going into being a public school compared to a lot of the larger schools they have to compete against. They're always within the mix, and they're always highly competitive, which is really impressive and is a testament to the culture that they built at Unley High. They've taken away a lot of Inters medals. Their women's 8 finished second a few years ago, so I'm always impressed by the way they're able to hold themselves as they're about to finish off this race.
Yeah, it's one of the unique strengths of South Australian rowing, that you do have the state schools that are able to, that have the rowing programs. I know in a lot of other places that they don't necessarily have those programs. We've got Unley High, we've got Norwood International, Adelaide High. So it's, then they've had some great results, as you say. It is going to be St Peter's College, Miller, Sliet, Powell, Hall Craigs and McGlurg who'll go through and take the win ahead of Unley High in second place. So about 4 or 5 boat lengths between those 2 crews. And then we go back a little bit further. The bright orange caps of Adelaide High will finish in third place. They'll go through to the final later on this afternoon with St Peter's College 2, the next crew across the line. They'll be our 4th and final qualifiers for the final of the Under-17 Men's Cox Quad Sculls, the event sponsored by City Mazda.
Absolutely, and as we see St Peter's coming through to round it out, we will then move on to the Schoolboy 8, which was due to have started about 5 minutes ago, so I'm sure they will already be on their way. We see eyes will be on lane 5 with St Peter's College's first 8, Von Duser, Clayton, Cooper, Chipperfield, Maslin, Tierney, Lloyd, McKenna and Binns as the Cox. PAC will be coming in for the next one, so they will be able to have the clash of the heavyweights there. Rounding out the rest of the lanes, we have Prince Alfred College 2, Stunnell, Fogarty, Dennis, Garnett, Kammer, Grandioso, Oakes, McLaughlin and Lewis the Cox. In lane 3, St Peter's College 3, Humble, Clintus, Paps, Burford, Brown, Phipps, Mulga, Burrows, Bucky and Angus as the Cox. Pembroke's first 8 in lane 4, Blackburn, Hutton, Cullinan, Miller, Hoprich, Lou, Van de Merlingraaf, Redman and Watson as the Cox. We've already mentioned the St Peter's 8 coming in lane 5. Lane 6, Unley High's first 8, Mason, Ryan, Marriott, Andrews, Evans, Cox, 12th Tree, Velt and Burns as the Cox, and Scotch College rounding out the lanes with Reeks, Turek, Millard, Bales, Anderson, Henry, Blau Robinson, Sullivan and Calder as the Cox.
So you've called it there, Jude. It's St Peter's College leading through the early stages. They've got about a boat length lead over the Prince Alfred College 2 crew, who themselves will be looking to go out and certainly show up some of the other 1 crews. Unley High sitting in 3rd place, and then just behind them we've got Scotch College in 4th place, but they've got overlap with the final 2 crews, so that's St Peter's College 3 and also the number 1 crew from Pembroke School. So it's top 4 to go through to the final here in the Schoolboy 8s, and again I'm not counting out on any of the crews from being able to qualify through. If you just use those meal tickets a little bit too early, it does mean that it opens that window of opportunity for fitter crews.
That's right. Those final three battling it out, or even the bottom four at the moment, they're all at risk of being eliminated if they just spend their tickets too early and they end up fatiguing. So time will tell. At the moment, all crews are looking quite strong. Scotch College potentially just pulling away into that fourth qualifying position. But how good is St. Peter's looking here? It's always fun for them to separate the Prince Alfred and St. Peter's crews so they can take it out in the final. But St. Peter's certainly putting on a show here and showing what they're made of.
Yeah, and St. Peter's they had that real dynasty, didn't they, for a long time here in local rowing, and then as well at I think it was down at Lake Barrington where they won the schoolboys.
Yeah, that's right, and I know a lot of the boys who were able to win that nationals. It was incredibly impressive, and it lives on the legacy of St. Peter's rowing. Only last year they were trying to go for their 10th, I believe, their 10th title in a row for many, many years. Oftentimes PAC would have the stronger crew on paper, but St. Peter's rather were just able to take it out in the end. It's not always about who produces the best watts or the best erg or the best rowers on paper, but the crew that's able to win it on race day. And it just seemed like St. Peter's for so long had that confidence and found a way to win, despite odds sometimes. But let's see if the tide begins to turn, because as you would know, PAC did put together a very good result yesterday.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit about that PAC crew in the next heat when they're in there. We're just seeing that St. Peter's crew. They've got the bucket rig in the middle, so it looks like the 4 and the 5 seat both being bow-siders, and then normal rigging other than that. So they're looking quite comfortable. Our top 4 crews have separated themselves out. So it is St. Peter's leading out Unley High, and then back a little bit further to Scotch College, and looks Prince Alfred 2 crew sitting in second place, appropriately enough, in lane number 2. So it's St. Peter's, Prince Alfred 2, Unley High and Scotch College looking like our qualifiers as they just all come up now into the last 350 metres, but St. Peter's extending that gap over the PAC 2 crew. Yeah,
this is looking fantastic. St. Peter's really out here to make a statement. They're going to finish, barring catastrophe, they're going to finish in first place with a really solid time. They are not stepping off the gas whatsoever. The rate is coming up. They're rowing long. Their blades are getting in the water. It's really, really good to see. PAC probably rating slightly lower. Will be able to finish in second. Unley looking in third. And Scotch College currently in fourth place, but they've lowered the rate quite a bit, and it looks like St. Peter's and the final school Pembroke are really going to be coming out with a vengeance here. This is going to be a really good finish. As we know, only the top 4 can make it through, so it's going to be really important for these crews to be able to make it. It looks like Scotch College has wound down completely as the other crews go up. PAC coming through to finish first, to finish second, with St. Peter's already finishing first, Unley coming through with third, and the battle for fourth is on. St. Peter's is coming against Pembroke. Pembroke, it's going to be a surge. How's the wall looking here? And St. Peter's, from Eye's view, have just taken it out, but the perspective is not perfect, and we will need a photo finish to figure that one out. What a finish from St. Peter's, actually, because I, at the K, didn't know if they were going to have the finish in them, but they absolutely brought it home, Stuart, and that's just fantastic to see that kind of desperation to close out a race.
It is, and the key thing with there was that both them and the Pembroke school were both within contact. So it looked like something happened with that Scotch College crew, because they just wound it down, and I don't know if there was something in the boat or if the situational awareness wasn't quite there from the crew, but certainly there was no real urgency in there. So it did give that window of opportunity. St. Peter's 3 just able to get up over the top of Pembroke School for that 4th and final qualification position. So St. Peter's 1, Prince Alfred 2, Unley High, a nice finish from them, and St. Peter's 3 going through as we rock back down towards the start and the second heat of the Schoolboys 8s. We've spoken all about this Prince Alfred College 1 crew, and let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, so we've got Prince Alfred in lane 6. They're the ones to watch, and I'm sure we'll get the drone footage very shortly to be able to see them coming through. Prince Alfred has Fremantle, Wilkin, Halaftis, Dixon, Smith, Christensen, Elcori, Hunt and Nolan as the cocks. They are in lane 6. The rest of the field is in lane 2, Scotch College's second 8, Usman, Stewart, Sinclair, Fletcher, Lauder, Vale, Smith and Stone, with McIntyre as the coxswain. CBC coming in lane 3, Symbol, Kaiser, Evans, Frinsdorf, Thornton, Sparapani, Costanzo, Latu and Bullock as the cocks. Prince Alfred third 8, Morgan, Gibson, Nan, Gaganis, Scott, Amber, Logan, Brown and Burton Howard as the coxswain. Adelaide High in lane 5 with Eaton, Jose and Miglis, Battams, Young, Carlson, Foran, Eaton and Battams as the cocks. In lane 7 we have Scotch College third, McTaggart, Pistonic, Murray, McDonald, Leach, Jermaine, Dasgupta, Klein, Brooks and Biven as the cocks. St. Peter's second 8, Winter, Kupniewski, oh my goodness, Kupniewski, and that's actually the second and third seat. And then we've got Barrera in 4, Millington, Salvemi, Jeklik, Buick and Masulu in lane 8. So a lot of difficult names to pronounce in that final St. Peter's College crew, but we made it through. And as we see, the race has just started with PAC setting a fantastic pace.
So it's worthwhile mentioning what happened in the Open Men's 8 yesterday. Prince Alfred College, this crew that they've got that's got out to the early lead here, they were able to match it with the Adelaide University crew right the way through, and it wasn't until the very end that Adelaide University were able to pull out the Scotch College crew that just dropped off the pace in that first heat with the crew that came fourth. They were only behind the second Adelaide University crew. They were a few seconds behind them, but they were ahead of Adelaide Rowing Club and the PAC 2 crew. So I'll be curious as to what might have happened, whether or not there might have been an equipment failure or something like that, and maybe a seat that wasn't quite working as they should. Yeah,
potentially a medical issue as well. It seemed as though there were no crabs or oars broken, but they definitely did settle the rate down well below 24, so something must have happened. And yeah, as you would know, so I was in that first state of Adelaide Uni trying to take on the PAC 8 yesterday afternoon, and I'm sure everybody was really... well, I'm sure if you're from the PAC camp, pleasantly surprised to see PAC go absolutely toe-to-toe with the Uni First 8 all the way for that first K and not really drop off towards the end. I believe the distance was about 6 seconds by the end of the race, which meant that they were actually able to hold their ground as they pushed through, which means even though they have what seems to be 2 to 3 boat lengths right now, don't expect that to close in as they get through to the end of the race. This could be a really, really strong race for PAC as we come through to the finish.
Now, the other result that's worthwhile mentioning was the under-19 men's 8s, which is very similar. It was the final was made up all of school crews, so Prince Alfred College winning that one by 4.5 seconds over St. Peter's College. So a little bit of ground to make up. It was PAC 1, St. Peter's 1, PAC 2, St. Peter's 2, before Scotch College 2 crew broke that particular pattern up. So again, it'll be fascinating to see exactly how this one's going to play out. We know roughly who the winners should be. It's Prince Alfred College, who have a nice commanding lead at the moment over the St. Peter's 2 crew in lane number 8. In behind them, we've got Adelaide High sitting in third place ahead of Prince Alfred College 3. And then we've got the Christian Brothers crew in lane number 3. Back across to Scotch College 2 and then Scotch College 3 a little ways back in 7th place. So our top 4 crews going through to the final. Prince Alfred College looking good. St. Peter's College in second place. Adelaide High, they're in third, and Prince Alfred College 3 looking to make it 3 PAC crews going through. But again, the Christian Brothers crew, we saw their pair going quite well in the under-19 pairs a little bit earlier on today as well. So they're about a boat length back from 4th place. It will take a bit of doing if they are going to get themselves up. And we can just see now the gap is narrowing between Prince Alfred College and St. Peter's College.
Yeah.
It's, I just wonder whether or not the Prince Alfred crew just easing off a little bit, saving a little bit of energy for the final.
It certainly looks like that, Stuart. It looks like their rate has gone down to potentially 28, maybe even lower. They need to watch themselves here because St. Peter's second 8 is finishing off strong. I don't think PAC is going to be able to hold on to this kind of pace if they want to finish in first. They need to start stepping on the gas because we've still got 500 to go, and St. Peter's is absolutely clawing back on them. They need to be really careful with what they do here because we know that they've got the pace, we know that they've got the confidence, and I think as we see here, the Coxons made the call, the Coxons realised, and they are starting to push away again. But yes, PAC, they've had a knack of finding, having a lot of Oz team representatives as well. They had Felderhoff and Saunders in 2022 representing the under-19 and just last year, Max Garnett making the Oz team in under-19s as well. So you'll wonder if there's anyone in that crew who'll be trying to go for selection here as the race tightens up between St. Peter's 2 and PAC 1.
And there's a great big carrot, isn't there, at the moment, because in 6 years' time, we've got the Olympics in Queensland and the opportunity to be able to race at a home Olympics. Australia's never won a home Olympics gold, in Melbourne in 56 and in Sydney in 2000. Didn't get the gold in either of those, came close in the 8s. It was just the barest of margins behind the Brits. Prince Alfred College, as you said, Jude, have started to put the foot down. It's been a great row from the second St. Peter's College crew. They have put Prince Alfred College under pressure that they might not necessarily have been expecting when they started to pull that rate right down. So they have got the sprint back up again. They are making sure they're rowing through to the finish. The St. Peter's crew, though, I've been really, really impressed with the fact they have raced this the entire way. And now, where it could have been clear water, it's plenty of overlap. So it's about 2/3 of a boat length between Prince Alfred College in first and St. Peter's 2 in second place. Coming through in third place will be the Prince Alfred College 3 crew, so they'll qualify for the final just about a boat length ahead of the Adelaide High crew in lane number 5. So there are our 4 qualifiers: Prince Alfred College 1, St. Peter's College 2, Prince Alfred College 3 and Adelaide High. Coming through in fourth place will be the crew from Christian Brothers. They'll finish in 5th. A little bit over a boat length ahead of Scotch College in 6. That's the 2 crew in lane 2. And then the Scotch College 3 crew in lane number 7 will go through in 7th place.
Yeah, you must wonder if we definitely haven't seen that race wasn't an example of what PAC is going to be like at their best. So they're definitely going to be putting it on for the final as Scotch College 3 comes in towards the end. I believe we are moving in now to the under-21 men's double scull. Only 3 boats in this race. In lane 4, it's the Reuben and Lee. Adelaide Torrens is in lane 5. The Redmonds, Tom Redmond and Finn Redmond, and Adelaide in lane 6, Ren Anderson and Tom Omani. And as we look through here, it looks like the battle of the Academy boys, with both the Adelaide crews being in the Rowing SA Academy and performing quite well. But as we see here, the Torrens crew has absolutely put the distance on them here. We weren't able to see the first kilometre, but it seems like they've managed to put themselves probably about 8 boat lengths in front, and it would need an almighty effort to try and close down on that. Finn Redmond, I've raced against before, and he is an absolutely fantastic sculler, but it looks like they're performing incredibly well.
Yeah, Tom and Finn Redmond for the Torrens Rowing Club, formerly out of Adelaide High. And they've done quite well at a couple of national titles. I think Finn was in the Youth 8s last year for South Australia. And certainly they've opened up a lovely little gap with about 250 or so metres left to go. The 2 Adelaide crews very evenly matched. That's Eagle Zarub and Alex Lee in lane 4, and then Ren Anderson, Tom O'Mahony in lane number 5. We saw them in the drone footage, just bow ball to bow ball, a battle paddle the entire way down the course.
Absolutely, and similar to the sassy boys, these guys train together every single day, so they know each other's game and they know each other's limits, and it'll be a really interesting final few hundred metres to see who will be able to clinch that second position. But I'm super impressed by this Torrens crew, who've really just put the foot down and consolidated their position. They've only got about 100 metres to go here until they finish, but it's going to be an interesting finish between these 2 Adelaide crews. I don't know who's going to be able to take it out.
So it's the Redmonds, Tom and Finn, who are going to go through and take the South Australian Under-21 men's double scull title for 2026. Some great drive on that boat, completely in sync. A great row there from the Redmonds for Torrens. The battle for silver, it looks like it's Anderson and O'Mahony over on the far line. The push is coming back from Zarubin and Lee, but they're just going to run out of course. It's a canvas in it. Ren Anderson and Tom O'Mahony finishing with the silver, and Igor Zarubin and Alex Lee with the bronze in the under-21 men's double sculls. But we've got to race straight back down the course because with 500 metres to go in the open men's coxless fours, sponsored by the Regatta shop.
In lane 4, we have Adelaide University with Burr, Allen, Henry and Belcher. Torrens in lane 5 with Price, Munday, Buxton and Castrick. And in lane 6, Adelaide Uni again, Nielsen, Moore, Miller and Wiersma, who are the lightweight 4, and they will be hoping to represent in the Penrith Cup later this year at Nationals.
Yeah, it looks like the Adelaide Uni crew in lane number 4 who have the lead, the lightweight 4. Are within striking distance though. I don't think there's going to be too much in it as they come up a little bit closer to the 250 metre mark. It is a ways back then to the Torrens crew. So we're looking out for the 2 Adelaide University crews in lanes 6 and 4. And it looks like the lightweight crew, Nielsen, Moore, Miller and Wiersma, might just be having a little bit more boat run, a little bit more speed, and perhaps just making up a little bit of ground here.
And I think they're making the most of the conditions as well. If we look at the flags here, it seems like this tailwind is absolutely kicking up. These 4 have rowed together for a very long time. They've had several months to be able to work this 4, and clearly it is yielding results. The other Adelaide Uni 4, I will not discount them because they have some absolute powerhouses in there. Both Allen and Belcher very close to, if not sub 550 on the erg. So it is absolutely not down and out yet. But this lightweight 4 really showing what they're made of and making a great case for Penrith Cup come later this year.
Yeah, and the Penrith Cup, the Penrith Cup and the Victoria Cup, I think 2 of the most tightly contested races in the interstate regatta. And the interstate regatta itself, the pressure that's on there, you've got everyone out in their state zooties. It is an amazing thing to be a part of, and certainly this Adelaide University crew are giving themselves every chance. They're about a boat length in the lead, but here comes the other Adelaide University crew. It's going to come down to a straight sprint to the line. It's 100 metres left to go. The lighties still holding out on the open weight crew, but now the open weight crew are really starting to push through. There's some speed coming through and making up metres with every stroke, and at the finish line with 20 metres to go, it will be Burr, Allen, Henry and Belcher just rowing through Nielsen, Moore, Miller and Wiersma. What a great finish to that race. We thought that the Lighty crew might have had it with about 200 to go, but then the other crew able to go through and take the win, as we just see Torrens now, Harry Price, Trent Munday, Noah Buxton and Finn Castrick coming up towards the finish line.
That is an incredible race. I think you know when you've got a couple rowers in there who can hit the mid-teens in the final 500 of their 2Ks, you know that they've always got a good finish in them. So that's a fantastic finish to the race, and I'm sure Adelaide Uni will take a lot of confidence out of that.
So we've been motoring through those races. The last 3 went in very quick succession. We've got a few minutes now to take a deep breath because we'll be going down to the 1,000 metres for the men's Masters coxed fours and then also the Masters women's doubles. So it actually does give us the opportunity, Jude, mentioned about the interstate regatta, and you've rowed for South Australia in the Noel F. Wilkinson and the Youth 8s. It's a different vibe to it, isn't it, when you get out there?
Absolutely, and it's actually quite a special experience because it happens right at the end of the Nationals Championships regatta. So a lot of the crews are packing up, a lot of the schools are sort of starting to move away, and there's this really still atmosphere that you come to. A lot of the schoolboys who are very used to the noise of Head of the River, you really get surprised when you come into that final into that state race, especially for the Youth 8. Sometimes the silence can be incredibly intimidating.
Yeah, and it's those races, I think, where everyone is paying attention, particularly for the big boats. You know, it's and the build up to it is absolutely amazing. I remember racing at Champion Lakes. That was my first one in the main interstate, and just seeing, went out early because we were the first. The para single scull was the first race of the interstate. The men's para was. And you're sort of getting out there waiting, and then you're seeing all these, the big crews starting to come through, and it just felt electric. And I mean, do you pull on the South Australian Zudi and feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof?
Yeah, it's a really special feeling, and you take a lot of pride in pulling on the Zudi, and also being able to have that camaraderie with the rest of the crew who take the pride in it themselves. There's really nothing more special than the entire 8 getting out in the boat and starting to pull on it together, because it's something seriously special. Like, also being able to see the other states coming around, everyone is fighting for the pride of their state as much as anything else. And there's always these races that you just don't quite know what's going to happen, especially with our youth 8s. There's been really, really high quality rowers, and you never quite know whether the other crews have it in them. There's been some surprises over the last few years. So the unknown, the electric atmosphere, it really does provide something that you can't get in many other places.
And then potentially for the King's Cup this year, I mean, you've now got, I think it's 3 or 4 South Australians at the National Training Centre. You've got Alex Hill, Oscar McGuinness, Mitch Reinhardt. Yeah, that forms the crux of a very strong King's Cup.
Yeah, and Nick Blackman's the other one there. It's going to be a tough one to make this year. There's a lot of very, very strong rowers trying to fill out that 8. And other than the bronze medal that was achieved at Penrith in 2024, South Australia has had a bit of a time where medalling or being able to finish first hasn't necessarily been in the zeitgeist. There's been a couple of seasons where we weren't even able to field an 8. So really returning that to that form, taking on the far bigger states population-wise of New South Wales and Victoria, the fact that there's a possibility that you can come out on top is something that's super, super exciting for the state.
And you've got that motivation. I saw downstairs ordering a coffee this morning where you've got those 3 oars from 81, 82, 83, the last South Australian crews to win the King's Cup. And I guess you look at those and go, oh, yeah, how good would that be?
Oh, it would be absolutely incredible. And if for nothing else, then to finally show those New South Wales and Victorians, New South Welshmen and Victorians, that they're not it's not a two-state race. South Australia punches above our weight incredibly for how small of a state we are comparatively to the other states in this country. So to be able to take out the win will just be such a huge testament to the culture and the high standards we've been able to foster over the last decade in this state. It would be something super special.
And I think one of the things that was mentioned to me earlier, we've spoken about the para, which is obviously close to my heart, but a number of really talented women's coaches, female coaches that are here at South Australia. You've got Beth Bryan that's joined Sassy now. You've got Kate Healy. It's in there as Katie Healy, who's there as well.
Yeah.
It's so many opportunities that you guys are doing that perhaps other states aren't.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kat Werry is the other one, actually, just fresh off of a really strong Olympic campaign, like from Tokyo to Paris, to be able to have a coach that has been in the Olympics just a couple of years previous. It's something that you don't get many other places, as we see the medal presentation for the men's 4 here with Max Henry, Henry Belcher, Hamish Allen and Nick Burr taking the medals out. It's really amazing, and I think South Australia is at the forefront of it. Being able to have coaches who have recent experience with these kind of conditions and those kind of that kind of racing experience, it proves really invaluable as we come into the racing season. It's something we're very lucky to have in this state.
So the crew's racing at the moment. It's the Masters men's 4s. So in lane number 6 from Phoenix off go, Philip Gebhard, Mark Mussered, David Ellis and John Lister. Off 1 second was the Goolwa crew of Simon Burr, Simon Thornton, Gavin Hewitt, David England and Brian Francis is the coxswain. So it's coxed and coxless here. Adelaide University in lane 4, that's Bill Nutt, David McLeod, John Bolt, Alistair Walsh. Lane 3 from Torrens off 24 seconds, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, Tom Sullivan and Matt Russell. And then lane 2 from Riverside, Brian Glawson, Wayne Chadwick, Greg Walters and Uwe Dombrovski. They're off 29 seconds. So all of our crews are now underway. It's we've got a couple of Masters races that'll be going on, and then we'll go to the final of the under-17 men's double sculls, and you can just see our crews in the middle. They're looking to catch up to our leading couple of crews that went off first.
That's right. Phoenix out ahead, which is no surprise considering they went off go. Gawler with Simon Burr fielding his second race in about an hour, which is mightily impressive of him. But yes, we've got the other crews. Is that Torrens and Adelaide University, I believe, really starting to make up the distance, which is going to be good to watch as we come through to the end. Coming into the last 500 metres, Phoenix will have some work to do if they want to hold their lead.
The fantastic looking Adelaide Uni Zooties, I feel, the 50 years anniversary for
Yeah,
women racing at Adelaide Uni.
And actually created by one of the female rowers at Adelaide University, Daisy Holland. So it was really special. She came up with the design and it got voted through. And it's just great to have every single rower. It was something that we did for Uni Games, is to commemorate 50 years of Uni Games, women in Uni Games. And I think it's quite an intimidating zootie to see as all the rowers come down in it. A nice breakaway from the black V and the white background. I like it a lot.
It's a nice little change up. The crews in the lead at the moment are Torrens and that Adelaide University crew who might just have got their bow ball out in front. Phoenix sitting in third place. It is a ways back. The Gawler crew, we should mention, do have a coxswain in the boat, so it does mean that they are being weighed down just a wee bit, and then it is a ways back to the Riverside crew in lane number 2. So it's between Adelaide University in that commemorative Zooty and Torrens, who are about a boat length back in third place. Phoenix is sitting in second place. Phoenix is sitting nicely in third, and then it is back to Riverside and Gulwa really just dropping off the pace now as they come into the final few stages. It's some great rowing here from Adelaide University. You can see them. Nice connection through to the finish, a nice bit of drive, and they are going to walk away with the men's coxed fours. Second place will go to Torrens Rowing Club. Third will go to the crew from Phoenix, and they are over in lane number 6, so they are a average age in the 70s. It's worthwhile pointing out for that Phoenix crew. They'll finish just ahead of the Riverside crew, who will come through in 4th place, and then there's a little ways back to the Gulwa crew. Jude, it's been an absolute pleasure having you with us. We've got Andrew Southcote getting ready to go. Best of luck. You've got the Open Men's 8 coming up.
Open Men's Quad.
Open Men's Quad coming up this afternoon, so good luck with that one.
Thank you very much. Hopefully it'll be a good race.
And we will see you at New South Wales and at Nationals.
Yep, it's been a pleasure, Stuart. I've really enjoyed being able to put on the mic and do a bit of commentary. But yes, we've got some racing to do, so we'll have to say goodbye.
Thank you very much to Jude Shermer joining us here in the commentary box for the first part of the afternoon session here at the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships as we get ready for the start of the Women's Masters Double Sculls. And we've got a few crews in this one, so we did have a scratching, and it has meant that some of the starts have been changed, so hasn't been reflected yet in there. So what we'll probably find, Torrens are in lane number 7. They're an E crew, the Gina Bell and Simone Ellis. They'll be off go. Torrens Murray Bridge Composite of Kelly Lewis and Natasha Vassos. They'll be off 5 seconds. In lane 5, we've got a Torrens crew of Ali Guja and Anna Seppelt. They'll be off 9 seconds, as will the Murray Bridge crews of Alice Beckov and Julia Llewellyn, and then Kerry Milne and Nicole Hoare. And then off 12 seconds should be the Gulwa Murray Bridge Composite of Victoria Seidel and Kate Tebnev. So Victoria from Murray Bridge and Kate Tebnev of the Gulwa Rowing Club. And all of our crews are now underway, and it is, as you would expect, the crews on the far side. So the Torrens crew of Bell and Ellis, they'll be very hard to beat even without having that delayed start. But closest to us, actually, this Gulwa Murray Bridge Composite of Seidel and Tebnev have absolutely motored through the early stages, and it won't be too long before they look like they'll head into the lead, and it could be a completely regional crew to take out the gold. As Andrew Southcote joins me here in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And you can already see the crew in lane 2. This is the crew of Victoria Seidel and Kate Tebnev from Goolwa and Murray Bridge. The youngest average age in this race, they've started off, when you account for the scratching, they've started off between...
I think about 12 seconds or so.
It's something like about 50 seconds. Oh, I see. Yep. Okay. So 12 seconds, but they've already made up that ground. They're really racing the Torrens crew over in lane 7. This is the crew of Gina Bell and Simone Ellis, which is an E crew. They've gone past the Torrens composite of Kelly Lewis and Natasha Vassos in lane 6. But it looks like that the Torrens crew over in lane 7 might still be holding them off at this stage. So it's really shaping up for a great finish over the last 100 metres. I think the Torrens crew is going to hang on.
Torrens are hanging on, and they're still holding on to that lead. It just looked like potentially that the Murray Bridge composite just ran out of gas a little bit. They're doing the sprint towards the line, but it is going to be a win for Torrens. Torrens with the crew there of Gina Bell and Simone Ellis finishing just ahead of Victoria Seidel and Kate Tebnev. They came close, and then in behind them we've got the Torrens Murray Bridge composite of Kelly Lewis and Natasha Vassos finishing in third place ahead of Ali Gudja and Anna Seppelt of Torrens Rowing Club, and then they're ahead of the Murray Bridge crew of Alice Beckov and Julia Llewellyn, and then Kerry Milne and Nicole Hoare. So a big push from the Goolwa Murray Bridge composite, but Gina Bell and Simone Ellis just so hard to beat, and particularly when you give them a 12-second start.
That's right. I was confused because we were originally going to have an I-class crew, average age 78, who were going to be off go, but they were a scratching. So there was only 12 seconds handicap between those, and very close. Victoria Seidel, still very young to be a master's rower, but I think masters rowing starts at the age of 27. So
the year you turn 27.
The year you turn 27.
So we were discussing this yesterday. So in masters, it is the age that you are as of December 31 of that year. So for those of us that are born in December, it can be slightly off-putting to have have a number that's 1 plus what you've just turned chucked in at the end. So it's it's always a bit of fun to see that, particularly when you've got a big age coming up. So we're getting ready for the start of the under-17 men's double sculls. So that final, so that'll be starting at 2:25. So we've got about 5 minutes gap in between races there. And we are now into the final stages of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championship. So we've got the under-17 men's double sculls, the under-17 women's eights, the under-19 men's doubles, the under-19 women's coxed fours, the under-21 men's coxed fours, the under-21 women's quads, Masters men's quad, Masters women's eights. If that's anything like the Masters men's eights, then we are in for an absolute treat. And then we move on to the under-16 women's double sculls, schoolgirl year 10 quads, under-17 men's quads, the schoolboy eights final, St Peter's versus Prince Alfred College. Cannot wait for that one. The open men quad will see Jude out there, and then the open women's eights to finish us off for 2026. So some great racing still to come here, and these finals should be quite interesting. There's a number of these crews have been up and down the course multiple times so far, and it's really at this point about the recovery. It's about making sure that you're not unnecessarily using too much energy, which can be really, really hard.
Yeah, and we've been lucky with the conditions. It's 24 degrees right now. Really a light tailwind as we had yesterday. So the course is not very wind affected at this stage. So we're waiting for the crews to line up for the under-17 men's double scull. We're expecting 8 crews to line up. They're all schoolboy crews, but in lane 1 we have Christian Brothers crew of E Sheng H Gill. In lane In lane 2, Eric Sheng and Harsimran Gill. In lane 2, we have Pulteney Grammar crew of Ellie Kennison, Xavier Lee. In lane 3, we have Adelaide High 2, Jonathan Frank and Andrea Splafari. In lane 4, Unley High crew of Martin Dubiev and Roman Moiseev. In lane 5, St Peter's College 1 of Majd Sliert and Archer Buick. In lane 6, Adelaide High crew of William Kelly and Kobe Keane. In lane 7, Norwood International High crew of Felix Burke and Ethan Partridge. And in lane 8, the Adelaide High crew of Cohen Broad and Jack Clifford.
So we've already seen some great rows from a number of these ones. I think certainly St Peter's College and Unley High are the two crews that I'll be looking out for in this particular race. They both had very strong heat wins. And so it'll be fascinating to see exactly who's going to be able to go through and win this. And the heats were actually on this morning. So they've had the heats, they've had the opportunity then. A few of them were racing in other events, particularly we've seen some Year 9 finals in there. So it is an opportunity now to go through and to show what they can do over 2,000 metres. So the under-17s, again, it's the first year of going over the 2Ks in the double scull. A little bit easier than what it is in the single, but can make things just, you get towards the end of it, and as we say, if you've rowed already down the course a few times, then it does make life interesting.
Yeah, and most of these athletes, they've been rowing Year 8, Year 9, Year 10, in sculling, either single scull or in a quad scull. But look, the double scull, as you can see from the spread of schools, it's a lot more even competition. And looking for, as we've said, it should be underway soon, and they should be lining up now. We'll probably get some drone footage of them at the start. I can see that they're lining up at the 2,000 metre.
You can see the 8s in behind them, because the next race after this, it's worthwhile pointing out, is the under-17 women's 8s, and that, again, is going to be a fascinating race. Great for you looking down the course.
And this race is sponsored by Fulham Funerals. Fulham Funerals have been a great sponsor of South Australian rowing through, and Jamie Grant is a former chairman. Fulham Funerals was established in the early 1980s by the Grant family. Today it continues to be run by members of the Grant family, meaning it's one of the few funeral homes that is South Australian owned and operated family business. Family values are nurtured within their professional team, allowing you the confidence and commitment that only a family touch can bring. They extend their compassion, care, respect and guidance in your time of need. Our family, caring for your family. Thank you to the Grant family.
As we just wait on our start for the under-17 men's double sculls.
So Stuart, how does this compare with rowing in the ACT?
Look, it's a 2,000 metre course. That's probably the big one. We've asked the Governor General very nicely whether or not she's able to give us that extra 200 metres that we need. We've actually been very lucky. The last two Governor Generals have both had involvements in rowing and involvements with rowing in the ACT. Governor General Hurley, Major General Hurley, who was the previous Governor General, he rowed for the Royal Military College in the Disher Cup, which is the annual race
against ADFA and
Royal Military College, the Australian Defence Force Academy, and the Australian National University. That was given to as a perpetual trophy by Clive Disher, who was the stroke seat of the Australian Imperial Forces 8 that competed at the Henley Peace Regatta. They won the King's Cup, so that is our continual link to the King's Cup. Then the current Governor General, Samantha Mostyn, actually learnt how to row at ANU. So she is a former ANU rower, and she actually raced with Sarah Cook in a pair at the ACT Head of the Lake last year. So we're hoping that the Vice Regal pair gets another run at the ACT Head of the Lake in a couple of weeks' time. But let's go back now to the start line because we are underway in the under-17 men's double sculls, and it's William Kelly and Kobe Keane from Adelaide High and Madge Sliet and Archer Buick from St Peter's College who are the quickest off the line. We've got St Peter's College leading out there from Adelaide High in second. A couple across from them, we've got the second Adelaide High crew of Frank and Blafari ahead of Unley High's Dubiev and Moseyev. And then over on the far side of the course, Kennison and Lee from Pulteney Grammar, Sheng and Gill of Christian Brothers, Adelaide High's Broad and Clifford, and then Burke and Partridge of Norwood International High. Just a little ways off the pace through the early stages.
That's right, but we've got all 8 crews racing here. At the moment, the race leader is the crew of Sliet and Buick from St Peter's College in lane 5. And then it's very close with the crew from Adelaide High of Kelly and Keane, the other crew from Adelaide High of Frank and Blafari, and the Christian Brothers crew of Sheng and Gill over in lane 1. But it still is the crew from St Peter's College of Sliet and Buick out in lane 5, which are just sitting about 1.5 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. And then back to the 2 crews from Adelaide High sitting in second and third.
Yeah, the St Peter's crew looking really nice out the front. You could see them on the drone footage just before, really putting that pressure down, still maintaining a relatively high rate. They'll start to settle in to that soon, but they've been able to get themselves out in front. Kelly and Keane from Adelaide High, it'll be interesting to see how that pairing goes, because over to the right-hand side, I'm expecting to see, well, we're seeing Frank and Blafari also from Adelaide High starting to make a little bit of a move, but I'm interested to see Dubiev and Moseyev from Unley High, whether or not they're just a little ways off the pace at the moment. They have been quite quick right the way through the regatta, and whether or not they're able to go through and just maybe get the wheels spinning a little bit better. They are level with the crew from Pulteney Grammar, Kennison and Lee, Sheng and Gill a little bit behind them. And then over on the left-hand side of the course, Felix Burke, Ethan Partridge from Norwood International High, and Adelaide High's Cohen Broad and Jack Clifford, just a little ways off the pace towards the back left-hand side of the screen. But there is no stopping St Peter's.
Yeah, no, they're going through the halfway point of the race now, and the St Peter's College crew of Sliet and Buick now sitting a couple of lengths ahead of the rest of the field. So they've got off to a great start, and they are consolidating their lead. So really, it is the crews in the middle. This is the Adelaide High crew of Frank and Blafari, and actually the Pulteney Grammar crew of Kennison and Lee, who are now fighting it out for second place. And then there is a gap back to the rest of the field, but it's still the St Peter's College crew, now with just 750 metres left to go of this race, that are sitting out on a commanding lead, very close, and then back to second, the Adelaide High crew of Frank and Blafari, and then Pulteney Grammar crew of Kennison and Lee, and the other Adelaide High crew of Kelly and Keane.
Yeah, the St Peter's crew, I'm just looking at them on the bottom, on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, what's great is that they've got the connection and then the drive's coming in. They're not missing any of the water. They're making sure that they're getting full value for the stroke, and it is absolutely dominant from them at the moment. So that is Madge Sliet and Archer Buick, as we just have a look at the...
So we're looking at the Pulteney Grammar crew there in lane 2. We just had some aerial footage of them. They have probably moved up into second place. So the Adelaide High crews are sitting in third and fourth, but the Pulteney Grammar crew of Kennison and Lee in lane 2 is just inching into second place ahead of the Adelaide High 2 crew of Frank and Blafari. They're racing alongside each other in lane 2 and lane 3, but it is still the St Peter's College 1 crew of Sliet and Buick out in lane 5 who are well ahead of the rest of the field with just under 500 metres left to go.
Yeah, this has been absolutely dominant from St Peter's College, and they'll be very happy with the way the row's gone so far. There is that little bit of a cross breeze to go with the tail, though, and we're seeing a few of the crews just moving a little bit of across to the side of the lane, so whether or not that has any kind of an impact. The other crew just to keep an eye out on as well is the Adelaide High crew of Kelly and Keane over in lane number 6 that are also up there with a chance of getting through with the medals. So it is St Peter's College with that lead. Adelaide High, their 1 and 2 crews, battling it with Pulteney Grammar in lane number 2. We've got 2 medals in silver and bronze to hand out, and 3 crews into them does not go. It is then back a little bit further. Unley High sitting a little ways off the pace, and then back to Christian Brothers, Norwood International High, and then the 3rd Adelaide High crew towards the back. St Peter's, though, into the final 250 metres. Adelaide High, and Pulteney. Who's going to win the silver and the bronze? They are all bow ball to bow ball. This is a battle paddle that you think about, and you just want to be able to go through and take the W ahead of them.
So at the moment, I think it's the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 2 of Kennison and Lee that is just travelling a little bit quicker and just has a little bit of an edge over the Adelaide High School crews. We're now seeing the St Peter's crew, less than 100 metres left to go. They'll cross the finish line in first position, and then very close. Now we're seeing that the Adelaide High crew over, as you said, in Kelly and Keane, but it is still the Pulteney Grammar crew. They are sitting a canvas ahead of Adelaide High 2, and then back to Adelaide High 1. Very close, like overlapping boats for all 4. And now we come back to the Unley High School crew of Dubieff and Moiseev in 5th place.
Yeah, great row there from Pulteney Grammar. Eli Kennison and Xavier Lee able to hold off Jonathan Frank and Andreas Brafari with the bronze, and then William Kelly and Kobe Keane with 4th place. As we just see now, the Christian Brothers crew of Eric Shen and Hasimran Gill coming across the line, and then our final crew across the line, final couple of crews across the line will be the Norwood International High crew of Felix Burke and Ethan Partridge, and then Cohen Broad and Jack Clifford, our final crew across the line. So a great row there from the St Peter's College, Madge Sliet and Archer Buick, a dominant win in the under-17 men's double sculls. So as we get ready to move back down towards the start line, our next race, which will be starting very, very soon, will be the under-17 women's 8. So again, another one of these races that is extremely competitive, and this event sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance.
This is an interesting race because there's probably not a lot of form to guide us, because most of these rowers will have been competing principally in quad sculls. They won't have been competing in the sweeps, so they'll largely be competing normally in a Year 10 quad, say. While this is an event that is available at the Nationals, this will be possibly one of the first 8 races for many of these rowers, and possibly one of the first sweep races for many of these rowers.
So in the under-17 women's 8, it's sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. Our vision is to be the first choice for all plumbing and maintenance needs, known not only for technical expertise, but also for integrity, reliability and enduring commitment to the well-being of customers and communities. So our crews in lane number 1, we have Seymour College 2, that's Alice Howard, Nina Ganley, Sophia Bakopoulos, Ruby Cooper, Bella Damasi, Ava Leonello, Olivia Hassel, Allegra Matulic, Alice Retschke is their coxswain, and they're coached by Victoria Binns and Zali Franku. In lane 2 from the Wilderness School, Matilda Burns, Asher Dan, Maya Ianella, Isla Balestrin, Mila Rinaldi, Madeline Perry, Beatrice Sutton, Allegra Halaftis and Georgia Redditch. In lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Lilia Warner, Bronte Pryor, Alice Frierson Lee, Ava Waters, Isla Allgrove, Ruby Kernahan, Layla Bryant, Eugenie Anderson, Miller Wilson is their coxswain, and they're coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson. Lane 4 from Scotch College, we have Charlotte Leake, Mia Lupton, Eliza Barnett, Sophia Naish, Eloise Fletcher, Lila Meals, Aviva Bailey, Harriet Seppelt and April McCabe. In lane 5 from Walford Anglican, Arabella Waller, Jordan Fitzsimmons, Scarlett Sully, Alexandra Peroni, Claudia Kovac, Chloe Brammy, Annabelle Casserly, Amelia Humphreys and Ely Finkemeyer. Lane 6 from Seymour College, Lily Exposto, Lainey Finlayson, Aspen Penpathy, Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Anna Moore, Carrie Leeming, Rosa Lucas, Grace Andre and their coach Angie Francu. In lane 7 from Adelaide High, Marilena Papagiani, Chelsea Maltzer, Ruby Smith, Tanali Godino, Madeline Burke, Annabelle Burke, Jasmine Teasdale, Zara Pavlak, Ava Zhang is their coxswain. And lane 8 from St Peter's Girls, we have Matilda Dawson, Matilda Birmingham, Emily Bose, Layla Dodd, Olive Dawson, Lucille Trengrove, Jemima Vickor Lamb, Ross Stavru and Eva Lands.
So if we look at the first 500 metres, there are 3 crews that are in the early lead. We have Wilderness School in lane 2, we have Seymour College 1 in lane 6, and then Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3. It was Wilderness School in lane 2 were out of the start the quickest. But it looks like Seymour College 1 has got just slightly faster boat speed over this first 500 metres, and they are just leading over Wilderness with Loretto Marriotteville back in 3rd place. And then we go to Walford Anglican, competing for 4th with St Peter's Girls over in lane 8.
So it's a strong row here from Seymour College. They're just extending that lead out. It's just about a boat length between them and the Wilderness School in lane number 2. And then it's back about half a boat length to Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 3. And then, as you say, we've got Walford Anglican, Scotch College also in there, as are St Peter's Girls, Adelaide High, just a ways off the pace. Seymour College 2 sitting in about 6th or 7th place at the moment. So Seymour College, they've had a couple of silvers. They had in the Schoolgirl 8s. We saw them win the silver medal, a great row against Walford Anglican. They finished 2nd again in the under-19 8s earlier on today. So they'll be hoping to try and come away with the gold medal today here in the under-17 women's 8s. They are holding on to that boat length lead, but Wilderness School in lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3. Neither of those crews are letting Seymour walk away with it as they're through the first 1,000 metres.
So it's still Seymour College in lane 6, then back to Wilderness School in lane 2 and Loretto Marriotteville in 3. And then we're now just looking at, in the middle, the Walford crew, who is fighting for 4th with St Peter's Girls. Then back to Scotch College, and then back to Seymour College 2 and Adelaide High. As you can see from this footage, just looking down to the second half of the race, it still is Seymour College in lane 6, but they are being challenged by Wilderness School and Loretto Marriotteville. So Seymour College still probably sitting about a length in front. And then with Wilderness School in 2nd and Loretto Marriotteville in 3rd, with Walford Anglican and St Peter's Girls fighting it out for 4th, and Scotch College sitting back in 6th, and then Seymour College 2 with Adelaide High off the pace. But it does look like still the Seymour College crew. This is coached by Victoria Binns and Zali Franco. Coached by Angie Franco. My apologies. Angie will be very upset at me. This Seymour College crew now just...
it's still that boat length lead, isn't it? They've not been able to really disconnect from the crews from Wilderness School and Loretto Marriotteville, who themselves are having a humdinger of a battle paddle right the way down the course. It has been bow ball to bow ball as those two crews battle it out side by side. It is a little ways back then. 4th place crew, St Peter's Girls over in lane number 8, and then Scotch College in lane number 4. Next to them, we've got the Walford Anglican, sorry, Scotch College just a little bit in behind them, and then Seymour College 2 and Adelaide High. So Seymour College 1 still holding on to that lead as they go into the last 500 metres or so. And this is the time where if you just start to fatigue, that the potential is there just for that gap to start narrowing. We will start to see a sprint here from Wilderness School in lane 2 and Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 3. We're starting to hear the cheers from the crowd as they get ready for that sprint through to the finish.
And really, Seymour College have set up this lead in the first 500 of the race. They've been sitting about a length in front after 500 metres, after Wilderness were the first out of the start. Wilderness School and Loretto Marriotteville are alongside each other and have been pushing each other along all the way, but it is the Seymour College 1 crew of Lily Exposto, Lainey Finlayson, Aspen Pemberthy, Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Anna Moore, Carrie Leeming and Rosa Lucas, coxed by Grace Andre and coached by Angie Franco, that have now extended their lead over the last 500 metres. They've now got just over 100 metres left to go. And the Wilderness and Loretto Marriotteville crews are still not giving up. There's only been a seat between second and third most of the way. But we can now see the Seymour College crew. They will cross the line first. They are 2 lengths ahead, and we can now just see Loretto Marriotteville. They're just hanging on, just a canvas ahead of Wilderness. Very close between those two for second and third. And now back to the tussle between the 2 Anglican girls' schools, St Peter's Girls and Walford. And it looks again like Walford just sitting about a canvas ahead of St Peter's Girls, and then back to Scotch College, to Seymour 2, and then to Adelaide High.
Seymour College, a fantastic win, as you say, Andrew. They set it up nicely through the first 500 metres, extended it out. The battle paddle between Loretto Marriotteville and Wilderness came right down to the line. Loretto Marriotteville finishing with the silver medal, with the Wilderness School finishing in 3rd place in the under-17 women's 8. So a cracking race there as we get ready to head back down towards the 2,000 metre start. Getting ready for the under-19 men's double sculls. This event is sponsored by Phoenix Lending. So the team from Phoenix Lending, a boutique owner-operated mortgage broking business based in South Australia that services clients from all over the country. Service is based on honesty, knowledge, reliability while working in the best interests of our clients. For every loan you settle with Phoenix, they will donate $200 to your rowing club. Just mention Rowers Deal.
And right, so we're already underway and probably just going through the first 500 metres of the under-19 men's double scull. And it is the Torrens crew of Hugh Hall Craggs and Sebastian Willis-Hell that are sitting out in the lead. Very close between the other remaining crews. Probably the second crew is Adelaide High 2 crew of Cooper Eaton and Jasper Eaton. But a very close tussle for second and third. But it is that Torrens crew of Hugh Hall Craggs and Sebastian Willis-Hell that are sitting well out in front of the rest of the field with the first 500 metres through.
Yeah, Torrens leading out Adelaide High, and then that battle for 3rd place, we've got St Francis, Tate Stoneham and Reece Clark up there, as are the 2 Adelaide High crews in the middle. That's Dan Jose and Austin Battams, and then Ethan Carlson and Aidan Foran, and then a little ways back again to the crew from Christian Brothers, Jonah Latu and Samuel Thornton, and then this crew in the middle of the course, Anson Kai and Diwen Wu from St Peter's College. Just a little ways off the pace at the moment, just in the front of that screen. Now, Torrens have got off to a great start, Hall Craggs and Willis-Hell, but now what we're seeing are the Eatons from Adelaide High potentially just closing the gap a little bit. We'll get a bit of an idea as the drone moves up towards our leading couple of crews. But certainly it's been a very, very, very good start there for the Torrens double. And they put themselves in a great opportunity to be able to go through and win. The battle for 3rd place is well and truly on. We're just seeing the St Francis crew perhaps just tiring a little bit. It's giving the Adelaide High crews, Carlson and Foran, Jose and Battams, just that little bit of opportunity to be able to row through and find themselves in the bronze medal position. Certainly 3 crews into 1 bronze medal does not go, but out in front it is still Torrens leading Adelaide High.
But as you said, keep an eye on the Adelaide High crew in lane 8 of Cooper Eaton and Jasper Eaton, because if anything, they have now just moved up on this Torrens crew. The Torrens crew may not have even been aware of this crew. They are so far apart on the course, but there is now just very little between these 2 crews. So it is the Torrens crew of Hugh Hall Craggs and Sebastian Willis Hill, and the Adelaide High 2 crew of Cooper Eaton and Jasper Eaton that are fighting it out.
Yeah, and perhaps the Adelaide High crew just getting their bow balls out in front now of that Torrens crew. So it looks to be Adelaide High, Cooper and Jasper Eaton ahead of Hugh Hall Craggs and Sebastian Willis Hill. And then in that battle for the bronze medal, it does look like we've got the Adelaide High crew of Carlson and Foran sitting in just ahead of Jose and Battams, and then St Francis, Stoneham and Clark just dropping off the pace a wee bit. They'll need to push on hard if they go back into that bronze medal position. And then we do go back a little bit further to the Christian Brothers crew of Latu and Thornton, and then Kai and Wu from St Peter's College back towards the back of the field. 500 metres to go. It's still between Adelaide High and Torrens Rowing Club.
And a fascinating race. The Torrens crew really were sitting well out in front in the first 500, but the Adelaide High crew just moved up on them, and it is still very close between these 2 crews. There's now about 750 metres left to go in this race. It'd be just good to see if we can get them, if we can see them lined up and get a sense. So it still is, it is the Torrens crew, but it is very close between these 2 crews.
As we're seeing them now into the last 500 metres, either edge of the course, which you do see sometimes when it is the straight final. It is Torrens closest to us. It is Adelaide High on the far side of the course. They are our crews battling it out for gold and silver. In the middle of the course, we've got the 2 Adelaide High crews, Carlson and Foran, Jose and Battams, and then St Francis's Stoneham and Clark, all going for that bronze medal. It looks as though Adelaide High, Carlson and Foran just starting to get their bow balls out in front a little bit further as they head in now towards the last 300 metres or so. I think we're in for a fascinating finish here, Andrew. Torrens and Adelaide High, who's got something left in the tank?
That's right. It still is. It does look like the Torrens crew in lane 3 are just going to get there a little bit quicker, but the Adelaide High crew of Cooper Eaton and Jasper Eaton have been challenging all the way down this course. It does look like Torrens. We'll have to wait until we can get them lined up, but
yeah, it's Torrens and Adelaide High in now to the final 250 metres. There's not a lot left to go. It's still level pegging. Torrens got off to that great start. They opened up that lead, but then Adelaide High, consistency through the middle stages have meant they're in a position to challenge. Both crews now upping the rate. You can hear the cheers coming here from the crowd. It is going to come down to a sprint to the line. It's Torrens and Adelaide High. Who's going to take out the under-19 men's double sculls? Torrens, bow ball just out in front. They're opening up a bit of a lead. It's a great sprint through to the finish here. The power is on, and just as they did at the start, Torrens run away with it. A great win there for Hugh Hall Craggs, and Sebastian Willis Hell able to get up over the top of Cooper and Jasper Eaton from Adelaide High. The sprint at the start, the sprint at the end, the bookends, that's what won it for the Torrens crew. Adelaide High, a great row through from them. They finish in the second place. Coming through in third place, it will be the crew, another crew from Adelaide High, Ethan Carlson and Aidan Foran. They'll take out the bronze medal. In the end, a very comfortable win, pulling third place, pulling away from the other Adelaide High crew of Daniel Jose and Austin Battams, who themselves are pulled away from our remaining crews. So we've just got a little bit of a battle going on here between Christian Brothers and St Francis, it looks like.
So Adelaide High, second, third and fourth in this race. But yeah, the race between Christian Brothers and St Francis, still very close. I think Christian Brothers might just get there. It looks like St Francis have just sort of run out of gas towards the end.
Yeah, you could see the bow seat of the Christian Brothers crew just having a look out to his left-hand side over that last 10 or so strokes, just managing to get in over the top of the St Francis crew. With St Peter's College, that is Anson Kay and Diwen Wu finishing back in 7th place. So a fantastic row there. The sprints for Torrens, that gets them over the line in the men's under-19 double sculls.
But certainly the crew from Adelaide High of the Eatons really threw it down at that Torrens pair, double. So
didn't let it go. They did not let it go. We'll move back down towards the start. For race number 130, it is the under-19 women's coxed fours. So in this race, so we had earlier on today in the Schoolgirls coxed fours, it was Walford Anglican who came away with the win, Wilderness School in 2nd and 3rd. Now, none of those crews are in this race, so it does open it up for one of our other school crews to be able to go through. So in lane number 2, from St Peter's Girls, it's the number 1 crew of Izzy Huff, Beverly He, Grace Jones, Matilda Wilkin and Charlotte Catchpole. In lane 3, from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Charlotte Wood, Maisie Honor, Jessica Newen, Liran Ma, Annie Redwood is their coxswain, and they're coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 4, from St Peter's Girls, there's their second crew of Julie Fang, Zalia Valmobida, Cleo Connor, Matilda Simonis and Lexi Fishlock. In lane 5, from Pembroke School, we have Emily Rolls, Adwiti Anu, Pippin McLeave, Scarlett Foster, Dora Rossi Fideli, and they're coached by Tom Merrigan. Lane 6, from Norwood International High, we have Serena Antizana, Julissa Aspinall, Grace Sweeney and Grace Kelly, and they're coxed by Scarlett Power. And lane 7, from Pembroke School, Catherine Watts, Matilda Liu, Abby Young, Alex Riddler, Isabella Wesley is their coxswain, and they are coached by Tom Merrigan. So if you're looking out for a potentially from the Schoolgirls force, so the St Peter's Girls 1 crew finished 4th in that particular race, but they are also not racing in this one, so the crews have been mixed up a little bit. So again, it will be fascinating to see who is going to come through in this one.
It will be. All school crews, as you said.
And in fact, we've got a couple of scratchings in there as well. So St Peter's Girls 2 has been scratched, as have the crew from Norwood International High. So we've got the 4 crews left. St Peter's Girls 1, Loretto Marriotteville, Pembroke 2 and Pembroke 1. And those crews waiting at the start line.
I think we've got St Peter's Girls, Loretto Marriotteville, Pembroke School. I'm just seeing if Pembroke School are coming in lane 7 there.
So again, that little bit of a cross breeze, it is making it just a wee bit tricky, so the crews are just lining themselves up, letting the breeze take them across, and so that they're good to go when it comes time for the race.
And they're already off. This race has been sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. They've proudly been creating Adelaide smiles since 1971. Our specialist orthodontist, Dr. Balia Sriram, offers a personal caring approach towards all patients and always goes the extra mile to ensure every patient is smiling and comfortable. 2 modern locations in Rose Park and St Clair. Gentle Touch Orthodontics is the perfect choice to start your new smile journey. And here we go. So it's probably the crew in lane 2, St Peter's Girls 1, who came best off the start, and also Pembroke School 1 in lane 7. So they're on each side of the course.
We've got the bookends leading again.
And then back to Loretto Marriotteville and then Pembroke School 2. But it still does look like, actually, I think Pembroke School 1 might now have taken the lead back to St Peter's Girls 1. But we'll get more of an idea as we get a drone picture of the crews and how they're lined up.
And again, that drone footage really adding something to the rowing coverage, giving a bit of an idea as to the technique of the rowers that are in there. And this leading crew from Pembroke School looking very nice indeed as they head down. We've got a couple of coxed fours for the next couple of races. Obviously this one and then the under-21 men's coxed fours. In the Junior World Championships, the coxed fours unfortunately no longer a thing. Australia winning a couple of World Championships at the under-19s in the last few years, and now just going into the straight fours. It is looking like Pembroke have that lead over St Peter's Girls and then back a little bit further to Loretto Marriotteville in third place and the Pembroke 2 crew back in fourth. So that's through the early stages of this race.
So we're looking at a wider shot, and we can see all 4 crews here. Still very close between Pembroke School 1 and St Peter's Girls 1. We've also got some close-in footage of the Pembroke School 1 crew. This is the crew of Catherine Watts, Matilda Liu, Abby Young and Alex Riddler, coxed by Isabella Wesley. And you can see Isabella Wesley is sitting down in the bow of that boat. Still, it is the crews in lane 2 and lane 7, so on the far side of the course, that are the race leaders, and then back to Loretto Marriotteville and Pembroke School 2.
Yeah, Pembroke School looking nice at the moment as they go through, and it looked like they might have just had a couple of dirty strokes there. So they've just slowed down a touch and they've now picked it back up, but it has meant that gap back to St Peter's Girls has just closed down a little bit. So we've got the drone footage again, and you can see
very nice footage as they go through the second 500. It still does look like the Pembroke School crew, Pembroke School number 1 crew, just leading St Peter's Girls number 1, but it is very close.
Yeah, it was just that rough stroke, and it just meant that St Peter's Girls were able to make up just that little bit of ground. It'll take a bit of looking around for the coxswains, particularly for those bow-loaded coxers, to be able to see exactly where the crews are. You can just see there the St Peter's Girls crew. So they've got the stern cox. She's able to turn her head, have a look out to her right-hand side, and you can see that she's doing that quite a bit and trying to really get that crew to be able to push through. She would have been able to see that they suddenly slowed down a little bit and that they had the chance to be able to push on through. Pembroke, though, they've recovered, they've relaxed, they haven't tried to overdo things, they've just stretched that lead back out a little bit further. Looking back down the course, we've also got Loretto Marriotteville sitting in third place, and they're ahead of the second crew from Pembroke School as they're coming up now towards about 750 metres left to go. And
now it does look like the just pushing through that third 500, the Pembroke School have just been able to set up a bit of a lead over the St Peter's Girls crew. Pembroke, the under-19 women's coxed 4, this is for a state championship, and the final. And now looking across the course, you can see that they are now just sitting about a length ahead of the St Peter's Girls crew.
And we're just seeing a few ripples starting to form on the lake, so it's not quite the cutting glass that we've seen, particularly at the start of each day of this South Australian Rowing Championships. But they are now, Pembroke opening up a nice little lead here in the under-19 Women's Cox Fours, the event sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. And then it is a little ways back. Loretto Marriotteville still holding on to the lead over the second crew from Pembroke School as they're coming up now into the last 500 metres or so. Pembroke holding on, St Peter's Girls sitting in second.
One of the things that you get at the West Lakes course, being just in one of the coastal suburbs, is that in the afternoon it can be very wind affected. Head of the river, they tend to run all of the races before 1 o'clock to sort of avoid that element of the race. Now we're just looking at the St Peter's Girls crew, St Peter's Girls 1. And now we're looking at a widescreen shot. Still very close between Pembroke and St Peter's Girls 1, but the Pembroke School crew look to be sitting a couple of lengths ahead of St Peter's Girls. And then back to Loretto, Marriotteville, and then Pembroke School 2.
Yeah, it's been a strong row here from Pembroke School. They, as I say, they've had the rough stroke at one point, but they were able to reset, recover, rebuild that lead out ahead of St Peter's Girls. I wouldn't count out St Peter's Girls just yet. It's the opportunity is there if they're able to get a bit of a sprint up, and if they're able to get a bit of momentum, if they're able to get that boat moving just that little bit quicker and put the pressure on the crew from Pembroke School. As we look towards the back, it is still the crew from Loretto Marriotteville sitting ahead of Pembroke School. And it's only a couple of boat lengths in there, so it's a couple of different races in there. We've got the race for first place between Pembroke and St Peter's Girls, and then the race for third with Loretto Marriotteville looking like they're going to get up over the top of the second crew from Pembroke. But now our first crew from Pembroke, Watts, Liu, Young, Riddler and Wesley. They are 250 metres away from a South Australian state championship. St Peter's Girls, if they're going to get this, they are going to have to go now. You can see the coxswain looking out to her right-hand side. That is Charlotte Catchpole. She's trying desperately to get the crew to be able to put a bit of pressure on. But this Pembroke School crew now with about 150 metres to go, it's still that clear water. St Peter's needed to push up just a little bit further. Pembroke, though, have rowed extremely well. Looking back in the battle for third place, Loretto Marriotteville still sitting nicely in third place, and they are ahead of the second crew from Pembroke. The first crew from Pembroke, though, they are going to go home with a little bit of extra bling in the bag as Catherine Watts, Matilda Liu, Abby Young, Alex Riddler and Isabella Wesley are the 2026 South Australian champions in the under-19 women's coxed fours. St Peter's Girls, Izzy Huff, Beverly He, Grace Jones, Matilda Wilkin and Charlotte Catchpole. They'll take home a silver medal. And then as we look down the course, it does look like it is going to be the crew from Loretto Marriotteville who will finish in third, with Pembroke School 2 finishing in fourth place. I'm going to take a quick break and wet the whistle, and we shall let the effervescent Greg Walters take over.
Thank you very much, Stuart, and welcome to Greg Walters, who'll be joining me in the commentary.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you very much, Stuart. I think that's our final... oh, no, we get you back. Fantastic.
Stuart's coming back.
He's coming back. Oh, and you're going to get to sit with me, and we're going to call the last four races of the day. I'm looking forward to that, Stuart.
Fabulous.
So get out there, wet your whistle, and come back refreshed. Good, Andrew. So we've got the under-19 women's coxed four just finishing up there. That was a great race.
Just finishing, yep. Won by Pembroke School, with St Peter's Girls coming second, Loretto Marriotteville third, and Pembroke School 2 crew coming fourth.
That's right. Now, we've got the under-21 men's coxed four sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. It is important because the South Australian Championships have a role in part of the selection for our senior crews. So it's worth knowing that the South Australian state team is composed of three teams. That's the Pathway team and the Open Interstate teams and the Masters. So athletes and coxswains and coaches, you have to nominate for that particular competition. I'll get back to that. Let's just call out now the under-21 coxed four. So we've got in lane 2 St Peter's College, Casper Yongil, Julian Bain, Sonny Wong, Tom Lloyd, Dylan Kildare as the cox. Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 3 of Eddie Sharp, Harrison Gibson, Harry Adams, Tom Whittle, Charlie Yellanders cox. Lane number 4, Adelaide 1. Ren Anderson, Alex Lee, Sam Williams, Tom O'Mahony, Jessica Lobban as the cox. Lane number 5, Prince Alfred College 3. Sean Thacker, Joshua Fleming, Lucas Fusco, Oliver Presley and Fred Martin as the cox. Lane 6, St Peter's College 2. Dyson Drew, Evan Lamb, Jeff Goo, Franco Quaney and Charlie Angus as the cox. And lane number 7, Prince Alfred College 2, Lachlan Murphy, Leroy Condis, Milo Cotsey, Jonathan Duff and Madden Croft as the cocks.
So right now they've just gone through the first 1,000 metres and it is the crew from Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 4 of Anderson, Lee, Williams and Omani, coxed by Jessica Lobban, which is sitting in the lead, closely followed by the crew from St Peter's College in lane 2 and so it's still the Adelaide Rowing Club crew, then it is St Peter's College crew in lane 2, but also Prince Alfred College 2 over in lane 7 on the far side, and then back to PAC 1 in lane 3.
That's interesting that they, with the numbering, that you would expect the Prince Alfred College 1 crew, if they've been seeded in that way, of course it could just be the A crew and the B, just split them evenly. But yes, the Prince Alfred College 2 crew in lane number 7, close on the heels of the Adelaide crew in lane number 4.
Yeah, we're just, there is not really much between the Adelaide Rowing Club crew in lane 4 and the PAC 2 crew in lane 7. And then it's back to St Peter's College and then to PAC 1.
That's right, we can't quite see the Prince Alfred College 2 crew there. It's just slightly off the screen in lane number 7. So that's to the far left-hand side. There we go. We're scanning across. There we go. We can just see the PAC crew in lane number 7 coming through. So this is going to be really interesting for the under-21 men's coxed 4. It looks at this stage as though it's going to be a battle between lane 4, the Adelaide Rowing Club, and lane number 7, the Prince Alfred College 2 crew. Certainly, we've got St Peter's College in lane 2 and Prince Alfred College 1.
Here we are, and now you can see this this Prince Alfred College crew, which has been lurking out in lane 7, is right up there and challenging Adelaide Rowing Club. Adelaide Rowing Club still has some clear water over this crew, but the Prince Alfred College 2 crew. And then back to a really tight tussle for third between St Peter's College and Prince Alfred College 1.
That's right. Certainly Adelaide's at the front. You can see they're now getting that length out and driving through. I think they're just starting to pull away. But that Prince Alfred College crew in lane number 7, you can also see that they're lifted. They've come back to what we call the rocks, the 250, so it's a sprint to the line now. Adelaide certainly in front at the moment, but the Prince Alfred College crew not letting them get away. I think the Adelaide crew would be aware of them. They could just see them off on their left-hand side, on their bow side, as they're coming down through here. We've got about 200 metres to go. It's a close race here between those two. You can see them both on the screen. Adelaide just in front of the Prince Alfred College crew.
And just looking at them side by side, the Adelaide crew does look much bigger than the school crew from Prince Alfred College, but it is very close and less than 100 metres left to go. Adelaide Rowing Club now just sitting about half a length ahead of the crew from Prince Alfred College, and then a really tight tussle for third between St Peter's College and Prince Alfred College. That's right, bow ball by bow ball. St Peter's just in front of the Prince Alfred College crew. They'll cross. Oh, I think it was just a bow ball to the St Peter's College crew. We'll have to see what the umpires say, but very close. It was.
That's right. A great win to Adelaide. Noting, of course, that those rowers, I would expect to probably be at least a year or possibly older than the schoolboys. So kudos
Kudos to Prince Alfred College and the other school crews. Then
that's right, to be up there, and I think Tim Hennessy at PAC would be very happy with that. Two of his under-21 men's coxed 4s were up there with that also very competitive St Peter's College. So some great rowing from our school crews, but a win to the Adelaide Rowing Club in the under-21 men's coxed 4, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. And this takes us to race 132, the under-21 women's quad sculls. And this is sponsored by Gentle Touch Orthodontics. We only have 2 crews in this one. Very interesting. It's an Unley High composite crew and Adelaide Uni. So once again, if I can just have a look at, yes, it's all school women. Against an Adelaide Uni crew. So we have in lane number 4 the Unley High Composite, which is Unley High, Pembroke School and Adelaide High School. So we've got Ada Dedich from Adelaide High School, Evie Barras, who's from Pembroke, Mia Chapman from Pembroke, Rachel Luscombe from Unley High, and they're coached by Tom Merrigan. And in the Adelaide Uni crew, Victoria Binns, Emily Liang, Gina Rinaldi and Felicity Cox. Well, just looking at those names, I think we've got two very high quality crews. I mean, Vic Binns and Gia Rinaldi and others, Felicity Cox and Lem Lang, we'd be familiar with them and their performance at the Open level. But a lot of rising stars coming through here. These are names to really pay attention to in the Unley High Composite crew.
In the composite.
The composite crew, that's right.
Absolutely. And if you look at the Adelaide Uni crew, they're rowing really well in these conditions, looking very smooth, great boat run, and look to have the race under control. But the crew from Unley, Adelaide, and Pembroke, the composite crew, they are not disgraced by any means.
They've just lost contact, but this Adelaide Uni crew is a quality crew. Many of those, I mean, Vic Binns, which would be sort of familiar with, has gone. I remember when she went across and rode at the head of the Charles, etc. So that is a quality Adelaide Uni crew, a quality crew, which would be looking for those rowers in our future Open women's rowers.
If you just have a look at this Adelaide, what are you seeing here, Greg?
Look, I'm just seeing. Look, the timing, the technique is excellent. The body rock is together. They're getting their blades in together. It's just technique. They're obviously very strong, but they haven't had to rate high. They have won this by rowing beautifully
and just having beautiful boat run on the recovery. And but this crew from the high schools does look very good as well. So
I think they should be very pleased with that performance in their row. But a great win to Adelaide Uni in the under-21 women's quad sculls. This takes us to the Masters men's quad scull. You'll be familiar with the Masters program. We've had a number of Masters races, but they're in different age categories. We've got quite a mix here.
You're not racing in this one, Greg?
No, I've finished for the day. So it was a question whether we'd go in the quad sculls or not, but not today. So in the Masters events, they're broken up into age categories, and we've got quite a mix here. So in the C grade,
can't work out who's on go. Like there's 8 and 9, 31 and 35 seconds.
Well, I think what may have happened is that someone scratched.
Yeah.
That's right, one of the older crews, and so they've kept the original. They've kept the original handicaps in the program. So.
Well, here we are. We're looking at them on the 1,000 metres.
That's right. And so they're lining up. So what we have is...
It does look like we've got 5 crews there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, our program actually has only 4 crews, so one of the crews is scratched. So this is a little bit confusing. We've got the Galway crew, I can see. We've got the Phoenix crew. Just looking at them. Torrens, and... there you go, that's it, the Uni crew. So let me just have a look at them. Yes, yeah, Damien, David, Derleek, Bill Nat, and just looking at them in the picture there. So that's going to be a very hard crew to beat too. And off the top of my head, they're probably a
So it's lane 2. It's Adelaide Uni Boat Club
by invitation. That's right.
So Derleek, McLeod, Bill Nat, and John Bolt.
And John Bolt, that's right, former Olympian. It just gives them a little bit of extra age, and so that would have them as F grade, which means the average age is 60. So John Bolt giving them those extra years. So that makes a lot of sense. Very smart. And the reason why you do that is, of course, handicaps. So if you're C grade, your average age for the crew is 43. If you're D grade, the average age is 50. If you are G, its average age is 65. If you are H, it is 70. So what we have here is the Adelaide University crew in lane number 2 is an F crew in by invitation, average age of 60. So it's Damien Derleek, David McLeod, Bill Nat, and John Bolt.
Here we go. So the Phoenix crew is heading off. The Galway crew is heading off. And the others are still
That's right. You'll see from as we're looking at here, on the oldest crews are on the right of your screen, and they will start first. There's the handicaps, and then the younger crews will start after them, and so they've really got to be catching them. So it's very interesting. You'll expect the older crews to be leading at the beginning parts of the race. You've just seen the Masters crew starting, but they will start to catch the older crews. The question is, Can those older crews
Hang on.
hang on to this? Now, the crews that we've talked about the crew in lane number 2, which is from Adelaide University, a quality crew, absolutely, and they're going to absolutely fly up the course. The crew in lane number 3 from Torrens is Phil Walsh, Edward Russo, Nathan Arnold, and Shalem Limax. Lane number 4 from Torrens, Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Tom Sullivan, Kevin Tankard. We've seen that combination a number of times in this particular competition. They too will fly down the course, so watch out for them. The Goolwa combination, Simon Burr, Brian Lynch, Simon Thornton, Gavin Hewitt and Brian Francis. They're a G crew, so average age of 65. And of course we've got the quality crew from Phoenix, which is an H crew, average age 70, Mark Musred, Phil Gebhardt, David Ellis and John Lister. Now, and we know John Lister and Mark Musred, former national pairs, champions, etc. That's a quality crew, so they're not going to be easy to be beaten. Certainly the other crews will start catching them. However, the question is, can they hang on enough? But the crews I'll be watching would be lane number 2, Adelaide Uni, and Torrens in lane number 4.
Yeah, but we're still seeing the Phoenix crew in our foreground. They've had a reasonable start. They are holding on, but I think the Adelaide Uni crew over in lane 2 is really moving up, as well as the Torrens crew in lane 4.
So I think that as I anticipate that it's going to be lane number 2, Adelaide Uni, and Torrens in lane number 4, that probably, if you'd anticipate knowing those particular rows, excellent pedigrees, knowing their fitness levels, many of them would be candidates for the South Australian Masters crew, that the 8s and the quads, both of who won gold at the Nationals before. So those crews have got a lot of power. So what we're seeing is they have caught the Phoenix crew, with about 350 metres to go. So the battle is going to be between those two crews, who can hold on. Now, I do note that the Uni crew is an F crew, so their average age is 60, and the average age of the Torrens crew is D, so it's 50, so a younger crew. However, that Uni crew has got some absolute motors in their
It does.
crew.
Former Olympian John Bolt and several of our interstate masters crew as well.
That's
so,
right. They've got and they've got David McLeod in the strokes there, so he is not going to give anything up here. And he's got Damien Derleek, who will be reminding him to lift if they're getting that challenge. But the Torrens crew, that slightly younger Torrens crew, are lifting. This is what we're seeing down here, an absolute race down to the line between these two crews. Is it going to be Torrens, Adelaide Uni? It's Balball to Balball. I think that Uni might just have it in front of them at the moment. But Torrens is responding. They're coming up. I think it's about half a canvas. But the Uni crew have looked across. They've lifted and just driving through the power. And they have won by about, just under half a length to the Torrens crew. Two excellent crews. What a great finish that we've got there.
So really great handicapping, which developed a really, really wonderful race. Now we're seeing the Phoenix crew, which is I class.
Yes.
Average age of?
Average is H, sorry. It's, yes, average age is 70.
H.
That's Mark Musrad, Phil Gebhardt, David Ellis and John Lister. So that means they're all in their 70s, most of them in their mid-70s. So, look, absolute legends.
And now back to the Goolwa crew, which is classified G.
A G crew, that's right. A G crew means that their average age is over 65.
Mm-hmm. And they're just coming up to the you can just now see them just coming up to the finish line, and then back to the other Torrens crew, the C crew of Walsh, Russo, Arnold, and Lamar.
Now the thing is, you might look at that and go, "Oh, look, the Torrens crew and the Goolwa crew, a bit slow down the mark." No, that's not true. They've actually rode really well. What we've seen is two outstanding crews, the Uni crew and the Torrens crew. These are some of the best rowers, masters rowers in Australia that we've seen out giving a masterclass out there. And
Absolutely.
so, to be on the same water as them and competing and being competitive is an absolute achievement. This takes us to race number 132, the Masters Women's 8. We've got two D crews. We've got a scratch from lane number 6, the Riverside crew. So it's now two Torrens crews, both D crews, which means they'll go off at the same time. So that's going to be very interesting. Lane number 4 from Torrens, we've got Natasha Vassos, Nikki Plakinski, Karen Farina, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Robin Gray Gardner, and Tori Toogood. So those last four, I think, we've seen their rowers that certainly have represented South Australia and many at national level, Simone being the rower of the year last year. And lane number 5, the Torrens, the other D crew, Breda Quinn, Rebecca Rose, Ali Gudger, Liz Burrell, Melanie Smith, Helen Whip and Anna Seppelt. So I think the Torrens have sort of mixed it up a bit there, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they go. I would like to call out the fact that Torrens is able to field 2 D crews, right? That's
fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic in Torrens, the depth of their program.
Really enjoying their rowing.
Yeah.
And now you can see it's the crew in lane 4 that are sitting a couple of lengths ahead of the crew in lane 5. Both Torrens crews, very strong Masters club.
That's right. I think that the crew in lane 4 sort of has been anchored by, Gina Bell, Simone, Robin
Gray Gardner, former Olympian. Tori Toogood, former Olympian.
That's right. There's some absolute.
Where do we start?
Quite right. Some quality rowers in there. But this is also a feature of Masters rowing. You see, you can come in and join. You can come in and do a learn to row program, and learn to row and. If you really wanted to, within a year, you can come out and compete if you want to. And so we have rowers who might not have been rowing, might have only been rowing a year or etc. out in the same boat with former Olympians.
What a great opportunity!
National champions. That's right. You can get out there and you can be part of that same 8. And with the sort of culture they've got at clubs like Torrens and many of those who have aspirations, you can start off in. Learn to row and do some intermediate rowing and an aspiration to not only compete here at this event, but you can go on to the nationals as well. So,
is that a borrowed boat, do you think, Greg, or just the blue boat?
It does look very familiar. I know one of the girls' schools has got a blue boat. I actually don't know whether Torrens has one as well. I know they've got a number of 8s, but I don't know if that's specifically.
Anyway, Torrens crew of lane 4 over the line first.
So well done to the Torrens crew of Natasha Vassos, Nikki Plakinski, Karen Farina, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Robin Gray Gardner, Tori Toogood, Belinda Yankovic, and Spencer Yankovic, coxing it, over the Torrens crew of Breda Quinn, Rebecca Rose, Ali Gudger, Liz Burrell, Melanie Smith, Helen Whip, Alice Seppelt, Donatello Mussolino and Annalise Neal as the cox. Now this takes us on to the under-16 women's doubles sculls. So this is the B final for this particular event. And the B final is lane number 2, Loretto Marriotteville of Emily Visciriello, Natalie Bayliss, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane number 3, St Peter's Girls 1 crew of Sasha Connor and Natalia Quinn. Lane number 4, Walford Anglican, Vivian McNamara and Charlotte Daunt-Smith. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 3 of Polly Swain, Hazel Gavenlock, coached by Madison Johansson. Lane 6, Pembroke School 1 of Maya Grant, Talia Scanton and coached by Claire Rogers, and Walford Anglican in lane 7 of Mia Carubis and Grace Appleford. Now they are lining up at the moment.
Yeah, at the 1,000-metre mark. They haven't quite. They're not quite in a straight line yet, so they won't be heading off just yet. This is an opportunity to thank Perfect Balance Rowing for sponsoring this race. Perfect Balance Rowing. We are rowers. We have learnt to row. We have the blisters. We've experienced the pain of defeat and the elation of victory. We have lifelong friends and our arch nemesis. Most importantly, we are rowers at heart, and we still row on the water as much as we can. We love the sport and we want others to experience what we have. We will do everything we can to support you and to support the Australian rowing community. So thank you, Perfect Balance Rowing. We're underway.
That's right, in the under-16 women's double sculls. It looks as though it's been a good start from Loretto Marriotteville 3 of Polly Swain and Hazel Gavenlock in lane number 5.
Also, St Peter's Girls 1
in lane number 3. But also look at Pembroke School 1. And as we've been talking, Pembroke's pulled ahead. That's Maya Grant and Tala Scanton. And this is a 1,000-metre event. It's going to be very interesting. So at this stage, I think it's going to be quite competitive.
It's really, there's 6 crews racing, and there's less than a length between all 6 crews. So it's still anyone's race.
Absolutely. And looking at the conditions out here, it's largely a tail breeze, but we do get a slight, I think looking at the flags here, which are flapping around, which is sort of indicating that the wind is sort of gusting a little bit, but we are getting a bit of a cross breeze. So they've come through the 1,000-metre mark. They're about 750 soon, and about, I think about 150, 200 metres, they're going to start to get to what we call the open water section. And with that slight cross breeze, it does get a little bit lumpier. These are doubles, but if they're going to have any difficulty with the conditions, that's where they're going to get it. Now, you do notice there, I'm just looking, some of the double sculls, of course, steering is a bit difficult. You can see the oars on the buoys can be very difficult. If your oar hits the buoy or gets stuck, you can actually catch what they call a crab. In other words, the oar gets caught in the water, and that can just stop the boat, and sometimes it pulls the oar handle out of the oar.
You can see the Pembroke School crew, which are leading or in the lead, they were getting close to the buoy, but they've realised it, and they've just managed to get
moved
into the
out.
centre of their lane.
That's right, and I think that's actually slowed them down, because that's enabled Walford. As I was saying before, you've got to be careful with the buoys, because it can really slow you down, and then you have to change direction to get it. And you can just see it if you've got a stroke coach, your time just drops. And that's what's happened with Pembroke, I think, which has enabled the Walford Anglican crew of Mia Carubis and Grace Appleford, who are able to maintain that slightly straighter line to get ahead. Having said that, I'm not being too critical of Pembroke, because I was talking about that side wind, and that's exactly what they've experienced as they've got to that open water section. The side breeze becomes a little bit more predominant, and you would expect that it would blow them across, as you're looking at the screen, blow them across to the left of the screen, or what we call the bow side.
But at the moment, it's definitely the Walford Anglican School in lane 8, but it's also Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5. Which are fighting out for the lead, and the crews over in the closer to the bank, Loretto Marriotteville 2 and St Peter's Girls 1 are just having a few steering difficulties.
That's right.
So it really is a race between Walford Anglican and Loretto Marriotteville. So Walford Anglican crew of Mia Carubis and Grace Appleford, and the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Polly Swain and Hazel Gavenlock.
That's right. I think they've been able to handle the conditions slightly better. We're talking about the crews from Loretto Marriotteville 2 in lane 2 and St Peter's Girls in lane 3. I think what we saw there was exactly what I was talking about before with that cross breeze. They were going through that section where they'd be far more exposed to it, and I think that caused some of that steering difficulty. And now we've got the same problem here from the Walford Anglican crew in lane number 4, also having a little bit of a problem. I think they might have got caught in the buoys there. So
this is the Walford Anglican crew of Mia Carubis and Grace Appleford. Clearly, they've really come through that last 500 metres really well. And then it's back to the Loretto Marriotteville 3 crew. And then still a very close tussle between...
Oh, it's a race to line here for the third position too.
Pembroke School and...
Oh, I think Pembroke might just get it. Yes, just got that over the Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane number 2. So
great race.
So some good racing.
Yeah.
This is the under 16. So I note that this is not a this is not the sort of racing that they would typically do.
They would normally be racing in quads.
Quads, that's right.
They've done a lot of sculling, but normally they have someone to steer them.
That's right. That's right. And so what we're seeing there is all those some actually trickier conditions than it might look. With that steering, makes a big difference. But I think they've all done very well. But a great win to Walford Anglican, Mia Carubis and Grace Appleford.
And that was the B final of the under-16 women's double scull. And now we come to the A final. Again, they're lined up at the 1,000 metres.
So lane number 1, we've got St Peter's Girls 3 of Ava Bembridge and Lily Cook. Lane number 2, St Peter's Girls 4 of Charlotte de Blasio and Juliet Tang. Lane 3, Unley High, Stella Griffiths, Nikia Ryan, coached by Annalise Size. Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 1 of Beatrice Mazzini and Marnie Sherwell, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 5, Adelaide High, Grace Battams and Ariane Hughes. Lane 6, Seymour College, Bella Damasi, Lily Esposito, coached by Angie Franco and Grace Foster. Lane number 7, Walford Anglican, Seppo Simascu and Ellie Bass. Lane number 8, St Peter's Girls 2 of Ruby Bahuja and Eliza Phillips.
So at the moment we're looking at the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Mazzini and Sherwell. look to be the early race leaders. We just alongside them is the Adelaide High School crew. So now here we go. So Loretto Marriotteville is in the lead, but also the crew from St Peter's Girls 3 of Bembridge and Cook over in lane 1. But it is very close. We
look at lane number 7 as well. That's the Wolford Anglican crew of Seppo Simascu and Ellie Bass.
Have a look. It still does look like the Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane 4.
Loretto's, and you would anticipate this because the way in which these are seeded from the heats, you would tend to put the fastest crews in the middle and then move them out. So all things being equal, as they move down the course, you might see that arrowhead or chevron sort of formation, which is a little bit that we're seeing at the moment. Although as I've said before, the Wolford Anglican crew of Seppo Simascu and Ellie Bass in lane number 7.
They're
sort of coming up there, and they may be in
there.
second place at the moment.
I think also the St Peter's Girls 3 crew over in lane 1 is up there as well. So, but we saw in that last race it was the crew in lane 7 that sort of were able to make the most of the conditions. So we'll just see how they go past the inlet. Still does look to be the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Mazzini and Sherwell who are leading the under 17 women's double scull.
And they're coming through this open water section we've talked about before, so just look out for some of that steering difficulty. The water is a little bit rougher, and so technique is the key here. Getting in cleanly and not making, I'll call them mistakes, but rowing as cleanly as possible. That's the thing that's going to be getting you through this rough water, because if you've got the unevenness or you're not in together, that can slow the boat significantly. And so it's avoiding the things that are going to slow the boat that will essentially make you faster.
But it's the Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane 4 who are leading. And then back to the Wolford Anglican crew in lane 7 of Simasiku and Bass. And the crew from, the crew from Unley High is right up there. St Peter's Girls 3, and also Adelaide High as well. So we've actually got a really great finish. The crew from Adelaide High
do
really
well.
Moved up.
That's right, and they're the ones in the fluorescent orange top. So they've pulled themselves up into second place. It's going to be interesting if they can pull themselves up past the Wolford Anglican crew in lane number 7. That's where the battle is on for that second place. Certainly, I think our crew from Loretto Marriotteville of Mazzini and Sherwell are leading. I think they've got this at the moment. They're certainly getting out nice and long, driving through the water, getting good boat run. They're not going to be able to be caught. Just 2 more strokes and they're across the line, and that's a win to Loretto Marriotteville.
Very close between Wolford and Adelaide High, and then back to Unley High. So
that's a good way. And Unley's really come up, haven't they? They've lifted and they're driving towards, but it's a very close finish. I think it's going to be.
And then St Peter's Girls, and then Seymour College, and then back to St Peter's Girls
2. That's right.
2, and then St Peter's Girls 4.
So some good rowing there in the under-16 women's double sculls, and a great win to Loretto Marriotteville 1 of Beatrice Mazzini and Marnie Sherwell. We're talking about the importance of this because it is part of the selection process for some of our youth crews and our our senior crews. People have to nominate for it. There have been a number of time trials over November and December that have been run down here at West Lakes. Also, if you're entering for the youth crew, you've got to submit 2,000 metre ergos, so that's the rowing machine, put your times in. And for the seniors, it's 5,000 metres. This is one of the compulsory, we've got the South Australian Rowing Championships here, and we've got if needed after this, the youth will be doing some seat racing. They've all got to attend the February West Lakes Regatta or the New South Wales State Championships, which are on the 20th, 22nd of February, followed by seat racing. But the crews will be announced for the youth crew and the state crew, that's the Queen's Cup and the King's Cup, the lightweight 4 and so on and so forth, on the 11th of March, so not long to go. So this is a very important part of that selection process. And keeping the focus on the Australian Rowing Championships, which are going to be held in Tasmania at Lake Barrington from the 23rd to the 29th of March. I think the interstate races are on that Sunday on the 29th of March.
As we head back down the course, it's the final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. This event sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Lane 1 from Scotch College, Eloise Fletcher, Tauri Blau-Robinson, Aviva Bailey, Harriet Seppelt and April McCabe. In Lane 2 from St Peter's Girls, Jemima Vickor-Lamb, Olive Dawson, Lucille Tengrove, Ros Stavru and Lewis Burton Howard. Lane 3 from Unley High, Keely Pitt, Clancy Absalon, Margot Dornier, Lily O'Neill, Sienna Kraut, coached by Thomas Osborne and Miska Van Wormello. In Lane 4 from Walford Anglican, Claudia Kovac, Chloe Brammy, Amelia Humphries, Annabelle Casserly and Illy Finkemeyer. Lane 5 from Seymour College, Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Carrie Leeming, Rosa Lucas, Grace Andre and coached by Angie Franco. Lane 6 from Wilderness School, Isla Ballastrin, Matilda Burns, Allegra Halaftis, Asha Dan, Georgia Redditch is their coxswain. Lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville, Alice Frierson Leah, Ruby Kernahan, Eugenie Anderson, Layla Bryant, Winnie Katsaros and coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson. And Lane 8 from Walford Anglican, the 2 crew of Scarlett Sully, Alexandra Peroni, Jordan Fitzsimmons, Arabella Waller and Alexandra Chong is their coxswain. And as we would expect, Greg, in the middle of the course in a final after the heats, we've got Seymour College leading out Walford Anglican. It's been a great set of battles between these 2 crews right throughout. Seymour half a boat length ahead of Walford Anglican and Loretto Marriotteville.
That's right. Look at lane number 7, Loretto Marriotteville. So as we were saying before, you'd expect that arrowhead formation. We've sort of seen that, but the Loretto Marriotteville number 1 crew in lane number 7 really challenging that Seymour crew in lane number 5. Seymour still out in the front. This is a 1,500 metre event. The last ones are 1,000 metres, so I've got a little bit further to go in this particular event. And you can see on the left of the screen what that looks like, those columns, those large white columns on that house. That is the mark of the 1,000 metres. So they've gone roughly 600 metres, I think, so far. So just over a third of the way through this race. Anyone's race still, but Seymour College of Eva Tierney, Ainsley Brennan, Carrie Leeming, Rosa Lucas, Grace Andre as the Cox are leading the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Yeah, they're opening up about a boat length lead ahead of the crew from Loretto Marriotteville on the left-hand side, and then also to Walford Anglican on the right-hand side. Walford Anglican then only about a canvas ahead of Unley High. Then there is a little bit of a gap. We've got St Peter's Girls and Scotch College on the right-hand side. They're battling it out. You can see them at the top of the screen now. And then Wilderness School in lane number 6, just a little ways off the pace as the second crew from Walford Anglican. Seymour College have the lead. This Angie Franco coached crew looking nice out in front, still holding on to a boat length lead. Loretto Marriotteville in lane number 7, they are sitting nicely as well, so they're holding on. Just Seymour able to pull away just a little bit. It's a canvas between Loretto Marriotteville in second and Walford Anglican back in third, and then Walford Anglican now just stretching it out over Unley High over the last 500 metres or so. It's now about half a boat length between those two.
And Seymour are rating about 35, 36 at the moment, which is a pretty good rating for mid-race. It'll be interesting to see what their race plan is, because different crews have different race plans in terms of how fast they come out, what they want to do, when they want to hold, and particularly when they want to step up. So there's very often like a sprint to the finish. Typically, a lot of crews here in South Australia go from the rocks because it's 250 metres. On other courses, there's a marker at the 300 metre mark, and so I find that people go, right, we've got that marker, and they step up at 300. But a lot of the crews, particularly the 8s, might say, look, we've got 500 to go, and that's when we're going to start to lift, and then we're going to do something, and then the last 250 we might sort of step twice or something. So it's going to be interesting to see what the race plan is here. But what we've seen is that the Seymour crew is really pulling out in front, so they're just consolidating that lead at the moment. Having said that, of course, Loretto Marriotteville are not letting them go. Seymour can't just sort of sit back. They've got to race this all the way through to the finish, or the Loretto crew will catch them.
They are ready to pounce this Loretto crew, and
Absolutely.
they just look like they're starting to up their rate a little bit.
That's right. I think Loretto perhaps lifted a little before the Seymour crew, but the Seymour crew have responded now, so they're both now racing through to the finish. I think Loretto, having gone perhaps slightly earlier, did manage to catch up a bit of distance on the Seymour crew, but the Seymour crew still in front at the moment. So if they're aware of their position, if they can see just in their peripheral vision where they are just going to have to put it down now, clean rowing all the way through and race all the way through. So this is a great finish here between the Seymour crew and the Loretto crew.
Loretto have made up a bit of ground. They've got the overlap. They've got within about half a boat length, but it looks like they're just going to run out of a little bit of space. Seymour College, they've led right from the start. They're starting to pull away over the final few strokes. It is going to be a win for the girls from Seymour College in the Year 10 coxed quad sculls. Second place will go to Loretto Marriotteville, a great row through from them. Third place, we will see the crew there from Walford Anglican. They'll finish in third ahead of Unley High back in fourth place. Fifth will go to Scotch College, who are able to hold out St Peter's Girls. And then going back a little bit further, we've got the Wilderness School in lane number 6, and they're going to finish ahead of the second crew from Walford Anglican in lane number 8. Great row there from Seymour, able to hold off a strong challenge there from Loretto Marriotteville.
There's some good racing. It was good to see the crews responding, obviously very clear about where they were, and they rode that very, very well. So well done to both of those first two crews. I thought it was great to see Seymour and Loretto racing through there. Now, one thing it's interesting is a lot of our elite rowers, those who are at the National Training Centre, and of course those who are on scholarships, many of our rowers actually take scholarships internationally and are actually rowing at colleges in the US or in the UK, and obviously are not here. But also, it's worth calling out the 2025 row sellers. That's the Australian team. Because they are not able to be here at these national championships, but it's always worth acknowledging them. Alex Hill from the men's 4, Ella Bramwell from the women's 8, from the quad sculls, Nick Blackman. One of the prominent South Australian rowers, and of course the men's double sculls, Oscar McGuinness, who's also the President's Cup winner from the Nationals, which is the top individual sculler in Australia, and Mick Reinhardt as well, rowing with him in the double sculls. Angus Dawson, of course, who strokes the men's 8. Big, powerful man, Angus Dawson. And Sam Stunnell, who's the PR3 mixed double sculls. Amazing. I think he was rowing with 18 with Lisa Grozel. That's right, a much older rower than him. So it's a great combination. But at 18, I think he's 19 now, to be able to compete at the World Championships and get a bronze medal, he's got many years ahead of him. So Sam's a name to watch. And of course, our Australian under-19s, Max Garnett, former POC rower in the junior men's 4. And we have seen these two women from the junior women's 8. So Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera have been out competing here for their clubs. But of course, we've got Jeremy Beale in the under-23 8s, Adam Holland in the under-23 men's quad scull, and Sophie Barr in the under-23 women's pair. So the depth in South Australia, the quality is outstanding. And this is certainly a place where if you aspire to becoming and representing your country, you can certainly do it from here.
Absolutely. We saw that in the men's quad sculls at the national titles last year as well. We are underway in the under-17 men's coxed quad sculls. So lane number 1, we have Pulteney Grammar, Vivan Chandra, Alexander Smith, Eli Kennison, Xavier Lee, Maggie Cannon is their coxswain, and they're coached by Brooklyn Selway and Darren Potts. Lane 2 from Norwood International High, second from the right, you can see on the drone footage, that is Diesel Heath, Ethan Partridge, Felix Burke, Philip Farkas and Lucy Phillips is their coxswain. Lane 3 from Unley High, our leaders through the early stages. It is Martin Dubeef, Roman Mosiev, Xavier Anders, Finn Torok and Addy Burns as the coxswain, coached by Olivia Santes. In lane 4 from St Peter's College.
Coming second at the moment.
Second place, yeah, just a boat length behind Unley High. That's Will Miller, Madge Sliet, Tom Baker-Evans and Hugh Hall-Craggs, coxed by Harrison McGlurk. Lane 5 from St Peter's College, the 3 crew of Gus Focaretta, Rupert White, Gethin Owen, Ollie Brook and Fergus Brown. Lane 6 from Prince Alfred College, we have Ben Logan, Isaac Wood, Spencer Zerbe, Hugo Grayling, Jasper Arnold Chamney and their coach Jack Miller. Lane 7 from Adelaide High, we've got Jack Clifford, Cohen Broad, Jonathan Frank, Andreas Blafari and Matthias Mamu is their coxswain. And they're next to St Peter's College 2, that is Logan Bishop, Owen Tan, Augusta Nicholson, Bill Roberts and William Harper is their coxswain. Out in front, it is the crew from Unley High leading out St Peter's College. It's through the early stages. It's these two who have that lead. The battle for third place so far is fascinating. Pulteney Grammar, lane 1. We've got St Peter's 3 in lane number 5. We've got Adelaide High in lane 7 and St Peter's 2 in lane number 8. All of them will be going for the bronze medal. The interest at the moment is on that first place. It's Unley High leading by half a boat length ahead of St Peter's College. And I've mentioned before, Greg, one of the things that has impressed me about South Australian rowing, the non-private schools having strong rowing programs.
Absolutely. Sometimes a challenge can be the depth of the program, the number of people they've got to choose from, which makes it difficult. But the quality of those rowers, we've seen quite a number of rowers come from up Norwood, Unley High, Adelaide High. We've seen the quality of some of those individual rowers in the single sculls and the double sculls, etc. So sometimes it's difficult to put the most competitive 8 together, but they've produced some outstanding rowers. And let's not forget our regional clubs, etc. We've got a number of our Australian athletes who have come from the regions, and they're competing down here as well. So this is not just about private schools. And look at the race at the moment. Look, it's that battle between Unley High and lane number 3 and St Peter's College lane number 4. They've gone through the 1,000-metre marks. They've probably got about 1,200 metres into it, and it looks as though St Peter's College have made their move, and they're just striding out. They've probably got half a canvas on the Unley High crew. So what are they going to do? What's the race plan? Is Unley just going to hold there and then make their move later? But it does look as though St Peter's College decided they want to pull away here and just establish a bit more of a lead over Unley High. They're certainly rating higher. You can see that there. The Unley may be going long and strong, but I think that additional rating has really pulled St Peter's ahead. The question is, do they have the fitness now to maintain that in the latter stages of the race?
Well, both of these crews have made their way up and down the course multiple times. So we've seen Will Miller. He won in the single sculls. We've got Madge Sliet, who was a winner in the double sculls. In the Unley High, Martin Dubiev and Roman Mosiev have both been in those crews multiple times. St Peter's, they were just a little bit behind through the 500, now through the 1,000. They've got themselves out to a boat length lead. It is up now to Unley High to match it, to try and see, is this the time where they have to go? Battle for third place. Let's have a look back. Pulteney Grammar on the right-hand side of the screen, sitting just ahead of the crews from Adelaide High, St Peter's College 2, St Peter's College 3, and then we're a little ways back then to the Prince Alfred College and also Norwood International High. As we're just having a look on the screen there, you can see Adelaide High just with their bow balls out in front, Pulteney Grammar on the far sides, and certainly with the parallax area it can make it very interesting to be able to try and
there we see, that's right. Very
Adelaide
competitive.
And Pulteney Grammar, our two crews going it out for third place. Let's have a look out in front though. St Peter's, as you mentioned, Greg, they made their move through that third 500 metres, and now as they come into the final 200, they've got it out to over a boat length. Are they about to snap the cord on Unley High? Unley need to go
They need to go now, and I think this is a coxed race. So, of course, the coxers will be telling them where they are and what they're doing. I think that move by St Peter's, really, it's not just about, it's about breaking the psychology of the other crews. I know what it's like when you're in that, particularly that mid-race, the third, in this case, the second 500. It's what do you do there? If a crew is starting to pull away from you, it's really hard. You've got to be mentally very strong to hold on there, because if they do get away from you, it's so easy for that to sort of snap and go, we're not going to catch them. And so then it sort of breaks your spirit if the crew is able to get, particularly if you can't see them anymore. All right, so it's not just getting out in front; it's the psychology of the race.
It was decisive.
It was decisive. It was
from
clear
St.
that was their
Peter's
race plan.
College.
Yeah.
So this crew of Will Miller, Madge Sliet, Tom Baker-Evans, Hugh Hall-Craggs are going to cross the line and win the under-17 men's coxed quad sculls. Unley High, Martin Dubiev, Roman Mosiev, Xavier Anders, Finn Torok and Addy Burns. They'll take the silver medal. And now in this battle for the bronze, we've got, it looks like Pulteney Grammar have just dropped off the pace quite a bit. I wonder if something happened in that boat. So now what we're seeing is the Adelaide High crew are starting to put the wheels on.
Right. Really getting length. They're really getting out that length and they're driving through. Not the high rating, but they've actually extended their leads on the St. Peter's crew out there. And I think they are going to great finish there for third place.
Third place for them. St. Peter's College 3 will come through back in fourth ahead of St. Peter's College 2. And we can just see the Pulteney Grammar crew. They have had an oar breakage, unfortunately. So they were going for that third place. And you can see the stroke seat. He's got the oars in the boat, unfortunately. And it has meant that they have dropped back. And then we're just seeing the Prince Alfred College crew coming through ahead of Norwood International High. So a great race there, and it was that move with about 750 metres to go. St. Peter's stepped on it, and Unley High, unfortunately, weren't able to match, weren't able to go with them, and St. Peter's were able to walk away with it.
Yeah, great execution of a very clear race plan there. This takes us on to the Schoolboy 8s, right. So sheep stations on this one, amongst the intense rivalry particularly between the leading schools, because of course we're 5 weeks out from the head of the river. The winner here is not necessarily the winner in the head of the river, but it's from a psychology perspective, you stamp your authority on the race, particularly if you can win decisively. You're driving that psychological imprint on the other crews, and then they have to respond. So it's going to be very interesting to see I think in particular between St. Peter's College 1 and Prince Alfred College 1, who are in the middle of the field, so you'd expect that they were the fastest placed crews. Lane number 1, Adelaide High, Cooper Eaton, Daniel Jose, Nicholas Miglis, Austin Battams, Henry Young, Ethan Carlson, Aidan Foran, Jasper Eaton and Grace Battams as the cox. And we're talking about some of the schools having difficulties putting 8s, but they're very strong program there at Adelaide High. And at Unley High, lane number 2, Zach Mason, Blaine Ryan, William Marriott, Alex Pushen, Anton Evans, James Cox, Lachlan Twelftree, Joel Velt and Charlotte Hill as the cox. They're coached by Mitch Parker. We have a number of St. Peter's College crews here. This is the St. Peter's College 2 crew in lane number 3 of Sebastian Winter, Harvey Kunupski, Sydney Kupniewski, Will Barrera, Rupert Millington, Ted Salvamini, Zach Zeglick and Archer Buick, with Anthony Masulo as the cox. The St. Peter's College 1 crew, so I presume this is their first 8. Lane number 4, Louis Von Dusa, Atticus Clayton, Emerson Cooper, Miles Chipperfield, Hugo Maslin, Sydney Tierney, Will Lloyd, Lockie McKenna and Harry Binns as the cox. Right next to their arch rivals at Prince Alfred College, which would be their first 8. Lane number 5, Charlie Fremantle, Ben Wilkin, Ethan Harlaftis, James Dixon, Christian Smith, Nick Christensen, Hugo Elkuri, Jensen Hunt and Tom Nolan as the cox. The Prince Alfred College 2 crew in lane 6, Jack Stunnell, Kai Fogarty, Ollie Dennis, William Garnett, Max Kramer, Harry Grandioso, Alexander Oakes, Dougal McLaughlin and Jonathan Lau as the cox. Prince Alfred College 3 crew, lane number 7, James Morgan, William Gibson, Robert Keir Nairn, Paul Gaganis, Reed Scott, Jack Amber, Lachlan Logan, Campbell Brown, Noah Burton Howard, coached by Jack Miller. And the St. Peter's College 3 crew, Sam Humble, Jackson Cleethus, Archer Paps Burford, Lachlan Brown, Jacob Fix, Alex Mulga, Bailey Burrows, Nazareth Buki and Dylan Kildare. There's a lot of depth both in here and quality from both Prince Alfred College and St. Peter's College, as we would expect. I anticipate that the average ages, not completely, but year 12 would be the first 8. The second crew would be largely the year 11s, and I do know with the Prince Alfred College 3 crew, they're putting together some of the inters, like the year 10s, and actually exposing them to 8 racing a lot earlier than they used to, because they used to just, you'd have to be in year 11 or 12. But here, both these colleges giving some of their younger rowers an opportunity and potentially taking them to the New South Wales State Championships.
And we're just seeing the crews, our final crews, attach themselves to the starting pontoon. And you mentioned earlier, Greg, about the fact that success here doesn't necessarily equal success at the head of the river. So last year we saw St Peter's College. They were, I think, 9-time defending champions at the head of the river. At the South Australian State Championships in this event, it was actually Scotch College who came away with the win ahead
I remember
of St
seeing
Peter's
that. That was
College.
that was a brilliant row from Scotch College. I mean, they just threw it down. I think they shocked the other crews, and with just a fantastic. Their last 600 was outstandanding. Yeah.
Well, it's putting them under pressure. So Prince Alfred College finished third in that race, and then obviously they were able to go through at the head of the river.
Yeah.
They were able to break that 9-year dominance of St Peter's. So, as you say, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win. We saw earlier on, so in the under-19s, we saw Prince Alfred College come away with that. At the Open 8s, Prince Alfred College pushed that Adelaide University crew the entire way down the course. And talking to Jude Shermer from Adelaide University a little bit earlier on today when he was part of the commentary team, where he was saying that they really had to push to try and get away from that Prince Alfred College crew. Now, there's a couple of things that if I'm St Peter's College, for example, or even Unley High, you can put these crews under pressure. Now, I've seen it done before, particularly in 8s, where if you get off to an absolute flyer of a start, the fly and die, holding on to that rhythm, it's putting crews under pressure that aren't necessarily used to being put under pressure. But it's all in front of us now as they are underway in the Schoolboy 8s, this event sponsored by Statewide Plumbing and Maintenance. And we will see if Prince Alfred College are able to hold on to that dominance that they showed. St Peter's College in lane number 4 looking like they might just have gotten away just that little bit cleaner than Prince Alfred College, but they are unsurprisingly our two leading crews through the first 250 metres. In behind them, St Peter's College 2 in lane number 3 and Prince Alfred College 2 in lane number 6. It's almost like a wedding where you've got best man and the...
That's right. Well, and also, as we said before, the performance in the heats would be indicative of their times. And we talked about that chevron or that arrowhead. I said all things being equal, that's what you're likely to see based on prognostics. That's exactly what we've got here. And it's not a point, though. Those you can see, Prince Alfred College, St Peter's College, they are battling it out at the moment. And the coxswains would be very, very conscious of what their opposition, their key opposition, are doing there in the race. But at the moment, it does look as though it's the St Peter's College crew in lane 4 who've had the better of the start. With the Prince Alfred College crew. Now, it may be exactly what you said is, like, how do you break that? What do you do? Psychologically, do you come out a lot faster and seek to psychologically challenge the crew that might have been dominant, where they go, oh, what's happening? Because they would not expect to be behind at the start. And so that starts to bring in doubt amongst the players, the rowers. And this is where the mental toughness and the resilience comes in. This sport is absolutely outstanding, and I think so much better than so many other sports. You have got to be mentally tough. It's not just physically tough, not just coordinated, but you have got to be mentally tough to be successful in this sport.
So it's St Peter's with the lead. They got off to a lovely start. They've opened it up at one point to about half a boat length. It's still sitting at about half a boat length. St Peter's 2 are sitting ahead of Prince Alfred 2 in that battle for the third placing. Adelaide High, they're sitting ahead of Unley High, and then again ahead of St Peter's Prince Alfred College 3 in lane number 7, with St Peter's College 3 in lane number 8 on the far left of the course. Probably our only crew way off the picture at the moment. So Prince Alfred College have just started to get that back. And the big thing for Prince Alfred College is going to be not to panic. In the words of Douglas Adams, don't panic.
Don't panic.
They know that they've got that speed in there if
That's
they
right.
step on it. And you can see them now just starting to close that gap. Prince Alfred College 2 also making up a bit of ground on St Peter's College 2. It's, as I say, it's like prize fighters with their supporters either side of them, and it is St Peter's still holding on by a canvas over
right.
Prince Alfred College.
And it's not about who is in front at just past the 1,000 metre mark. Look, there's nothing in it here. It's not like they're a length ahead at the 1,000 metre mark. Each of these crews, all of these crews, particularly our first 4, would have very clear race plans. They're saying, this is what we're going to execute, right? Run over it in your head. do this, do this, do this. The great crews have got their race plan in their head and they're executing. Their coxswains won't be screaming at them. They're saying, right, we're at the 250, we're at the 500, we're at the 1,000. This is what we do. We step up. The other crew's getting away. Don't worry, we've got a plan and we're just going to do this. And that we're seeing here, Prince Alfred College just holding them. They've been steady and now they're just starting to pull away and grind away at St. Peter's College. And they're probably going to be saying, look, at some stage, I don't know where, but it might be the 600, it might be the 500, or really they might go, right, this is our plan, this is when we want to hold and we're going to take it through at the minute. If they've got confidence, they can finish.
The call is on now. We saw it with the St. Peter's crew in the under 17
right. You can see
quads. We're seeing it now. Prince Alfred College have made their move. They've got about 750 metres or so left to go, and it is Prince Alfred College. They were led by St. Peter's through the start. They've stayed calm, but now they're putting the push.
Right.
You can see the coxswain.
The coxswains would be aware of their...
absolutely telling his crew to try and move through.
They
St.
are
Peter's,
racing.
Though,
They are both racing now.
Through.
This is on. This is on now. Both crews are not holding back. They're going, right, guys, if we're going to win this race, we're going to have to make our move now. We can't let them get away. And they are taking off. And the St. Peter's College crew, you can see they're responding. But look at the way the Prince Alfred College is running long, strong. They're getting their blades in and they're driving it through inch by inch. Every little stroke just inching away from St. Peter's College. And once you let this Prince Alfred College crew get in front at this stage of the race, they're going to be very hard to catch. That's not knocking St. Peter's College, an outstanding crew, but we saw that execution of the race plan there by Prince Alfred College to pull away so that when they came down here with 300 to go, now it's on. Don't leave anything on the water, race to the line.
Prince Alfred College have pulled away from St. Peter's. St. Peter's with that early lead. Prince Alfred College pulling away, and now the battle for third and fourth is between Prince Alfred College 2 and St. Peter's 2. PAC 2
right, the rating
and
is
St. Peter's
absolutely
2.
lifted by both. They are not leaving anything on the water there. The rating is lifted. Both of those crews, all four crews, lifting the rating, driving through. Match by match, the first 2 8s and the second 2 8s together. It's two different races out there, but the Prince Alfred College crew are pulling away from the St. Peter's crew. They are dominant out there. They are letting them know, once you let us get in front, you will not catch us. But the St. Peter's College 2 crew doing the same thing to the Prince Alfred College crew, so it'll be PAC first 8, St. Peter's first 8, St. Peter's second 8, and then close behind. But there was overlap. There's not much. It's going to be very interesting to see the second 8 race at the moment. The St. Peter's second 8 won this race, but there wasn't much in it. So it's going to be interesting to see over the next 5 weeks how that pans out. We've got the Adelaide High crew coming through. Now with the battle between Unley and Prince Alfred College. I think the Prince Alfred College third crew might have just come across in front of Unley High in lane 2.
Yeah, and then we've just seen the St. Peter's College 3 crew coming through in 8th place. So a great road there. Prince Alfred College, they were led early, didn't panic, kept the rhythm going, and then with about 750 metres to go, the call went on and they just started eating into that lead, and then pulled away with about 250 or so metres left to go. What a fantastic... It's not the penultimate race. We've got a couple more to go. But
look, the quality is getting better and better. We saw it in the under 17 men's coxed quad scull. Great execution of the race plan by St. Peter's. Really noticeable. And the same thing here with the schoolboy 8s. Prince Alfred College were behind. They just hurled and hurled. They didn't panic. They knew they had a race plan. And you could see when they went, right, guys, now. And they just pulled away. And then both themselves and St. Peter's College racing to the line. But by that stage, it's that mid-race plan where I think Prince Alfred College won the race.
Exactly right. So as we head back down towards the start, we're only a minute or so away. In fact, we are underway in the open men's quad scull. So just the 3 crews in this one. We did have a scratching in lane number 3. In lane 4, we've got Adelaide Uni, Daniel Weirsimer, Isaac Nilsson, Kyle Miller and Mitchell Moore. Lane 5 from Adelaide, Joshua Lascock, Alex Lee, Igor Zarubin and Jonathan McKay. And lane 6 from Adelaide Uni, Jasper Boyce, Oliver Evans-Wood, Alexander Williams and Jude Shermer. I've got a note here for Wilderness, a black Garmin watch to take to Regatta control. So a black Garmin watch, if you have that, if you could take that to Regatta control, please.
It's going to be
Adelaide
interesting how the Open Men's Quad Sculls go, because, of course, the under-21 Quad Sculls won by Adelaide yesterday. Admittedly, it was a row of it, so it's a bit hard to tell. But certainly some real quality out there on the field. It's going to be interesting to see how that Adelaide crew goes. That fierce competition with Adelaide Uni, flanked either side. So in lane number 4, Adelaide Uni, Daniel Ruresma, Isaac Nilsson, Kyle Miller and Mitchell Moore. Lane number 5, the Adelaide Rowing Club crew of Joshua Lascock, Alex Lee, Igor Zarubin and Jonathan McKay. Lane number 6, Adelaide Uni, Jasper Boyce, Oliver Evans-Woods, Alexander Williams and Jude Shermer.
And it is that crew in lane number 6 we saw from Adelaide University who have the lead. They've opened it up a little bit. The second Adelaide Uni crew, the lightweight crew in lane number 4, just sitting ahead of the Adelaide crew, and it's about a boat length between second and third. In this Adelaide University crew, we've obviously saw Oliver Evans-Wood win the men's single sculls earlier on today, so a great row there from him. These are, I think, a SASI supported, South Australian Sports Institute supported crew, and they are looking quite nice as they head through the 1,000 metres and really opening up that lead. Adelaide Rowing Club, they're still maintaining contact with that lightweight crew from Adelaide University in lane number 4. I'll be fascinated. It looks like they're just making up a little bit of ground. It was almost clear water between Adelaide University and Adelaide, and now Adelaide have just managed to pull it back a little bit. We'll keep an eye out on that one as they come up through the 750 to go.
Now, I'm going to be bold, but when you have this sort of a lead over a 2,000 metre race and you've got about 700 to go and you've got this sort of lead, I don't think they're going to be able to be caught. Unless something disastrous happens, this is going to be a win. They're rowing beautifully, Adelaide Uni, Jasper Boyce, Oliver Evans-Woods, Alexander Williams and Jude Shermer. So the interest in the race really is now between lane 4 and lane 5 for the silver medal. It's that battle between Adelaide Uni and Adelaide. That's where the real interest, because Adelaide Uni and lane 6 are quite dominant here. So this is the race. This is for second place. In lane number 4 to the right of your screen is Adelaide University, and lane number 5 is the Adelaide Rowing crew.
And Adelaide, as I said, they were just making up a little bit of ground every stroke, and now it's gone from almost clear water back down to half a boat length. So they'll be keeping an eye out on each other. The battle paddle going down the course. The 2K battle paddle is always so much fun to watch and to call. This Adelaide crew, as you said, Boyce, Evans-Wood, Williams and Shermer, very comfortable out, or very nicely out in front. They've got about 500 metres or so left to go. They're about to go past the canal. We'll keep an eye out on this other one, though, because it's still sitting at half a boat length. Adelaide Rowing Club on the left-hand side. Adelaide University on the right-hand side. They are going for the silver medal, and it's now down to about a canvas. Adelaide have clawed their way back into this race for the silver. It's
going to be very interesting. It's not on screen, but that's okay. The Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6, just there we go, continuing their dominance, just powering through. So they are definitely coming through, and I think they picked up their rate. They're not just taking it easy. They could, of course, back off at this stage, but they're not. They're treating this with the respect that it deserves, the Open Men Quad Scull, and racing it through. But they've got, what would that be? 100 metres. That's just dominant. It's a dominant win in this event.
It's extremely dominant. So Adelaide University, Boyce, Evans-Wood, Williams, Shermer. Barring disaster, this is going to be our state champions for 2026 in the Open Men Quad Scull. Looking back behind, though, Adelaide have starting to make their move. They're getting ahead of Adelaide University, that lightweight crew. Wiersma, Nilsson, Miller and Moore fighting to stay with Lascock, Lee, Zarubin and McKay. We'll keep an eye on it. The first crew from Adelaide University.
We can see on the screen here, coming down for the to the finishing line of the Open Men's Quad Scull. This will be a dominant win from Adelaide University, Jasper Boyce, Oliver Evans-Woods, Alexander Williams and Jude Shermer. And now back to the other
Adelaide, Adelaide, a canvas in front. It's a sprint to the line. It's Adelaide still holding on to that lead. They're trying to push away. Here come Adelaide University. It's still a canvas. 20 metres to go. Are they able to hold?
They're coming up on them.
Pushing back, but it's going to be Adelaide. Adelaide hold on by about the width of a bow ball ahead of Adelaide University.
And Adelaide University, weren't they finishing so well? Adelaide made their move. They pulled out in front. I think Adelaide Uni realised that, and then they responded and started pulling back. But
They needed to go about 5 strokes sooner.
they needed to go just a little bit earlier to be able to catch that Adelaide cruise. So some great rowing once again in the Open Men's Quad Scull. Now the Open Women's 8.
Our last race of the regatta.
That's right. Very interesting. We've got a mix of Open crews from Adelaide Uni and the Adelaide Rowing Club, and the two, if I could say the two dominant crews of Seymour College and Walford Anglican College. So, great one to watch. Lane number 2, Adelaide University of Lulu Colgrave, Anya Feldhoff, Imogen Graham, Grace Seppelt, Georgina Southcott, Felicity Cox, Gia Rinaldi, Carolyn McNally and Lucy Seppelt as the Cox. The Walford Anglican crew, Madeline Rogers, Hannah Silcock, Nina Kovac, Harriet Patterson, Charlotte Matthews, Emily Turner, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters and Susanna Hall as the Cox. The Adelaide Rowing Club number 1 crew in lane number 4. Being lane number 4, I presume that they have placed the fastest crew in the heats. Isabella Lease, Sasha Humble, Isabella Townsend, Ella Mackay, Celia Cowan, Mika Webb, Grace Barrera, Tamara Bates, Emma Venus. Looking at that, I'm not surprised they came first. We've got,
Well, I think this is a straight final, so it's a random draw.
Well, very interesting because we've got a number of Australian under-19 representatives there. We've got Sasha and Isabella, of course, in there, and Celia Cowan, who's done very well on the individual events so far. So that's a very, very strong crew. They're coached by Darren Potts. Not to say any of the other crews are not exceptionally strong either. We've got the Wilderness crew in lane number 5 of Ella Smart, Mila Rinaldi, Beatrice Sutton, Margot Temple, Alina Rio, Maya and Ianella, Annabelle Basham, Jessica Felstead, Sophie Proudman as the Cox. Lane 6, Adelaide University. Christina Bursell, Alix Kelly, Rosa Kavanagh, Emily Lane, Kate Holland, Angie Franco, Isabella Evans, Victoria Binns, Matilda Milson. Pretty strong, a lot of names there too. I think it's very interesting, we know from the open rowing. And Seymour College in lane number 7. Lauren Halls, Olivia Piccianello, Sky Birdseye, Harriet Foster, Georgia Guthrie, Clementine Michelle, Imogen Johnson, Ava Charlesworth, Ella Edwardson as the Cox, coached by Joe Franco. Now, of course, there is the age difference. The Adelaide crews and the Adelaide Uni crews will be older, perhaps by a few years, and are sort of a bit stronger, a bit more experienced. However, the Walford crew, the Wilderness crew, the Seymour College crew, we've seen examples where the school crews have come out and won the open events before, so it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to be great, particularly I think for the school crews to be challenged by some outstanding open crews here.
Exactly right. So there's a few storylines here. You mentioned Adelaide, a very strong crew. They are the defending champions here. They beat out Adelaide University and Seymour College. Now, so far this regatta, Walford Anglican have been the standouts. Girls' school. We saw them
in the 8s, certainly
in the 8s.
Yeah.
In the 8s. So they won the 8s,
they
won the
eights,
coxed 4s, and they won the under-19 8s as well. Seymour College gave them a great run in the schoolgirl 8s yesterday. Weren't able to hold up quite as much in the under-19 8s earlier on today.
I think their second 8s are very, very strong at the moment too. But you're right, your point is well made. Walford Anglican in this race, Walford have got the runs on the board over Seymour College in this regatta so far.
Yes, we're just waiting for our final couple of crews to attach themselves to the pontoon.
So it's going to be interesting to see how Wilderness go. They haven't been quite up with the pace of the Walford and the Seymour College crews. So the interest here is going to be how will our top women's schoolgirl crews compete against the best of the open club competition.
And one of the things that we saw yesterday was Prince Alfred College, who are just being presented with the trophy for the schoolboy 8s. So they were able to, the schoolboy 8s, they're being presented with the Advertiser Shield by Giles Miller. That event sponsored by Statewide Plumbing. This event sponsored by the Regatta Shop for the Open Women's 8s. They're going for the Ian Morrison Perpetual Trophy. Now, we saw yesterday Prince Alfred College finish second behind a very strong Adelaide University crew. So let's just say, the school crews can certainly be very, very competitive. And it's going to be a fascinating race to see. I think we've got the 2 Adelaide University crews. I think potentially the crew in lane number 1. It seems to be quite a mix between lane 2 and lane 6 for the top Adelaide University crews as they are now underway. Let's stop the guessing. Let's get with the program. And it is lane number 3, Adelaide Rowing Club and Walford Anglican, who are off to the best start
That's
over
right.
on the
Great
far
start
side.
from Walford. That's right.
Seymour College on lane number 7, sitting in 3rd place. They're both ahead of the 2 Adelaide University crews and the second Adelaide University crew in lane number 6 being matched by the Wilderness School through these early stages. But Walford off to a great start. They are level pegging
and look
with
at the
the favourites in Adelaide.
Look at the difference between Walford and Seymour. So the coaches will be looking at this and going, Walford have got half a length at the start. Now, can they hold that? That's another thing. But they've got half a length at the start over Seymour, and they've sort of moved well away from. But if you can get half a length in that distance, that's sort of decisive. And they are throwing the challenge down to the Adelaide crew in lane number 4. So let's see. This is a 2,000 metre event. Let's see how this pans out and what their race plan is. Sometimes, if you come out very, very hard at the beginning, it can show later in the race, depending on your fitness. But Walford are really throwing down the challenge.
Seymour College also throwing down the challenge to the Adelaide University crew over in lane number 2. So that battle for 3rd and 4th. Adelaide University just ahead of Seymour College on the far side of the course. Adelaide now just a canvas ahead of Walford Anglican, who in turn are about a canvas ahead of Adelaide University. The second Adelaide University crew and Wilderness, they look like they're going to have a battle paddle the entire way down the course. But it is now the Adelaide Rowing Club who have the lead as they're coming up to the first 1,000 metres. Walford Anglican, Seymour and Adelaide University all in with the shot of the medals as well.
This will be great for Walford because they wouldn't be used to having a crew sitting in front of them like this at the start. You know, how do you manage that? What's the psychology of that? Can you stick to your race plan and not get flustered by the fact that you've got a crew sitting just in front of you?
And now they're being challenged by Adelaide University. So Adelaide University, they've had a great regatta so far. They will want to be getting ahead of the school crew because there is that, there's those bragging rights in there.
That's right.
And Walford Anglican are certainly moving the boat nicely. Adelaide University, they might just have a little bit more fuel in the tank.
But look across, I would just like to call out, look across at the Seymour College crew. Now, look how much they've come. I don't know what their race plan was, but they didn't start out as fast, but they have lifted in that second 500. They have really lifted, and they've actually taken the lead off of Walford, who started very, very fast, but now Seymour have got out in front of them. So this is fascinating in terms of the way in which the race plan is playing out here.
How will Walford respond? It's Adelaide Rowing Club with the lead. Adelaide University sitting in second place. And then we've got Seymour College and Walford Anglican both battling it out for the bronze medal.
Just coming through the 1,000 metre mark here.
Yeah, Adelaide still holding on to that lead, but Adelaide University now are eating into that Adelaide lead. They're making it up with every single stroke. They were dropped before, right at the start, but now it's overlap, and they are catching. Adelaide University are putting the move on at the 1,000. Seymour College putting the move on against Walford Anglican as well.
That's right.
It's two different battles going on, and I think we're going to see an amazing finish here. Adelaide Rowing Club holding on to the lead. Adelaide University moving fast. Seymour College in the battle of the schoolgirl eights. Seymour College have gotten themselves ahead of Walford Anglican for the first time this regatta. Can they hold on? It's about 700 metres or so left to go.
Well, I'd just like to make a call out to Joe Franco, who's the coach of the Seymour College crew. They were down. They knew that Walford had declared, made it very clear that they were the dominant crew out there. So what were they going to do here? They've gone out. It looks as though they've got a different race plan. But that Seymour College crew, their second 500 really made all the difference. They lifted, they've got out in front of Walford. The question now is, can they keep up with the Adelaide crew? But they have pulled out away and have got clear water on Walford. Right. Now, you wouldn't have expected that. That is really a fascinating position, but we're only halfway through the race. So where do we go to from here? At the moment, you're right, it's the Adelaide crew in lane number 4 of Isabella Lee, Sasha Humble, Isabel Townsend, Ella Mackay, Celia Cowan, Michael Webb, Grace Barrera, Tamara Bates and Emma Venus as the Cox, who are the leads, and I think they would...
They're starting to pull away a bit.
Yeah.
We're starting to see Adelaide University now. They got within half a boat length. Have they used up all their energy to be able to try and get through? This is the last race of the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. It's the Open Women's 8 and it's Adelaide Rowing Club. Leading Adelaide University, Seymour College. They've gotten themselves ahead of Walford Anglican for the first time in this regatta. It's a boat length back to Walford Anglican. It looks like Walford maybe just a couple of strokes, not quite as clean as what they would hope for.
No, and look, it's
Wilderness
clear.
School
Look
ahead of Wilderness.
Look at the difference
Adelaide
between
Uni.
Seymour and Wolford here. This is the thing that, like, what is going on here? Because Wolford clearly were able to hold and beat the Seymour crew, but Seymour seemed to have broken the back of Wolford. In this
Seymour
particular
have
race.
well and truly thrown down the gauntlet. The head of the river is going to be a fascinating
it is
race between
anybody's
Seymour
race now.
and Walford Anglican.
It's a complete reset.
It is a complete reset. Let's go back to our leaders, Adelaide Rowing Club. They're down to the final 250 metres. Seymour are going to have sights on silver because Adelaide University are dropping back a little bit. They put in so much effort to try and get up to the Adelaide Rowing Club crew, but they weren't able to go through. It's Adelaide Rowing Club. It's Seymour College moving potentially ahead of Adelaide University. Walford Anglican back in fourth place. Wilderness School ahead of Adelaide University. We're getting into the final stages now. Adelaide have led this right from the start. Can Seymour take silver? They're ahead of Walford Anglican. Adelaide University, they need to start pushing up. It's the Adelaide Rowing Club who are going to take out the Ian Morrison Perpetual Trophies for the Open Women's 8. Adelaide University.
Lifted, and now it's just in this last 200 metres, last 150, they've had the power, I think, and the strength to just give that final acceleration to just get in front of the Seymour College crew.
Seymour College, a great row. Adelaide University finishing in second place. Seymour College in third. They pushed Adelaide University the entire way and made them dig deep into the well. Walford Anglican, they finish in fourth place. They'll go away with a bit to have a look at there. And then we go back to our final couple of crews. We've got the Wilderness School in lane number 5, finishing ahead of Adelaide University in lane number 6. But the Adelaide Rowing Club take out the Open Women's 8 and the E.M. Morrison Perpetual Trophy at the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. Greg Walters, what a fantastic...
Absolutely, what a fantastic race. Look, we saw the strength of our Open Women's. The Adelaide crew just rode beautifully. We saw a real tussle between Walford and Seymour. Both crews rode very, very well. It was just fascinating. The results were different, but we saw excellent performances. Both of those Schoolgirl crews were up there, right? They were competing with the best of the Open crews. So that's just outstanding performances from both of those two crews in particular. And when we did see the difference, that little bit of extra age, that little bit of extra strength from the Adelaide Uni crew in that last 200 sort of metres to be able to put the extra afterburners on, those extra reserves to be able to pull away from the Seymour College crew. But just outstanding rowing all around. You know, we've got a lot of depth here in South Australia. That was great racing.
It was, and that brings us to an end for the 2026 South Australian Rowing Championships. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing here from the West Lakes Regatta course, and good luck to the South Australian crews heading up New South Wales Championships in a couple of weeks at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, the Head of the Lake Regatta in the middle of March, and then the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington. I can't wait to see a number of these crews racing up against the best of the country over in Sydney and down in Barrington.
Absolutely. We can hold our heads high. The standard we've seen over this weekend has been outstanding, and I wish all the crews the best for the New South Wales Championships and the Australian Championships.